Kaiju Kingdom podcast. We are your hosts.
Jessica saying.
And I am Chris Eaton. Oh, what a world we live in, Jessica. What a world we live in. We are now a T-minus 1 week and a day since the release of Godzilla upon the, actually the suspecting world, if you look at the box office. Turns out a lot of people wanted Godzilla in their lives.
Yes, I was actually going to say, it's not out in all the countries, is it?
No, China is not open yet, and it's not open in Japan. It does not open in Japan until July, I believe.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
You would think the first two countries would be America and Japan.
Nope, no. I think they've learned that you got to ride a wave of release. You can't do it all at the same time. Also, not to mention that China kind of bootlegs a lot of our films, so I think they're kind of waiting till the last minute for that one.
Yeah, that's true. That's very true.
Yeah, seeing if you ever stroll through like torrent sites, you'll see like a lot of them come from China.
There is, or if you go to like a Chinese DVD rental blockbuster, like it's all bootleg.
It is. It's
all bootleg. I speak from experience, people. So yeah.
I know. I live in the greater LA area, so if you see those guys selling them on the corners, if they're not cameras, they're usually like really decent bootlegs ripped off from China and possibly Russia. It's a little bootlegging 101 for you.
It is, especially around Chinese New Year. You're going through the booths. I don't know if you have a Chinese New Year festival out there, but we have one here in the various Los Angeles cities and sub-cities, and you'll go through and you'll be like, oh, you've got all these great DVDs, and I'm like, a bootleg of Hobbit, it just came out a month ago.
Exactly.
But it's already there in full form, and it's a color-printed DVD jacket. So I was like, oh my goodness.
Well, it's like my buddy. He's from the Philippines, and back in high school, he went to go visit his brother over there. He was gone for a week. When he came back, he's like, "Hey, I got you guys presents," and he whips out a copy of Lord of the Rings, Fellowship of the Ring, and he went in January. This is January, and the movie came out in December. I'm like, "Where'd you get this from?" He's like, "Oh, they sold it at the liquor store around the corner where my brother lives." I'm like, "What? Like, how much was it?" He's like, "It was $10. I bought like 5 of them." Like, you got through customs with these? He's like, oh, they didn't even check, dude. So I pop it in, and it's an Academy screener that had gone out over there, because it says property. It says property of New Line in tiny little letters underneath it. It was a perfectly clean copy. I threw it on in art class at school. Everyone was just like, "How'd you get this?" I'm like, "Ancient Chinese secret." But yeah, no, it provides. Moral questionability whether or not you want to trudge out $20-something for 2 people to see a movie, or roll the dice on either downloading it or giving $10 to a dude on the street.
That's true. That is true.
And
now you can torrent it too, or stream it backwards. The movie's flipped, mirrored.
Yep, it's all about how you want to watch it. Which brings us to that. This episode today obviously is going to be the review of the film. I don't know how we're. You know what? We'll do this. So, Jessica, me being the gentleman that I am, I'm going to allow ladies first. But I want to give a little leeway that I've seen it twice, and before I get into it, I want to say that in terms of viewing experience, it made a world of difference of how you see this film. I'm just going to put it out there right away for those who may have not liked the movie, or those who may have liked the movie. So that I'll get into on my part, but I will start with you first, because I think a lot of people are really curious to hear what you think more than my, yapping mouth.
No, I was gonna say there was a huge difference. The podcast before, you were so excited. You were like, T-minus 3 days. Like, I would see it on my Facebook status. One time you were like, 16 hours.
Yeah.
And then you uploaded a picture of the ticket that you were holding.
Oh yeah.
And then right now you sounded torn.
You
sounded like you're excited, but yet in distress. It
is interesting. I think I felt a lot of like hardcore fans, because for most of the people that I talk to who aren't hardcore fans, they love this movie. Like, they're like, oh my god, this was awesome. Most hardcore fans I talked to were just like, yeah, yeah, it was alright. Could have been better, Okay, alright, we'll go with that. I think it's a lot of like what hardcore Transformers fans, whenever they see the Michael Bay movies, and the general public just eating them with a big spoon of sugar, and they're all like, "This isn't Transformers, damn it!" I did not have that same reaction, but I will say that maybe I let the hype overtake me just a little bit too much.
Oh, but it was good to be excited for something that we had looked forward to, especially after the 8.
It was, and especially the fact that it has provided so many good things afterwards, and I will get into that in a little bit. But in the meantime, Jessica, why don't you give the lovely listeners your opinion first, and then I'll chime in after that.
Well, the thing is, and this is going to be a very spoiler podcast, so for those who, want to wait until the crowds die down to watch it, and I don't blame you because, why do you want to sit in a room crowded full of people? Then you may not want to listen to this episode. However, for those who've already seen it, which I'm guessing is the majority of us, so I'm just going to continue going. It was not what I expected from what I saw in the trailers. I actually expected when a movie is named after a character, there might be more of that character. But so I expected actually more Godzilla fighting or Godzilla action between him and the Mutos. And so I kind of expected more for that, and that is pretty much my main hopes and wants that I didn't really get. Now, with that being said, I don't know how much of it is Max Bornstein, the writer, having to cater to people above him, following a certain rule and guideline, or how much was actually him going, yes, I feel the need to cut away at every scene. When every scene we're about to see Godzilla do something, it kind of cuts away to one of the human interest perspectives. So we're not there for the actual making of the film. So we can't be like, oh, the writer doesn't know what he's doing or the director. We don't know. There's always people above them and below them. And we also don't know how much was left in the cutting room floor that we might see as a DVD extra or special featurette. But as the film itself, I kind of would like more fighting. I kind of felt in many ways it was very reminiscent to The Dark Knight Rises, where it's named after a major character, but you only saw them for so long, a very insignificant portion of the film. However, when they do show up, it's awesome.
Yeah.
However, it's not in most of it. I almost felt like, for those who watch Community out there, there is an episode where it's pretty much story A. You see Jeff Winger, you see Annie doing whatever, and then you realize that Abed isn't really in the story. And then you find out, like, Shirley asks Abed, like, oh, how was your day or whatever? He was like, good. And you actually see that the entire time, and someone put this up on YouTube, he was helping a young couple because the lady was about to give birth. So as you're rewatching all the scenes of Community, you see all, Jeff Winger's in the foreground and everything. But in the background, Abed's helping a girl give birth. And so I kind of feel like the foreground is Ford, Aaron Taylor Johnson, and the background is Godzilla doing some kick-ass stuff. The background is them, and I'm kind of like, oh, I wish it was kind of the opposite. But I understand that right now, whether it's right or wrong, Hollywood's very big on human interest pieces. Like you have Transformers, you have, I don't know how Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle will do. I mean, will it mostly follow the people, the humans? I don't know, possibly. But that's kind of what we're seeing. And so I don't know how much of it is a trend or, whether that was not on purpose. But I kind of felt like it was Ford and his buddy Godzilla. Especially the part where he falls from exhaustion, which I understand because he's been going through so much on the boat as he's kind of sailing away. And then Godzilla also falls from exhaustion for finding the Mutos on land. I know that they can't see each other, but from the way it's cutting back and forth, it looks almost like they're looking longly at each other. Like they're both falling at the same time. And for some reason, the commercial for My Buddy, the toy, was playing in my head when I was watching it. Because like whatever you do, your buddy does too. And so I was kind of like, what is happening right now?
There are so many
I
kids born in 1992 that have no idea what that reference is right now.
And of course, for the girls, it's like My Size Barbie or like My Little or something. I didn't have that one, but I kind of felt like that was what was happening, you know, because they're both falling at exhaustion at the same time. However, I guess I would start with all the points I preferred that were slightly stronger. You know, there's a lot of human interest, and we were led to believe in the trailer that Ken Watanabe and Bryan Cranston were going to be major characters or major players. I saw that my friends were shocked when, you know, Walter White went out, you know, kind of 45 minutes into the film. And he was a really great character. Ken Watanabe's character, many people felt, including me, that he was there because it made sense to have a Japanese man in a Toho-inspired movie. However, he pretty much had the same facial expression in a lot of the scenes. And he's a great actor.
Yeah.
So I don't think he was purposely trying to, like, not act and get a Razzie Award or anything. He just, how he was directed or what they told him to do, he did the best that he could with the lines. He did a lot of taking on and off his glasses, just like, is it David Caruso?
There's a lot of just deal with it.
Yes, you know, I can almost hear the soundtrack. You know, he just takes off his glasses, and he does a lot what I like to call the 11th Doctor movement, where he'll turn slowly to the right or to the left, and then he would just look kind of into the distance like he's really concentrated and then walk toward the screen. So it's like he's in a pensive moment, but it's like it doesn't really add to anything, you know, and throughout the film they really only say Godzilla or Gojira 3 or 4 times at the most. They didn't really, they said Ford's name more than they said the actual creature's name, which I'm kind of like, I mean, I know you don't want to oversaturate it by saying Gojira or Godzilla, but there should be more mention of the name, you know. And so I personally understood that a lot of purists, as we would like to call them, preferred that Godzilla didn't start out as a good guy, quote, guy, that he started out as a bad guy. However, people want to root for the good guy.
Yeah.
You know, and so I understand that now at this time and age, it's not really something that it's not really a type of idea or concept that we kind of embrace now as easily. So I understand some purists were kind of unhappy. They were like, it's a mistake to make him a good guy in the first film. Because come Godzilla 2 and 3, no wonder he's the greatest superhero. They even says in the film, like, King of the Monsters, like, savior of mankind or something like that.
Yeah, it felt very apt but very corny at the same time.
Yes, it was a friend had put in that it's very 70s.
Yeah, it was,
you know,
was
he's
super
like,
70s.
you know, he goes, I half expected, you know, he and I were talking, we half expected the Ford's family to be standing on top of a building and waving goodbye Godzilla while he lumbers back into the ocean. And, you know, I preferred it if he started out as more of an ambiguous, like, you know, is he good, is he bad, is he an anti-hero, than straight up hero. My friends were shocked how courteous he was when he went under a boat.
Yeah. Yeah, there was a little seemingly uncharacteristic, but it did give an idea that there's something more to play than like a weird animalistic instinct up in his head.
Yes. No, I understand that. I kind of felt like, you know, I believe that because Max had said multiple times, and I believe him, that he's rewatched all 28 films, possibly more than one. But when you have so many variations or incarnations of Godzilla's character, he has to somehow amalgamate it into one, you know, or pick what he feels is best, or perhaps adapt from a story, you know, what he feels is best for what fits to us now. And a lot of my friends actually didn't mind the explanation that he was something from a more primitive world, along with Muto, and that he was the apex predator, and things were much larger then.
Yeah, that actually, I think a lot of people actually really dug that kind of, the explanation for him, that he wasn't just a dinosaur mutate, like it was literally like, there's a whole species of these things out there, along with a bunch of other stuff, which was really cool because then that gives the explanation for further, kaijus later on. Like, if you're not doing a space monster or you're doing a genetic aberration, and it's just another monster from Godzilla's times, like, okay, that makes sense. Dug out of the ground, came from the same time Godzilla did, that's why he's got to go fight him.
Yeah, and I understand that from a certain standpoint, because also back then our climate was different. So, there's radiation, more ammonia, there's more this, there's more that, there was more, there's so many more minerals and elements and chemicals at the time.
And I believe, I'm sorry, sorry, an episode of Cosmos actually just talked about this.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was Neil Tyson deGrasse walking around with, like, super centipedes and stuff. As he put it, it's like, the Earth was super rich with oxygen, so you had bugs the size of minivans running around. Which, on a side note, is it just me or does Neil Tyson deGrasse feel like the Lando Calrissian of the science community?
Yes, he very much is. I was actually just thinking the same thing.
Like, I just expect him to be, just going up to women, being very suave, and just literally dropping science on people.
Yes.
In fact, you know what?
Yes.
We need to get him and Bill Nye the Science Guy together and have them star in as a Lando and a Han Solo type characters in various adventures where they just use science to beat the crap out of people.
That is a brilliant idea. You guys heard it first. This idea is patented and copyrighted and trademarked by all rights reserved by Chris Eaton. Because verbal confirmation is it's the best type of confirmation. But yeah, no, I mean, I understood that, but, that type of explanation of where Godzilla came from, because a lot of my friends was like, no, I could buy that, like dinosaurs were bigger then, and they're constantly finding larger and larger fossils. However, I understand that a lot of people enjoyed the original explanation, that he was something, where it was testing and human involvement, and it was kind of a result of intervention by people, that we created something like a monster. You know what I mean? Like that we were involved in the reason why we kind of have Godzilla and stuff, but some people didn't like that. They don't like the concept, the idea. They prefer something much more simple, which was, primitive. Because there was less of a political warfare explanation for it.
Yeah, I saw people take a bit of umbrage with that, if you will, to the fact that it's like they took away a lot of the atomic metaphor.
Yes.
Which which I argued, look, the first movie was very high up on that, and in other movies, they kind of re-examine the themes, mostly Biollante. But for the most part, after the second one, it turned into, a romper room of giant monsters beating the crap out of each other. So I think we need to kind of get off the high horse of the fact that, yes, he was a nuclear allegory. It feels like the community is almost using that as a security blanket to try to explain to non-fans of, like, how serious Godzilla is.
Right.
And look, I'm not trying to kind of rag on it. Look, the first film is brilliant. It's a great thing. But you're going to look at King Kong versus Godzilla. You're going to look at Godzilla versus the sea monster in the same light as the original one. As it's a great atomic metaphor. When literally there are points in Sea Monster where he's, like, literally napping and hanging out with an island girl. And yes, I know it was supposed to be King Kong, but Toho just said screw it, and it's like we're just throwing Godzilla doing the same mannerisms. So clearly they didn't care after that point. They cared about the one almighty god, the mighty yen or dollar, whichever country you're in.
Right. No, I get what you mean. But there was so much with the film that I was thinking as I was watching it. And I understand, like, people said Aaron Taylor Johnson was a very bland character. I mean, in a way, yes, but we're mostly using just kind of his point of view to kind of follow the story. I don't necessarily feel that Elizabeth Olsen and the son's character was really needed, but it's a human interest to tug at the fact that this soldier had a family and he's trying to find his way back to his family.
Yeah.
No, he's not a soldier that's just going. I mean, either way, I think it would have worked. No, but I mean, I can't wait for all the memes when Avengers 2 come out. However, because that's all I was thinking. However, you know, there's a lot to it. You know, if you shut down the city, why are kids on the bus going through a bridge? I mean, I don't know, but those are all kinds of smaller things. There was actually a lot of things that I did enjoy, but much like my feeling toward the Nolan Batman films, it's always moments that I really enjoy. And, you know, and the moments I enjoy is, obviously, this is one of the few moments I think Max really did his research well with the military. They are, obviously, I had one friend who's a tank commander and was like, first of all the tanks that were on the bridge driving with the hatch open or something like that, they would have all been fired or let go. But I think that was an oversight. However, the military was trying to make wise decisions.
Yeah.
And they weren't trying to. You always have the movies that are like, what's 100,000 people to save 2 million or something.
Yeah.
However, the person in command was like, no, we don't want to harm the citizens. We want to draw them away, draw Godzilla and Mutos away, you know, and try to make it so we have the least damage and we can try to take out all of them at once, or whatever their plan, their line of thinking was, you know. And I liked that because they were trying to help people. And among the band of brothers, there wasn't one dude who was thinking he's the big gun, who's like, no, well, what do you know? Just because your dad, you know, worked in Japan. There was none of that. They were all, I mean, there was that one soldier that was scared of whatever was happening, but they didn't really seem to have any real conflict, you know, and I really liked that. And the fact is that they let him on because he was the only one, I think, that was able to work with bombing devices.
Yeah, he was.
You know, detonating devices. They, you know, there was some tiff a little back and forth, but they let him on. They didn't try to do kind of like a macho comparison of who was better than us. There was no like twin complex among the men.
Yeah.
And even when they tried to get it across the bridge, they split up into teams. They were trying to help each other. There was no like, no, I can disarm it better than you can. He's like, no, this is analog. I know what I'm doing. And then they were like, all right, we'll let you do it. There is no fighting among, you know, no fighting among the group, which I really like, because there's no need for extra drama. I know people like that stuff, but there was no need for that. You know, and they tried, you know, to make things, they were trying to make, the military actually had a really great plan. You know, however, I know Ken Watanabe's plan of let them fight is more awesome in a Rock'em Sock'em Robot type of way. However, you know, the risk is, how do they know Godzilla's going to win? Yeah. None of us were alive back in the Stone Age.
Exactly.
So, but it would have been fun to see them fight more. I actually really felt bad for the Mutos. You know, when they were handing off the radiation to each other, I'm like, they just want to be alone and have babies. They're so cute. They're in love. Leave them alone. I was like so sad. I was like, "Aw," during the film, and my friends turned around and they were like, "No, they're the enemy, Chuck. The enemy." And then I was like, I can't help it. I rooted for the Kaiju during the Pacific Rim movie. You know, but it was really great, especially the fights. I felt like Godzilla doesn't exhaust that easily, but he seemed to. Maybe he's been in the water too long. I don't know what's happening. Perhaps he was snoozing. I did like, obviously, it was 2 versus 1, you know, so I mean, I could see how he seemed, there were moments where he seemed like he was outmatched, and then moments where he was pulling a moment from Miracle with Kurt Russell, where all of a sudden he's making a comeback.
Yeah.
However, you know, I mean, there's 2 of them, you know, one's bigger than the other, one flies, you know. I love the favorite parts are obviously the tail splitting, the in half, and of course the building falls on top of him. And then when I was pretty sure they were gonna just open up the jaw of the Mutos, much like I would do to my dog when he accidentally eats a chicken bone, and just pry its jaws open. But then the atomic breath came. The moment I saw his body start to glow, I freaked out. Nobody around me knew what was happening. None of my friends knew what was happening. And when the atomic breath came out, they were like, oh my God, this is what we've waited 2 hours for. They absolutely know. That was great. That was amazing. I know some people don't like his character design. Personally, I like it. I think he looks like a vinyl teddy bear, like something that's real cute, you know, like a Pop Funko figure, those big ones that are 9 inches tall.
Yeah.
You want to hug it because it's cute, but it's kind of hard because it's made out of a solid material. Godzilla, the way he moved, the way he walked, he looked very like a teddy bear, a tired teddy bear. When he went back into the ocean, I was thinking of the memes of Sad Keanu, or also of Ben Affleck next to the Batmobile.
Oh, the sad Batman memes.
Yeah, where he just kind of lumbers back into the ocean like it ain't no thing.
Yeah.
But he was just like, whoop, here it goes. I can only imagine like Mystery Science Theater 3000 doing a voiceover where he's just talking, especially when he decides to take a nap and then wake up. You know?
Yeah.
Just to know, when he got up, everyone around him is dead, by the way, people. Because when he got up, he most likely stepped on about 50 people.
There's a good chance of that. There's a very, very good outside chance of that. They don't show you, though.
They don't show you, no. Just like they don't show whether that dog survived or not. And I remember still thinking at the part, I'm like, Chris, you freaking lied to me to scare my feelings. That dog did not survive. However, my friends had a 3 theory why it survived. You know, dogs are faster than humans. Dogs have better survival instincts. By the time the water actually reached him, it most likely receded because it's a wave. It's not a flood.
Yeah.
It's a wave. And it most likely the dog, like most animals, have climbed to a higher area.
Yeah.
I personally think the dog is dead, and that actually was on my mind for about 10 minutes. However, I was like, Chris Eaton, you suck. But my friends were like, no, I think your friend's right. I do think the dog survived. You know, but there was a lot. I do like the fact that you see the fighting on the background of the TV, and Ford's son yells, look, Mommy, dinosaurs are fighting. Because that's very reminiscent to how we felt or how I felt as a child. Is when I'm watching it, I think it's dinosaurs fighting. You know, so there was a lot of that, and the Mutos looked great. I love the part with the train scene where you think you've been in the mountain, but the person's actually. I mean, can they not feel it breathing? I don't know, but it was there above them this entire time.
It was. And they did cheat a little bit with that. The fact that it was just kind of hanging out there and you didn't really hear it. Now, you know it's close because you see all the fire and everything coming from, for the military fighting it down river. But the fact that it was just kind of like hanging loose, just against the mountainside when they showed up, that was a little bit of a cheat. But I gave them it.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I actually liked the character design. I mean, it's a little small, but I can see that. However, I have friends who are like, oh no, I really like the character design, and some are like, his head is slightly too small. And I want him to have bigger eyes.
Yeah, I mean,
I liked his eyes.
You know what? The designs felt like, especially for the female. The female felt like they took the main Cloverfield concept, bulked it up, and then added a lot of like the iris characteristics from Gamma 3.
Right.
Especially with like the glowing eye head kind of thing and just the shape of it. And the actual main head designs felt very, I want to say Gauss-ish in design as well, like especially the newer ones.
Right. I get what you mean.
But they worked well. They pulled it off very well. I enjoyed them. Are they gonna be more memorable? No, I think they're gonna go in that category of like where Orga stands. It's like unique design. They'll probably stand the test of time higher than like characters like Orga and stuff like that. But they're I don't know. I kind of lost my train of thought where I was going with this. But yeah, they're okay. They're
There's
okay.
so much to think about.
Yeah, I'm listening to you, and I'm also putting together my little cliff notes in my head. What the stuff I want to touch upon in a minute.
Yeah, I mean, a friend actually said that it's overall not a bad movie, but it would be a great Godzilla film in 45 minutes. So actually, a lot of my friends came back and they rewatched most of the 28 movies, and their Facebook status says it's not because Godzilla is bad. It's a pretty decent movie, and there are much worse movies out there, and that the fighting was absolutely great. However, they were like, we felt like we needed more Godzilla to satiate our appetite. More Godzilla fighting, so they went back and they were watching like Destroy All Monsters and the original Gojira, and they were watching, Godzilla versus MechaGodzilla. So they were watching like a bunch because I saw their Facebook stats. But I do think that of course, when I came out, I heard a guy behind me go, "Well, there's always the next Gamera film," which we saw that it was announced because we talked about it. However, I do see this film. I definitely see it having a sequel, and I will be very, very excited, and I will look forward to the sequel. I think the sequel will actually have more Godzilla.
Oh yeah, it
already
definitely will.
established.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I kind of felt like there's a lot of teasing in the trailers that we saw, especially during WonderCon, and I was kind of hoping for more in this film. But, their fight scenes were definitely worth it at the end. I stayed all the way till the end of the credits because you never know, they might pull a Marvel. But they, sadly, alas, did not.
Yeah.
But I would have been really excited if there was.
I was talking to my buddy at the end of that. He got up and was like, I gotta go pee, dude. And I was staying throughout through the credits, and then literally as I got up and walked out, as I saw the blue screen hit, everyone was just like, "Oh!" And I see him standing there. I'm like, "We've all been horribly reprogrammed by Marvel."
Yes, we have.
We've all come to expect just little Easter eggs at the end for everything now. It is diabolical because it does gets people to sit through the credits. Something they 10 years ago you would never do. He was like, "Oh, credits up. Okay, let's go." But now it's like oh well. There's nothing? Oh, well, that just takes me out of the whole movie. How dare you?
Yeah, no, I know what you mean. But, no, and thinking back, I really love the Halo jump. It was a gorgeous scene. They had a couple of things like when Ford says, "Can we kill it?" It's not in the film. Also, I like the fact that he didn't grow up to be a severely damaged person, despite what happened to his mom, and obviously his dad is now searching for all kinds of things. Answers. He didn't grow up to be a damaged person. He has a wife and a child, and even though his dad needs to be bailed out, he goes and he gets him, and, he helps him out when they want to go back to their old home place, hometown. Like, he's not a damaged person because there's no need for that extra drama.
Yeah.
And plus, the dad doesn't even make it half of the film, so there's no need for that. We don't need an emo kid doing things the entire time. So, there were a lot of really good points. And there was a lot of points I wish they were a little bit different or a little bit stronger, but I feel like, this would be a good lead up to a second film. And there are movies out there where the sequel is better than the first.
Some would argue, a lot of people would argue that's exactly the way with the Batman trilogy.
I thought you were going to say Captain America.
Yeah, people would say that too. Like I said, my dad hated the first Captain America, loved the second Captain America, so... But as he put it, though, it's like they got Captain America down in the second one more than they did in the first one, and also he said that they improved the costume, greatly too. But the same with Batman. It's like Batman Begins, another legendary film. Not a whole lot of Batman in it. It's mostly a character piece, and when you get him, It's really good. But then The Dark Knight comes out, and you have a strong villain. You have interesting. Story to go along with it, and then you actually got a lot more Batman for your buck too, as well. So, there's I got a feeling Legendary knows what they're doing with it. They have a much better track record than many other studios, and they do have their occasional misses, like the first the first Clash of the Titans. I would say was a definite miss. But then again, they're also responsible for stuff like Watchmen, which I still hold Watchmen to be like a great movie. So I think I think that continuing the series in their hands is going to be a good thing, especially once 8 years from now when Part 3 is coming out and everyone's looking back, and I do think it'll bring the fandom into a much better light than it already has been. So.
Right. Right. No, I get exactly what you mean. And, there was a lot of it that, as a kid, I was so excited. I mean, first of all, I was telling my mom, she was like, there is no pleasing you. And I was like, one day I'll make a great Godzilla film my way. Possibly first person I call would be you. However, I told him, I go, but is 100% better than 1998. And my mother was like, okay. And so she didn't say anything, but she was trying to wrap her head around how it's 100% better, but yet not exactly what I wanted.
Well, it's like yeah. Well, it's the thing. There's no pleasing anybody, but it's also like that IMAX picture you posted of it says Godzilla in IMAX now with 100% less Matthew Broderick.
I did post that on my Facebook.
It's up on the Facebook page if you want to check it out. Whoever put that up there on that electronic sign deserves at least a nice Coke. Just a tall glass. Like, here you go. You deserve this.
Yeah, it's on like a marquee that shows the time and date. Yeah, it's just the showing time and the title of the movie. Yeah. Oh my God. Oh, I wanna. Oh, it was hilarious. So, yeah, when I saw that, I was like, I have to repost this and then like tag every Godzilla friend I know on my Facebook list.
All right. So overall, what would you rate the movie at? It's like 1 out of 5.
Oh, I thought we were gonna do grading like elementary school, not the check and check buses, but like A through E.
Yeah, I don't want to stereotype, but like a true Asian though, you get properly stamp it. Okay, so out of from an F to an A, where would you put this then?
B plus.
Solid B plus.
Yep. And pluses count.
Yes. Oh, yes, they do. Unless you watch Community, once you find out that minuses aren't real.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I made that Community reference to a lot of my friends, and sadly, most of them did not get it.
They just kind of looked at you with like dead eyes, like, "What are you talking about?"
And then I said, now that show is sadly canceled, you now have no excuse to just marathon through.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it's a great show. Season 4 gets a little rocky, but it picks back up in Season 5.
It does, and R.I.P. It's in a movie.
Yeah.
I mean, there might be some way. Maybe Hulu or Netflix will make an semi-original series, but Arrested Development style. But we'll see. Hopefully.
All right.
Yes.
Well, as for my take, as I kind of positioned earlier, I saw the movie twice. I saw it within a 48-hour period of each other. So I saw it opening night Thursday in IMAX, and then I went Saturday night, took my dad, and saw it in Dolby Atmos with 2D. So, and there were two very different screenings. IMAX, obviously, I was hyped. I was just like on a Godzilla sugar rush. I had, I got there early, got my seat, I got my giant Mr. Pibb, I got my nice pretzel, I got all the accoutrements I could think of, sat down. Theater was packed, which really brought like a tear to my eye, because the fact that I was just there 2 weeks prior to see Amazing Spider-Man, the same showing, and the theater was like a quarter full. So it really showed, it's like, oh wow, people really are like really want to see this film. So part of the issue was I had two buddies that were supposed to come, and I was texting them, I was like, dude, I can't, I got people hounding me for these seats, where are you at? And no one's returning me. So I'm kind of fretting over that. My other buddy shows up, I give him the buffer seat, but we still have like people hounding us. So movie starts, I'm like, all right, whatever. So turn off the phone, sit down. Movie's rolling. Where we're sitting, the 3D wasn't the greatest. And normally we go see things in IMAX specifically for the 3D, because usually IMAX 3D, the true IMAX. I'm talking about the giant, massive auditorium with the huge screen, not the Not not the crappy new ones that they have put where it's just like a slightly bigger screen with the IMAX sound system in like a normal auditorium. So the Ontario one over here in California has the giant screen, and usually the 3D is spectacular because the projector is awesome. For some reason though, the 3D, I think it might just be the post conversion process just really muddled the crap out of the picture, because I'm sitting there watching it and you slightly turn your head and it's all hazy, and there are points when like it didn't really even matter. It felt like I was just watching normal 2D because it wasn't even really popping like say, as bad as Spider-Man Amazing Spider-Man 2 was, it had brilliant 3D. 300 Rise of an Empire 3D was awesome. The last 4 or 5 films we saw there were fantastic in 3D. This, nothing. And on top of that, the freaking AC wasn't working. Like, it was...
Oh, God.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, for everyone who didn't know, how hot was it that day?
Let's see, it was 104 out where I was. That was out in the Inland Empire in California. So that's a big deserty area. And it was 104 around 1:45 p.m. And the movie started at 7, so it had dropped to a lovely 94 degrees outside. And yeah, and you have a theater packed with about 300 people and no AC working. So it got a little moist. I'm not gonna lie. Halfway through, I'm like sweating, and my heart's kind of racing because it's hot, and I'm like, what the heck is going on? So I turn to my buddy. I'm like, hey man, does it feel like the AC's off in here? And I see a bead of sweat roll down his head. He's like, yeah. So I saw the dude next to him get up and go and complain. He comes and is like, yeah, I just told him like the AC's off. You turn it on. And then I look over to the other side. Another person got up and came back a couple minutes later and said, yeah, I told him to go turn the AC on. And this was about 45 minutes into the film. So the point where Godzilla is shoving the Mutos down the streets, I kind of look, I'm like, it's been like a good hour. The AC is still not on, and we're all like sweating, and it just reeks of humanity in this place. It smells like a petting zoo now. So that was kind of taking me out of it, because I'm a large man and I don't do well in the heat. So my head was just kind of like yeah, I'm enjoying it. I'm in this, but it's just like, oh God, it's just hot, and you can just smell the odor off of everyone in there. So that took me a bit out of the out of the experience. And the other thing was, yeah, I hyped myself up a bit for it, and it was going along. I knew not to expect a ton of Godzilla, but when the fight scenes came along, the thing that was bothering me was the cutting away as soon as they did when they started. It was just like, okay, enough with the teasing. Just give us the big payoff, because that's what a lot of reviews are reading. It's like, oh, the ending fight scene was fantastic, and I'm sitting there watching. I'm like, it's good, but it's very minimalistic, and to a point towards it almost got annoying. So when I walked out of the movie and into the AC, I'm just like, oh, I can breathe again. My buddy turns to me, he's like, so, huh? Did you like it? Because they always give me crap because I hyped Cloverfield up so much, and then walked out of it hating it. So they're expecting this again. I'm like, no, but you know what? Give me like a day to really sit on this. She's like, oh, you didn't like it? I'm like, no. It's not that I didn't like it. It's just something felt off. So, cut to literally a week ago from when we were from this night when we were recording this Saturday. I grabbed my dad because I told him, hey, we're gonna go watch Godzilla. We go watch it at a Krikorian movie theater and by my house. They had just put the Dolby Atmos sound system in there. So if you don't know what that is like the top of the line sound system. This is like literally 360 degrees up and down of sound, and it is awesome. So we sat in there, watched it 2D, the Atmos, and the second Godzilla comes on screen and it roars, it's just like beating you in the face with just sound, and it's just like, whoa. And it was a completely different experience. Walking out that second time, there was so much more I noticed about the film that I was like, wow, I didn't see that the first time. I dug it far more, and my experience of what it came out is, I like this movie a lot. Is it a perfect film? No. But is it a suitable Godzilla film? Yes, in many ways. And it was the fact that they got a lot of the character traits that I really wanted down. And the fact that even the first time out, I didn't even really notice. It's like, oh yeah, Godzilla was the good guy in this movie. Because the way the trailers build, it's like he's the big anti-hero. He's just this mass, force of nature. And he really wasn't. It was really more Godzilla circa 1970s, where he's fighting Hedorah, he's fighting Megalon, he's fighting, Gigan and Ghidorah, where he is the hero. Except this one, they gave him a bit of the Detective Murtaugh edge from the Lethal Weapon movies, where he was too old for this S. Literally, you see, towards the end, when he's just beat to hell and gets up and he's just kind of trudging along, he's like, God, I hate this job, but he's got to do it.
Yes, he does.
Yeah.
He lumbers like a dude that has to go to work to pay for a bill for his 18 children.
Pretty much, which gives a little more credence to the scene when he first shows up, when he faces down the wing Muto, and you just see how angry he is. It's literally, I was having a nice vacation, and you called me away from it, so now I gotta curb stomp the crap out of you.
He acts like he's like a unwittingly known hero. He doesn't even know he is a hero.
Mm-hmm.
He's just pretty much doing what he needs to do and then goes back.
Yeah.
But he doesn't know that a butterfly effect or something, that he saved everyone's lives.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was the other thing too. Is just the fact that the monsters are so just they don't even bat an eye to any of the humans. We are literally ants, and they're just going along, doing their thing. They don't even care. We're opening fire on them. Whatever. We're just walking away. We're literally we are the literal gnats of their existence. Especially the scene when Godzilla shows up in San Francisco the first time. He raises out of the water, and they open fire on him. And he grabs the bridge, trying to get support. He's just he literally is crawling out of bed. His knees are aching. He's just and then he's got bomb blast coming on. He's like, screw this. I gotta go to work. And he's just trudging through into the city. It doesn't even pay any mind to him at all. And I like the fact that the military finally learns, okay, just stop and let him go do his thing. Which is nice, because every other Godzilla movie is just keep bombing him. It's not working. I don't care. Just keep bombing him. So there was stuff like that. There was the moments when, especially during the fight scene with the Muto, when, especially when the flying Muto's hooking him in the mouth, and you could just see him rolling his eyes. He's you could just literally hear him say, "Oh, God damn it, come on!" There's looks of annoyance. There's look of anger. He goes through the emotional spectrum. He literally does feel like an actual actor in the film, which is the one thing I really wanted out of this movie when they announced it. Was don't do what the Emmerich film did and just make him literally just a mindless animal running around. He has to have character traits. He has to have almost human character traits. That's what really makes him stand out from other giant movie monsters. King Kong's the only other one that I think that during that era that really they got it right. I think that's the guys at Toho watch Kong, especially Super I. He's look, there's character to him. There's all these traits and stuff. Let's put that into our monster, and that's what I think makes Godzilla so endearing today. There's, as much as people were complaining about how unrelatable the Aaron Taylor Johnson's character was, because he's just kind of a blank check of a character. Godzilla has traits well, he's mad, he's sad, he's all this. You can kind of relate to him, and that's part of what makes him great. Then the fact he's a big monster that breathes fire. And that was one of the other scenes that really stood out. When he's fighting the Muto, and then both Mutos just ragging on him, and he gets the upper hand, and you see Aaron Taylor Johnson. I think it was I don't remember if it was before or after they blow up the nest. I think it might have been after, when the big Muto shows up and it's just getting ready to smash Aaron Taylor Johnson, and then you see Godzilla kind of come out of nowhere, smacks the big Muto, and then you see the tail just kind of come out of the darkness, and you see those blue lights light up. That to me was just oh man, the sound it makes, that foo 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 foo, as each spike just lights up, and then the fire just shoots out as a glory, and it looks like real fire too. That's what I loved. It wasn't just a beam. It was actual, an atomic breath. There was you could see him the fact that he puffed up. Like he took a huge breath in. Like he could see him just like he was like a dude sucking in his gut. Like a hot chick comes around and he just sucks it all in. And he's got that big barrel chest, and then he just leans forward and shoots that fire at the Muto. Which some people were like, well, it didn't do that much effect. I'm like, it had an effect. But if you really look at every time Godzilla uses his fire breath, the first few times, it doesn't do much. It's a matter of you have to wear down the opponent for it to really work. That's how it works. It blows stuff up because things are combustible, but when you go with the Street Fighter rules. You can't beat a character unless you cheat in like 2 punches. It doesn't work that way. You can do it in real life. You can hit someone in the jaw and knock them out, but I always assume that Godzilla characters follow video game fighting rules where you have to wear down an opponent before you apply the finishing move to take him out. That's kind of how it works, and that's how the atomic breath works. Yes, it's his big, it's his trump card, but unless you wear him down enough, it doesn't finish the job in one blast. But it was just such a great scene, especially when he's just unloading on him, and the fact that there's no explanation. It's like, yeah, he breathes fire, and everyone was just looking like, what the hell is he doing? It's like, apparently he breathes fire. All right, let's just move on. I thought that was fantastic. I did like the fact that the Mutos had a lot of personality to themselves. The male, especially, just kind of just being an overall. He seemed like an overall dick more than anything else. Like, just it's hard to explain, but he did come off as kind of like it's kind of as a little bit of a douchebag in monster terms. The female seemed pretty much just kind of there for the sake of being there for something as big for Godzilla to fight. I did like the fact that they kind of followed the kind of spider kingdom rules where the female's always bigger than the male, and then the fact that they gave him different traits. The female can't fly, the male can fly, so it made for a very interesting fight between the two at the end. The 2-on-1 fight where the male is like dragging Godzilla by the head and throwing him around while the female can like literally just just pound on him and stuff like that. I thought that was great. The moments, like the building of like Godzilla showing up was great. There was a lot of very Spielbergian moments in this, just like a lot of characters, like just the shots of like faces reacting to stuff. The movie did feel like it took a lot of Jurassic Park moments. The thing that really stood out to me the most was when the male Muto blew out of its cocoon and they're trying to shock it, and there's that quiet moment and you see the claw come up and grab the cables, and it makes the exact same sound that the T-Rex claw makes when you see him come into Jurassic Park the first time when the power's off, and you hear the cable snap when he breaks out of that. I swear to God, that's the exact same sound that the Muto makes when he breaks out of his little prison. The teasing, that's fine. Like, especially the first fight between Godzilla and the Muto, when you just see it on TV, I'm like, oh, that's great. But the problem was when they came down to the final fight, they did not. I wanted them to kind of just linger on the fights a little bit longer. I know everything was kind of done in a from a perspective, especially from the human perspective, which I thought was great. It gave the shots a lot more scale and just overall oomph to them. But the fact that, okay, so the character turned away, we're just going to keep following these dudes and, see everything in the background. It's like, just kind of, this is what you've been building to. Let us have our cake. Like, you've been teasing us, like, we're baking it. We're, the smell's coming. Like, oh, it smells great. Putting the icing on it. Putting the little candles. Okay, blow it out. You can have a little piece at the end. That's all you get. It's like, what about the rest of it? The rest of it's for later. It's like, you just worked me up for this delicious cake, and you're only going to let me have a small taste of it. Yeah. It's like, that's not fair, and that's not cool. That's the one thing I could really say about this movie that I did not, that just bugged me to no end, was the fact that they really came up short on that big final scene. And I know everyone complains about the disaster porn that we get in films today, especially a lot from Man of Steel, and I do think that Man of Steel might have affected how the final shot, the final battle of Godzilla turned out, because there were people who loved the ending of Man of Steel with the fight between Zod and Superman, but there were so many people who were just like, all they did was just bash each other and just buildings fell. It's like, what was I getting out of that? It's like, yeah, You're getting two guys who are essentially gods beating the hell out of each other, and what do you think's going to happen? They're just going to tiptoe around the city? No, they're going to be doing stuff that you can't see in real life, and that's why they're putting it up there. And when there was such a backlash to that, I got a feeling that because it's produced by Legendary, the people, especially like Thomas Tull at Legendary, were like, let's scale back a little bit on the mass wanton destruction and just give it to the people in like little doses. And as much as I'm complaining about it, there were a lot of people that really liked that. The fact that it wasn't all like disaster porny at the end. I would argue differently, as many people would argue, but that's just me.
Right. No, I get what you mean. And there was even a comparison chart afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
Someone made these little memes that was like Godzilla and the two Mutoses.
Mm-hmm.
Their destruction, or how much it would cost to rebuild the city, is like way less than the estimated amount in Man of Steel.
Yeah. And you figure, too, that Man of Steel is two tiny dudes doing that much damage, which was part of the reason why it was so... Well, not only that, but the machine, the gravity machine they were using, that was also a reason for causing half the damage. I think a lot of people forget that, too. But, no, I mean, with Godzilla, I mean, the fights were great. There was... I do love that they shot a lot of the fights from perspectives that you normally would only get if people, like someone with a camera would be up there shooting it. It's far different from what we get from all the other films, and I know a lot of people are complaining. It's like, well, normally with the films you just focus on the monsters. I'm like, yeah, but we have 28 films now that do that exact same thing. Let them try something different. It's okay. We have other movies that give us those shots. I know the fact that this is the second big budget attempt, so you want to see what Toho shoots but done on a massive budget. That's not what they were aiming for with this film, and I accepted that long ago. This was going to be something different, but it was still going to try to be a Godzilla film. That was fine. I do think that it was a mistake killing off Bryan Cranston's character so early. I know it was pretty much just trying to be a ballsy move, but I think that if they let him hang on and followed Aaron Taylor Johnson a little bit, the fact that they could have at least given him a little more, at least his character. They're going to kill him off a little later in the film, so that way he has some sort of like personal redemption. The fact that he was right the whole time, like he knew there was something wrong with it wasn't a natural disaster that killed his wife that caused the power plant to collapse. It was something much grander that people were keeping quiet. And at least let him witness the scale of the fact that even though his wife died and he survived that there was something far bigger coming out of that. As for Aaron Taylor Johnson's character, I thought he was fine. A lot of people I saw complaining the fact that he's just conveniently where everything happens to be. I'm like, well, no, he's a military dude. His dad is trying to figure out what caused the power plant wreckage. So when his dad gets arrested, that's what brings him into it. They're there at the power plant where his dad was trying to break into. They get pulled into it. That brings him and him and his dad who had all that collective data, following the military as they're following the monsters. So it's only going to make sense that he's going to be there for most of the stuff. It makes sense the fact that he's the bomb diffuser, so he's following along with this bomb. Some of the points that people are making, it's like, well, why would they transport by train? It's like they pointed out the Mutos put out a massive EMP that goes way up in the air, and they show you what happens when planes are flying in the area. There was that shot from the trailer that's in the film of the all those cars going around that plane crash. So yeah, they're obviously going to take it on a steam engine. I mean, they make the whole point. You can't use modern electronics on this thing. So yeah, I bought into that fine. I thought his character was fine. His whole arc, his whole point was, as you said, was to be the eyes and ears for the audience. He's literally the avatar that we're playing in this game, that we see all this stuff go on. And that's really his main purpose, was just to get back home to his family. I don't need him to have any quirky traits. I don't need him to really be doing anything more than what he was doing in the film. He was perfectly serviceable, and he was perfectly fine. I like the fact that he didn't have to be directly involved with having to beat the monsters, and having to, be the guy that comes up with any of the stuff to beat the monsters. He was just like, you got a bomb, I know how to defuse it, it got stolen by these creatures, I can go help you. And that's pretty much it. And it puts him in the spot where we can get those awesome shots of Godzilla and the Mutos fighting. Fine with me.
Right.
As for Ken Watanabe's character, he's obviously going to be a character that's going to be coming back. So he's our exposition guy, explaining where these things come from, what they do, and that's cool. That's all he really needs to be. And the fact that they some people were saying like, man, they really wasted the star power on some of this cast. I mean, like, these are great actors. I would argue it's like. They gave them this because these are actors that at least would make the most out of what they were given. Some would argue that they didn't. Like Ken Watanabe, he was just kind of like he was slack-jawed most of the time, just kind of like either he looked like he just woke up and was just like groggy half the time, or he was just completely blown away by everything he was seeing.
Yes, a friend pointed out as if he was just shocked at every moment.
Well, it's been all this stuff that he knows is out there he's never seen firsthand himself, and the fact that like, oh wow, it's like literally, it's like you grew up living unicorns and you have unicorn toys and unicorn posters, and then one day there's a unicorn outside your door making coffee, and it's like you're gonna just have like, oh wow, that's cool, there's a unicorn. It's like, no, you're gonna be blown away a bit. So you got to take it in, and that's what he was taking in, and the fact is like, wow, I was right the whole time. There's all this crazy cool crap out there. Wow.
Did you like the part when he had to bring out his father or grandfather's watch to remind them it was what happened in like 1944, 45?
Yeah, I get that. It's much like the it got a little heavy-handed. I know that was them trying to put the horrors of atomic bombs, that message into it. I did see it from the military's point of view, and I did see it from his point of view. They both made solid arguments. The fact was, when the lieutenant mentions like, we tried to blast him, but that was with weapons back then. Like, these weapons, like, we're talking from kilotons to megatons. It's like the one that we blasted him with in 1954 looks like a firecracker compared to this thing. They're like, yeah, they're attracted to the radiation, but the blast will probably kill him. It makes sense. Makes sense. But at the same time, he's also pointing out, it's like, they eat the damn radiation, so how are you going to blow it off before are you going to be able to blow it off before they even, break the thing and suck it dry? So, and if not, the blast, if they're not near the blast, or they can survive the blast, all they're going to do is just suck up all the radiation around it. So, they both made strong, solid points. A lot of people were just kind of overlooking. It's like, yeah. So, but yeah, I didn't have an issue with that. I really didn't have many issues. The main issue I had, besides the fight scenes, was the fact that they decided not to detonate they decided to detonate the bomb instead of fixing it, even though they had a couple of minutes. That seemed a little, and the fact, much like the bomb in Batman and Dark Knight Rises, that it's like, yeah, it only went off a couple of miles out at sea.
I was gonna say, Ford would have not made it on that helicopter.
No.
Everybody would have been gone. That mushroom cloud would have been
massive.
Ginormous.
And the EMP would have knocked out the helicopter too.
Right.
I mean, that's they cheated on that one. I would argue, though, that the fact that people would say that, the fallout alone would have killed all those people. They could probably explain it in the second film that Godzilla literally sucked up all the fallout. That's how he got back up and just walked away. That's what I'm reasoning off of it.
Right. And actually, to point out something else that, that they did really well, you were talking about they ate the radiation. Of course, everyone's reasoning is, why don't you just blow up the Mutos? And the commanding officer was like, well, we don't know what it will do because that's what they feed off, which is radiation. So we don't know how far the blast will be. We don't know how many people will be hurt. I like the fact that there's a thinking element to the military, and they weren't just trying like, yep, we tried to blow it up and it didn't work. I was like, why would you do that? Because other films would have just done it Michael Bay style, just to do it. So, but they didn't. They chose not to do it.
Yeah.
So I thought that was really good. But no, I was thinking the same thing at the end where, Ford's being picked up by the helicopter and he sees from his blurry point of view, the bomb goes off, and all I can think is, there's a Batman, the Dark Knight Rises moment here.
Yeah.
Because That's kind of a small cloud.
Yeah, I would be.
Small mushroom cloud.
It would. It's the fact that they really put out the fact it's like this bomb's pretty big. It's going to be killing 3 monsters, so, and it really wasn't that far out. It was probably about like what I would say 3 miles out, 4 miles out at the most, and they were trying to drag it 20 miles out. So, yeah, they got away with a cheat on that one too. There was a couple of them, but it wasn't enough to really kind of take me out of the film. It wasn't the level of Dark Knight Rises where there's like, look, I know he's Batman, but how in the hell did he get halfway around the world without anybody knowing? It wasn't as bad as that.
Right. No, I get what you mean.
Yeah. I thought the story was fairly solid. The fact that Godzilla turned out to be much more of a hero, and he acted a lot like the best elements of the '70s films combined with a lot of like the elements of like the late '90s films. I liked that call in the end. The design worked very well for me in the end. Just and like the little mannerisms, everything, especially that second time around with hearing the sound that Atmos gave. That there's amazing sound in this film. Like the sound design is off the wall. I love the Mutos have a very distinct call. That's one thing that really bugged me about especially like Cloverfield and Pacific Rim. It's like the beauty about Toho films, like each of the monsters have like a distinct call, even though a couple of them are just kind of recycled from other monster calls. At least they all sound different, and there's like you can hear them and you can automatically say, oh, well, that's this monster. Or like Anguillus, like at the beginning of the show, you know that's Anguillus. Godzilla has a distinctive, Rodan has a distinctive, Ghidorah does. They gave Godzilla and the Mutos very distinctive, roars too. The Mutos had that almost raptor-like clicking sound that they make, which I thought was very cool. And Godzilla's roar was a much better update than what I think the '98's roar was. I mean, it still retain the classic kind of baritone to it, but with just enough of like a real animal in there. So, yeah, overall, I would give it as you would. I would give it a solid B, and maybe B plus, maybe not, but a B definitely. In the annuals, I think I would need a couple more watches to where I would rate this in the annuals of Godzilla films. Is it going to be one of the best? Probably not, but it'll probably be up there with some of the better, more rewatchable films. Definitely a step above a lot of the '90s films, and it's a step above many of the Millennium films.
No, I can see that. Yeah, I can see that. I was going to ask you through your elementary school, middle school grading.
Mm-hmm.
What would you give it?
A solid B. A solid B, definitely a B. Much like you, maybe not a B plus, but definitely a B.
I thought you were gonna go with like an A minus or something.
No, there's still a lot of the film that just feels. Again, the whole aspect, as I put, like how much it goes like. Okay, let me say it like this. As I said on Twitter the night after, the '98 film rips off the '98 film rips off Jurassic Park, while this film pays perfect homage to Jurassic Park. The fact that they still tried to follow that kind of it truly wasn't its own thing in many ways. They were still aping a couple of things. They were aping really good things, but they're still aping certain aspects. It kind of took a little bit out of it for me. If you look at like the Millennium films, they are like these wild, wacky ideas that they just run with. But perhaps that's the reason why we don't have films from Japan anymore, because as much as the people, as much as like, well, we're trying something new, people weren't buying into it. And obviously the general public, from a $93 million weekend, which was far above what they were expecting, likes the fact that it has an air of familiarity to it. And I guess, that's what sells. That's what's going to sell. So, if the general public likes it and it's going to grant us more, all for it. As a hardcore fan, I liked it a lot. It has its issues, but it is nowhere near a bad movie in any way. But a great film, maybe not. But it is a very solid film. So I'll leave it. I'll leave it at it's a solid film. Definitely something I will buy, and definitely something I'm going to watch again.
I think I would definitely get it and then watch the fight scene. Or if someone could gladly do it for me on YouTube, just kind of do a cut, like a montage.
Yeah. Ironically, I was watching that for before we started for Reign of Fire. Someone had just cut all the dragon scenes together. It literally was like 13 minutes of the whole film. Which one people were complaining like, yeah, there's not a lot of Godzilla in this movie. It's like, well, whenever you look at like monster movies like that, the monster's never in the film a whole lot, and usually if he is, people complain it's like, well, they showed too much of the monster, it kind of took it out for me. So I'll say that, yeah, there wasn't a lot of Godzilla, but then again, in some of the later films, there's not. If you watch Godzilla vs. Megalon, he doesn't show up until the very end of the film, and that's all he does. He just shows up to fight. He has no bearing on the full outcome of the story. He's just there to fight. That's it. But much like Godzilla vs. Gigan, he pretty much spends 90% of the film swimming across the ocean, and then the entire third act, he's just fighting. That's all it is. So it's not like this kind of thing was not done before, and not done by the very people that created Godzilla. So I mean, yeah, you can complain, and I know why people are complaining is the fact that it's like this was supposed to be the true redemption for Godzilla, from especially what the Sony movie did, and they, for the most part, stuck the landing. They might have tripped up a bit on certain aspects, but I think they still did a pretty good job, though. And considering that this was a $160 million film, which sounds like a lot, and it is not a lot compared to like a lot of other films that are out there. Like The Amazing Spider-Man 2 costs, I believe, $220 million, and it does not look like a $220 million film. Godzilla, on the other hand, looks like a far more expensive film than it really is. So they had to make do with the budget that they had. So that meant not having a ton of monster scenes, and there was a lot of other effects stuff, like especially like the whole the whole part where they're in Japan and they're in the quarantine zone. I mean, you look at that; that was a beautiful shot, and that's all CG. So anyway, good solid film. I did ask a couple of people what they thought. Pull up the reviews here real quick. So, what did your friends think altogether, Jessica?
You know, a lot of my friends who were not Godzilla fans, they only really had two things to say.
Mm-hmm.
One, they wanted more Godzilla kaiju fighting.
Mm-hmm.
And two, they were pleasantly surprised because not all of them knew about his atomic breath, and that none of them was bothered by the glow.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't think it was cheesy. They didn't think it was hokey or anything. They were like, it was great. It's not like he like neon flash green yellow like a disco ball. So
yeah,
that was actually most of their two things. They were like, I wish there was more kaiju fighting,
mm-hmm.
and I wish there was more Godzilla. Obviously, less human interest. And I really, really liked the part where he opened up the mouth of the Mutos. Didn't see that coming. Thought he was just going to, pry it open like a pistachio.
Mm-hmm.
However, instead he blew atomic breath into it.
That was a cool shot.
So they really liked that.
It was something we've never really been given in any of the other films, too. We kind of got it with Godzilla 2000, but the fact that it really was kind of a cheat because, like, Orga was swallowing Godzilla like a python. You didn't really get that kind of effect that they did in this film. Going through the couple of comments we got on the Facebook page, Gary Johnson wrote, "My son Kyle and I loved it, enjoyed the human storyline, and the special effects were excellent. We both were happy that Godzilla was a hero. Just like some classic Showa-era films, we'll appeal to the mainstream, to the box office numbers support this. We have seen it twice, and we'll go again next weekend." We were dumbfounded by the reaction of another Godzilla-related podcast, though. So, again, some hardcore fans weren't caring for it. And then Heath Anderson said, "A slow burn that loves to tease, but well worth the wait. I loved it." So those are the reactions on our Facebook page. I know my dad loved it, and he's just a giant monster guy. He doesn't care much for ironically, the films that he turned me on to. He's just like, they're all cheesy, but he does love a good monster movie. And I'm like, so what do you think? He's like, oh God, son, that was great. It's like, that's how they should have been doing it from like the get-go. I'm like, well, when you have, $160 million and, the right person doing it, you obviously can, get something good out of it. So if he liked it, then, it really showed me that, the general public was really going to like it. So
that's true. That's true.
So in other news, though, we know that 93 million. So it made 100 million in 4 days, which was really damn good. X-Men is out this weekend, so it's taken a bite out of that, which I think everyone expected it to. When you have so many big movies together, they do cannibalize each other. So far, it's looking to have a 60% drop, which, yeah, sounds bad, but when most of your screens are being taken up by another heavy film, and it is a holiday weekend, that's understandable. You can't have, a constant, the movie's not going to make like 80 million the next weekend. Everyone's going to go see it the first weekend, and thus there's going to be a drop. But it's still making a decent amount of money. It's not like how much Spider-Man dropped in the second week, which it got beat out by a Seth Rogen film, which was saying something.
Yes, Neighbors.
Yeah. So yeah, Spider-Man's been eating it real bad. Godzilla, on the other hand, though, looks like it'll have steady legs for a while. But I do. Where was I going with this? Oh yeah. So 93 million. The movie did fantastic, far better than anyone expected, and thus, because of that, Walt Disney Pictures felt that Gareth Edwards was the perfect guy to hire for the first Star Wars spin-off film. So, did you hear about that, Jessica?
I did, because the moment that happened, I went on my news feed and there was nothing but Gareth Edwards' name written with Star Wars font in the beginning of the scroll-like text fashion.
Mm-hmm.
So people were very, very excited.
Yeah, so the news broke Thursday. Disney has hired Gareth Edwards to direct the first spin-off film. There was a lot of jokes like, "Oh, is he going to make the Rancor movie?" And I'm like, yeah, okay, cool. But the what he's doing yet has not been announced. It does come out in 2016, so that's literally the next thing he's jumping on. He's probably going to jump on it very soon. Which is, Disney's trying to get their, $4 billion out of this franchise that they invested into it. So good on them. And the fact that, he is visually a captivating director. I know some people have problems with Monsters with the human cast. It's just the story's very basic. I think he'll do fine with it. He directs, especially when the actors really have a grip on what they're doing, especially like Bryan Cranston. Bryan Cranston just kind of owned everything that he was, every moment he was in. So, getting the right, it's a matter of getting, just all the ingredients together. I think he'll do a fine Star Wars film. I know that he loves, much like many filmmakers, loves Star Wars. So, if it's rumored, he'll probably be doing the Red 5 movie, which is an X-Wing film, which will be very interesting. And then, literally like an hour after this announcement was made, Thomas Tull tweeted that, hey, congrats, Gareth, big news. Hey, we just want to let everyone know that as soon as he's done with that, he's coming back for Godzilla 2 and 3. So, we got not only a second one coming, which we knew literally the weekend after the film, hit. There's going to be a third one, so they're doing a trilogy. So they're literally doing their own Dark Knight trilogy with Godzilla. Depending on how those go, they'll probably do more. The fact that Gareth's coming back to have to do those two, I'm kind of mixed on it. I'm the type of person that doesn't feel that you need the same director for every... If you're doing a whole trilogy, you don't need one. You don't need the same guy to come back. I know for continuity's sake, to keep the story there. But Godzilla is something that is open. There's not going to be... clearly, that's not going to be a continuing story from the first one. Like, the only characters you could realistically bring back are Ken Watanabe and his assistant, whose name is escaping me at the moment. Obviously, they'll come back, but you can't. The Ford family's done. There's no reason to bring them back. So you can leave it open for another director to come in and give their take on Godzilla. The palette's already there, so they can work with what Gareth Edwards had made and add their own, flavor to it. So, the Legendary feels like, no, let's keep Gareth on him and keep making him. That's where they're going to go, that's where they go. That's fine. I'm not going to have... he's going to make, great movies. I get a feel... They already said that they want to do, like, a more monstery part 2. So, they kind of want to go Dark Knight with it. Just, like, bigger and badder. But, eventually I would like to see, other directors get a crack at it. I'm hoping that, excuse me. Ooh, throat's really dry. That the third one, the interest is still up there. That they keep making these, and they let other people come in and have a chance at we won't know that for 2017, 18. We're looking at probably 2018 for part 2 at the earliest. So
yeah, it might be a little while since he's got Star Wars, and also, I would be interested in seeing, like you said, other directors' take on it. I can only imagine what a, Del Toro take on Godzilla would be. Definitely not a Tim Burton or Tarantino. However, there's also other great directors out there. I swear, somebody's going to comment and say Whedon. However, there are other directors like Gareth Edwards was, for many people, kind of not a well-known, little known until now, and that Halo jump was one of the most gorgeous scenes. So it was like a concept art or a painting come to life. So, there's ones, of course someone's going to be like, what would J.J. Abrams' version of Godzilla be?
I'm going to leave it
other than with lens flares.
I'm going to put it out there right now. I don't care what a J.J. Abrams version is going to look like. I have no care whatsoever if he does it.
Oh, some people really like him.
I know some people really like him. You know what? I liked Star Trek Into Darkness a lot, so I'm hoping that, Star Wars is pretty good, but until then, I'm gonna take a wait and see approach to that. Like, he's very hit and miss for me now, and at the point where I really kind of don't care what he does anymore.
I could actually see the Russo brothers doing one, because I kind of saw what they did with Winter Soldier. Yeah. And also, if I can pronounce, is it the Wachowski brothers?
Oh, I would love the Wachowskis. Jupiter Ascending looks fantastic. I'm like one of 5 people who are looking forward to that film.
Yeah, but no, it would be really, really interesting. I would be interested to see what Favreau's take on it would be.
I think Favreau would do a very good movie. The thing is, Favreau's not big on action. If you watch the Iron Man movies, the action's there, but it's not like grand scale stuff, especially fights. He clearly does not like doing fights. The fight between Ironmonger and Iron Man at the end is very short and to the point. The fight between War Machine and Iron Man against Whiplash is non-existent at all in the film. It's literally a minute and a half of the film. So he'd probably do a very good character piece movie with spectacle to it. I would love to see the guy that made Troll Hunter. Let him take a crack at it. I know he's got a couple of things coming up, but I would love to see Legendary give him a shot. God, who else is out there? I'm trying to think who would do spectacle. I think Alan Taylor, the guy that did the last Thor film, I think he'd make a pretty good one. I like Thor Thor Dark World a lot. So, but yeah, there's a lot of guys out there I think that would love to take a crack at Godzilla, and I'm hoping Legendary opens it up, lets other people playing that Sandlot. So, just a lot of stuff going on. So we're back. We obviously have something to talk about for this show, as a little movie came out while we were on break. So we are going to review that film for today's episode. And of course, Jessica, what am I talking about?
We are talking about Kong Skull Island.
Legendary's second chapter into their now dubbed Monsterverse. So, we've all been... The build-up to it was pretty good. We all thought, when this was first announced, how was this going to be? And then all the drama leading up to it, the moving from Universal to Warner Brothers, the fact that they were establishing a shared universe, and Kong and Godzilla are going to eventually meet up and beat the crap out of each other. It's exciting times, but what was going to be of a 1970 set King Kong film on Skull Island? All right, Jessica.
I actually do have a lot. I guess I would have a lot to say on it.
Well, the floor is yours.
Hopefully. Also, if I sound a little wonky, I am outside. I apologize. But I would want to say, at first, I'm not very excited because, and I hate to say this, the longer people know me, the more they'll find out I'm not really a primates person. So I'm not.
You like things that are furry and have 4 paws.
Yeah, I'm more of creatures in terms of fighters, arachnids, centipedes, and I like giant people, like Attack of the 50-Foot Woman. Obviously, I love Godzilla, all things that are lizard-like. I'm not really like a primate person. So from things like Gorilla Grodd to when the Justice League gets turned into apes, I don't know, just something about, and then War of the Planet of the Apes and all that, I'm not really into it. However, the more I saw commercials, or trailers, the more I kind of got excited for it because we kind of saw more than just Kong. I was actually much more excited about that giant water buffalo and the giant spider than I was for actual Kong, but I knew that he was essential to the story. So as the trailers went on, I became more and more excited. When we did see Godzilla in 2014, it was really good, but we didn't get to see enough of him as I would like. So I only had kind of one recourse, which was as long as we saw more Kong, then I would have been completely happy. So when I did finally see it, I heard a lot of really good reviews. I noticed our Kaiju friends either really like it, and those who are not really into Kaiju films did not like it. So I guess I was leaning more toward the reviews of my Kaiju friends. And so I went in. I saw it like a week later than everybody else because I was really busy. However, when I did finally see it, for me, it did live up to the hype for those who really enjoyed it because we saw a lot more Kong, and that was my only requirement. And I was really, really excited because you can also be able to see his facial expressions. And one of the things I really liked was that there was no love thing between Brie Larson's character and Kong. There was none of that. There was none of the Beauty and the Beast thing going on, but I understand it works for the original. So I actually really, really loved it. There was some moments where you can tell, hey, they're trying to make Tom Hiddleston and Brie Larson the next action heroes, obviously for Captain Marvel, and you want to believe that Tom Hiddleston is more than Loki. Yeah, they're like the part where he puts on the Oh, is this a spoiler one? Oh, I realize. Are we about to just give away spoilers?
No, we're about a month out. If you're listening to this, you obviously have seen the film, so consider this. We're going deep in. Like we're not holding anything back.
Okay. Like the part where he puts on the gas mask, gets like a machete knife sword. Oh, the sword. I'm sorry, from John C. Reilly's character, and then takes out, the flying creatures. That was very cinematically shot for him to look badass and amazing. And any woman who is straight who doesn't like him now likes him now. So it was one of those moments. And also with Brie Larson, the way she shoots the flare gun at the end, nobody looks that majestic or determined when they're doing it. You're possibly bloodied up and like crying at that point. So they were obviously scenes to look good. But if you were to just excuse that, it's overall a pretty good monster film. It's not meant to. People were judging it as if it had Oscar award-winning tendencies. If it did, that's great. But it's meant to be a film for fun and to revive the Monsterverse. It was not meant to be judged the same as the other scales of films. I did have friends complain that they didn't like it. They didn't think Kong had a butt. And they also thought it looked like a very expensive asylum film.
Oh no. Friends can shove off. Those friends, you tell them that your friend Chris told him to stick it. So, yeah. No, and I have no qualms about that. I will get in a verbal fist fight for people. I hate that mentality. These film snobs are like, oh, it was this, that. I'm like, no, go to hell. You're being facetious just for the sake of being facetious. So, yeah, you're being a dick.
I did really, really like the film. I do have a new favorite kaiju though, which would be the stick insect.
Yeah, the
walking log until his life was terminated. I did really enjoy that, and I really enjoyed the ending credits because I knew about that beforehand. A lot of people did when you were online. So I thought it was a very smart way of doing it, actually trying to shove in Godzilla in it. Yeah. The cave drawings was very smart because we were told that he was primordial from 2014. So it only makes sense that cavemen or cave drawings had that. I actually really, really liked it. And so I did like the fact that John C. Reilly didn't mention that he's not done growing yet, which makes me sad because I'm like, oh, he's a baby who lost his parents But I was like, no.
there is a sense of Batman to this Kong. There is a little bit of that.
There is, you know, legendary creatures are all about walking like tired old men who just don't give a crap about life no more.
So, you know,
just the way they kind of shuffle.
That is quite apt. There is some aptness to that. Oh.
Yeah, but the ending was very well done. The ending for like the little end credits with Godzilla was very well done, and I'm interested to see how tall he will be in 2020, which now actually feels very far away. However, it was well done. I liked the end credits because sometimes it feels with certain films you feel like the end credits are there to like tie you over to the next film, and they just want your money, so you will just sit for the very end. But this one actually felt organic to me. I personally felt it was much more organic.
You have anything else? You got any more, or like to finalize your little encapsulate review there? You have anything else, Jessica? Before I cut you off.
No, I think I'm good.
Okay, I just want to make sure. You know, I don't want to be rude.
Oh no.
So for myself, I loved it. The first showing, I watched it late as hell, and knowing I had to get up 3 hours later to drive to Las Vegas. So that first one was a little fuzzy. The second time around, that's usually where I can really gauge how well a movie is. When you watch the second time around, if you're not sitting there you're like, oh, we gotta get through this part. Was none of that. Really none of that, which was... I had a little bit of that with Godzilla, where the first... Ironically, the first act of the film is like the toughest for me to get through. The one part everyone loves, the whole Bryan Cranston setup. Like, for me, that's the kind of the drag of the film. Once they get past the Muto getting out, I'm actually fine with the film after that. This, though, worked fine. Like, I love the opening's great. I love the setup for John C. Reilly's character. The two of them crashing on Skull Island in World War II, and then obviously what seemed to be like one of Kong's parents showing up. And then just the whole lead up, the whole John Good. First off, you want a good movie, you throw John Goodman in there. John Goodman is one of my absolute favorite actors on the face of the planet. The man cannot. He oozes. It's not charm. It's something. There's something lovable about the man. Even when he's playing a scumbag, like he just kind of he really does feel like kind of. I think it's because I grew up with Dan Connor on Roseanne. So, like, it's more so than, like, any of his Coen Brothers stuff. So, there's always a little bit of that charm to him. But, again, like, probably one of the best characters in the film. But then, I'll say this, that pretty much all the characters, you know, for the most part, I've seen people bitch about hey, they're carbon. I'm like, no, I wouldn't say that as much. I would say that, for the most part, everybody had their thing they had to do. There's a reason why the supporting characters are called supporting characters. They don't have full, fleshed-out arcs. They're there to support the main actors in the story that's going along. So
they don't. That Asian lady, she was there because the movie was funded by an Asian company.
Of course.
By a Chinese company, which is why she was there.
Yeah, it's a version of affirmative action in films these days. But it's fine. Like, why not? Why wouldn't you put her in there? Like, the point is that part could have gone to anybody. You just put her in there. That's fine. But I would say that Sam Jackson, John Goodman, Tom Hiddleston, Brie Larson, and most importantly, why am I blanking on his name? John C. Reilly. All of them had really good arcs to them, and they all carried their parts very well. I would say the three that really kept it going were John C. Reilly, Sam Jackson, and John Goodman's. And spoiler alert, I don't know if this is going to be a recurring theme with the legendary monster films, but the person who actually kicks the story off so far has eaten it twice in these films. So we lost.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Believe me, that was the only time where I'm just like, you had to fucking kill John Goodman, like, 3/4 of the way through the film. Like, he's the whole reason why everybody's here. It's the same reason what people bitch about Bryan Cranston's death at the beginning of Godzilla too. It's like, it would have made sense to leave him there, to see him all the way through. Like, they kind of nonchalantly kill him off too. Like, that part could have been, like, I get the gag they were setting up for the scene with the flashbulb, which, by the way, that flashbulb would not be going off like that either. But that was the only thing that really bothered me about it. I did love the Ahab aspect of Sam Jackson's character. The fact that he was a little bit of a soldier with nothing, like he was a warrior without a purpose now that the war was over, and the fact that they gave him a little bit of Apocalypse Now. I'm blanking. Marlon Brando, a little bit of Marlon Brando's character from Apocalypse Now, where he's kind of losing his mind because he's just, kind of punch drunk from the war. And now you find something new to actually kind of turn his attention on. But it's justified, though. Like, the scene when Tom Hiddleston's, yelling at him, it's like, you can't kill him. He's like, he didn't, they were yelling about the Skullcrawlers. He's like, well, that thing's the problem. He's like, no. Kong is, and like, well, he was just defending himself. He's like, well, he killed my men. It's like, okay, it's justifiable what his insanity's making him do, but it worked. It made sense, and it was kind of a cool aspect. I did like the fact that he did not care that a giant 100-foot ape is walking around. He just wants it dead because it killed his men. Like, it was the only thing he was focused on. I love that aspect. And then there was John C. Reilly's part, which he pretty much, like, as I said when the first trailer came out, definitely not the comedic foil of the film, which that first trailer cut him to be like the goofball. No, he was great. Like, he was flat out straightforward, just a guy who just wanted to go home, and was like, it was basically the level-headed member of the entire group. I loved his character. And the actual monster stuff. Here's the thing. I loved the Vietnam setting because there's not technology everywhere. Like, we were at the beginnings of our satellite technology. We really didn't have any clue of what the hell was going on. Like, nowadays you could get a wonderful, full, like, high definition image of Kong walking around scratching his butt if they did it today. So going into it with that sense of, like, there's a bit of the unknown. Like, they couldn't send anything out if anything happened. Great, I loved it. The island. The one thing I'll say this about how they kind of created how Skull Island was presented compared to, say, our Skull Island of the past. You can compare to both. I would say just the main Skull Island of both Jackson and the original films, because they're very much one and the same in terms. A little sparse. Like, the original Skull Island, it seemed like every 30 feet there was something trying to kill you. This one felt like you can go on a hike during the day, and if you're just kind of wary, like, you could make it through and you'd be okay. Like, there's stuff out there. Obviously, there's a giant spider, there's the big water buffaloes, but it didn't seem like there was a ton of, like, heinous stuff that was really trying to kill you, like the original Kong was. Giant earthworms and shit coming out everywhere. Like, it seems like that there should be a lot more.
I was really surprised to see regular-sized creatures, and the fact that even when he moved like a ninja, and I was like, no, nothing that big you can't hear from that far away.
There was a little bit of that. There was a little bit of what I complained about with Cloverfield, where you rarely ever hear him coming up on you, unless they want to make it quite obvious. Like the scene when Brie Larson's trying to get which I thought was, like, if you said when this 90-pound girl is trying to push a broken helicopter tail off a 100-ton buffalo, like, it's like, what are you doing? What's going on here? At least they gave you a little precursor to Kong showing up, like, you got a little rumble. But everything after that, it's like, yeah, they're playing it fast and loose. Like, you would hear Kong coming from like 5 miles away if he was running at you, or even if he was just strutting towards you. But you know what? Look, we Godzilla movies are very guilty of doing the same thing. Like, there are points when it's like they go to show you, like, the earth, like the building shake, and then the next moment it's like, oh, we didn't bother to keep that going. Like, the attention to details there when it needs to be, and then when it doesn't need to be. And as for the rest of it, I enjoyed the monster designs. The Skullcrawlers are very interesting. It's been a while since there's been a cool bipedal, like, two-legged creature of any sort like that. Interesting that they didn't go with any dinosaurs. I saw people actually complaining the fact there was no dinosaurs on the island. Really awesome. The main fight, the final fight, actually is just a brilliantly choreographed giant monster fight. It is fantastic on every level. And not only that, but we get, for the most part, all of Kong's like few fights he have, all are in broad daylight too. It felt like that the Legendary listened to everyone's complaints about Godzilla. Everything's dark. I can't see shit. Kong, all right, turn on all the lights. We'll make sure. And it does. There is something wonderful about a daylight fight. It's one of the reasons why I love Godzilla vs. MechaGodzilla so much. Is when he's fighting MechaGodzilla at the end of the film. It's in the middle of the day. Like you know, they could have hid the flapping motion, but it just makes him stand out so much more. Especially, look, that helicopter sequence in the beginning. It's every shot. I got to give credit to the director. I believe it's Jordan Von Roberts. Jordan Vogt Roberts. This is a guy that did a tiny little independent film called Kings of Summer, and that was his first film. He gets this, and pretty much he turns this. Someone coined it best. Every shot of Kong in this is like is like an Instagram picture with a filter on it. And you could take just about every scene of Kong in this film, and it's a screenshot. Like, you can get that beautiful, perfect shot, and it's like a work of art. Especially in the beginning when like he's just positioned in front of the sun, so you're just getting a silhouette. The attack of the helicopters is masterfully done. And then we move on to like him fighting the Skullcrawler, those first two Skullcrawlers, where he's just kind of flipping around. There's an agility to him. Like there's a reason why I love the hair suits in Toho, because they can do stuff that the bigger, bulkier suits can't do, and I like a little like kinetic to my action. Just him smashing the crap out of those things, and then when we get to that final fight of him fighting the Skullcrawler, the King Skullcrawler, as we'll call it. And that thing, there's 5 just great. I want more than anything else. I want a statue. I have a miniature statue of Kong beating the crap out of the V-Rex from the Peter Jackson film. It's Kong on top of the T-Rex. It looks like a Frank Frazetta painting. They got the mastery of how Kong fights. A lot of grabbing, a lot of smashing, just a lot of choking. They did their nice little homage to the jaw break at the beginning of that fight when he's trying to snap his jaw in half. So overall, I loved it. I'm going to go see it again. It's far better than I had hoped for. There's a lot of like, I'm glad the Legendary is kind of like learning as they go along. Hello, everyone. Welcome to another edition of the Kaiju Kingdom podcast. We are your hosts,
Jessica,
and I am Chris Eaton. Hey, we're back.
Yes, we are. Thank you so much for those who are waiting or wondering where I was.
Yes. So, you know, I think I explained in the last show I did that you had some stuff happen. I don't want to go too deep into it, so...
Oh, it's okay. I didn't want... For those who see on my Facebook page, my father suddenly passed. And I'm an only child, so it's just me and my mom here in the U.S. So I have been taking care of a lot of things for us. And for those who unfortunately have gone through what I've gone through, especially when it's sudden, you know there's a lot of work behind it. Just everything. Everything.
So, you know, when that happened, this was already a couple months ago. So for those who don't know, unfortunately. But I told Jessica at the time, like, take all the time in the world. We can wait. So I found ways to fill it in that time. But I reached out to her. I'm like, look, the movie's out. How are you feeling? And she was like, we must record sooner than later. It was her. This is her, like she's like, we got to get back out there. We have to talk about this movie. And of course, if you're living under a rock and you listen to the show, we are talking about what, Jessica?
King of the Monsters.
The 5-year odyssey has finally arrived. Oh my God.
5-year odyssey.
5 years between Godzilla,
2014 Legendary's Godzilla.
and this long
5 years, a very long, because at Comic-Con, right after that Godzilla movie, they announced, like, we got Ghidorah, we got Rodan, we got Mothra. They're going to be in the next film. And I think the initial release date that says, like, it's going to come out summer 2018. And Kong was going to be summer 2016, because they announced them back to back. And they're like, oh, okay, that's interesting. And then they're like, and there's going to be another Pacific Rim in there somewhere. And then, much like everything, nothing goes according to plan, and everything got bumped back a whole year. But it feels like it was already like just a whisper of a memory. Like, it just feels like time went by.
It actually felt like time passed by very quickly.
Yes. There's a lot of other stuff. We were like, there were three Avengers films in that time.
That's true.
We had other things to occupy ourselves at the time. And there was a Japanese Godzilla movie in that time.
Yeah, Shin Gojira. Although, I do believe that for some of us, there's an overlap between those who love the MCU and those who love Kaiju. Mm-hmm. But for some people, King of the Monsters was their endgame.
Very much was. I was...
So they didn't care for Endgame, and it's fine, but this was their Endgame.
I made it very clear in the last episode, like, because I recorded... like a week before Endgame came out, I'm like, look, I'm looking forward to Endgame. I'm not looking forward to it as much as I'm looking forward to Detective Pikachu, John Wick 3, and of course, King of the Monsters. I'm like, I almost felt like Endgame was a mountain I had to climb over so that I could get into the month of May and finally enjoy these three films I was looking forward to more than anything else the rest of the year. And believe me, Endgame, great. Saw it once, I'm good. I'll wait till the DVD. I'll watch it again. I didn't need to see it 3,000 times. I saw the first Avengers 20 times.
Infinity War?
No, the first one.
Oh, the first Avengers, 2012.
I saw it literally 9 times when that thing came out. Because at the time...
I love that one.
And I think there's parallels to this, the movie we're going to talk today, in that Avengers film. Because it's like, this is something I haven't seen on the big screen, really, ever. Like, they gave you all these heroes together. Like, that was wishful thinking when we were children. And then it's like, all of a sudden... It's reality, and Joss Whedon's doing it. You're like, what magnificent timeline am I living in? And that's kind of what we got. Like, once we get over that hump, I'm like, all right, spoilers, Tony's dead, Cap's old, he got that dance, we're good. Moving on! I got Detective Pikachu, lived up, John Wick, snapped the guy's neck with a book, awesome. And then came into King of the Monsters. And pretty much, I think I was one of only 3 people in our group that had not seen any early screening of it. Because I kept... A, I couldn't because I had other things going on. But B, it was like, you know what? Part of me is just, I want to wait that opening night. Like, I've waited this long. What's another 2 weeks? And believe me, Jessica, it was well worth it.
It was. Also, this podcast is full of spoilers.
Oh, yeah.
So
right off the bat, we're jumping right into spoiler territory. So if you haven't seen it, go watch it. Then come back and listen to this episode, because I think we're going to probably be running a little long with it, because there's a lot to talk about. And we're just going to delve into all kinds of wacky shit. So strap in. And I don't want to hear any complaints later on. Like, you guys said, I'm like, no, I'm telling you right now. Spoiler. In fact, I'm probably going to put it in the titles too. So, that being said, I'm going to turn the table over to Jessica.
Ooh, okay.
Ladies first. I mean, you can already tell from my tonal affliction what I'm already thinking. I want to know what you thought of Godzilla, King of the Monsters.
I really, really loved it. Mm-hmm. Now, no film is perfect. Mm-hmm. As we said earlier with Endgame, don't think too deep into the time travel. Mm-hmm. Just don't. Let it go.
It's all about Cap getting that last dance.
Yeah, don't think about Cap. Was he selfish? Was he not selfish? We don't know. We don't care. But I do really love it because all I wanted was giant monsters, kaijus, fighting, and I got exactly that. And I wanted more than one fight. I didn't want something that accumulated at the end. I wanted to see it kind of spread out throughout the film. And that's exactly what I got. So I am one of those, one of my best friends, Sam, pointed out that during parts where I'm very excited about, I tend to cross my legs like a child on the movie seat. And then I lean forward, so I'm just into the screen. And then when that moment passes, whatever the fight, whatever moment, I start clapping, but not like the adult clapping, like a little child clapping because they're about to get ice cream.
Yes.
So I get very, very excited, and I'm 3 years old again. So I got exactly what I wanted. So I was perfectly content and very, very happy. Obviously, there's always cons to every film, but I really loved it, and I saw it more than once.
Yes.
Clearly. But it was everything that I wouldn't say it's like a lower expectation. It's more like, as long as I got more action than the first film, and I got the fights that I wanted, and
would you say that the previews,
then I'm just really happy with it.
Would you say that the previews sold you exactly the bill of goods that the movie was?
Yes,
okay.
Because the trailers show that there will be humans involved in the film. They were involved in the amount that I was hoping would kind of be their maximum. I mean, there were a couple moments where, as if the screen can see me, I was using my hand to wave and be like, go away, person, so I can see what's going on in the background. But most of the time, for me, the big one was Millie Bobby Brown. She was used... The film didn't need to have her in it, but I do understand she's popular due to Stranger Things, and there's the new, I think, not chapter 3, but series 3, season 3 is coming out.
Yeah.
I believe on Netflix. So I understand from a marketing standpoint, you want to capitalize on her. She was used to the maximum that I really needed her to. So she wasn't, to me, not overly annoying. She wasn't also me thinking, why did a kid just pop up and leave? So she was just well enough used. She was really mainly that, and a few other humans were just my main concern. But I understand that every Godzilla film has humans in it. I didn't, just like Shin Gojira, I didn't mind that the people were in it. Oddly mind the husband-wife team by Aaron Johnson and Elizabeth Olsen in the first one.
Yeah, because they were. I mean, like looking back at that film,
I think it depends on how the humans are used.
Exactly. Looking back at that film, like you could definitely say now, especially for the universe they're building, Godzilla, the 2014 one is definitely following. I think I brought this up before. It's following the Batman Begins, like the Nolan trilogy pacing. So if you watch Batman Begins, it's very much like, here's everything that we all like about Batman. We're trying new things, and then okay, we figured that now we're moving into the Dark Knight. We have things established, and people are already buying into this universe. We can move into bigger, grander, more meatier things.
Now that you brought it up, I think the reason for me that Godzilla 2014, when Godzilla was on screen, was great.
Yeah.
But when he mostly wasn't, I call it the Nolan Batman. You cannot name him Batman if he only shows up for 18 minutes and 23 seconds, which is what happened in the last Nolan film.
Yeah.
Actual Batman. The fact that we got to see a film named Godzilla, King of the Monsters, and we saw Godzilla more than a couple of times as the King of the Monsters.
Yes.
I am very much happy. I don't need the name of the titular character on the poster to be a cameo. So I didn't want Godzilla to be a cameo. And I'm glad that we got to see, Ghidorah early. Because we didn't see, I was afraid he would show up at the end.
My God, that was one of the shocking things. Like, he literally shows up at the end of the first act. Like, I'm like,
oh, I know.
You are like, okay, they are nosediving into this. I'm like, well, first off, good for you, because here, and again, this is the one thing I've always brought up that no one ever gets, and Kong Skull Island got it to an extent. The monsters are very much the characters in the film.
Right.
And that's definitely what Cloverfield didn't get. I will talk shit on that movie all day long, because that is everything wrong with how you do a giant monster film. People are like, I know people who
you hate Cloverfield so much.
So as much as I was hyped for this, you can imagine 2007. There has not been a big budget Godzilla or giant monster movie since the TriStar film. Nothing of it. J.J. Abrams riding that wave of Lost and a bunch of other stuff. Like, I'm doing a giant monster movie. I'm like, and it's this weird, like, technically small budget film that kind of came out of nowhere. Like, it was in front of Transformers. I'm like, are you kidding? It was all I was obsessed with for 6 months. Every little bit of like everything. That's the monster. Is that the monster? Is that blah blah? All this stuff. All the reviews are coming out like, oh my god, this movie's it's like the second coming of Godzilla. I'm like, cool. Opening night, I was there back when they were still doing midnight shows.
Oh yeah, the midnight shows.
Midnight shows. It was like first show, midnight. My buddy and I rolled in. We sat down. After that initial attack, I'm like, cool. And then you finally see the creature. And then the movie goes violently downhill from there. And I remember getting up, walking out. And my buddy turned to me. He's like, hey, wow, that was kind of cool. What'd you think? I remember sitting there. And there's only one other time in my life that I had this exact same feeling. It was when I was 14 years old, and I walked out of Mortal Kombat Annihilation. Never have I been so viciously disappointed in a film. I was angry at the world. I remember we went to Denny's, we sat there, I was like, that was awesome, wasn't it? I'm like, to be honest with you, Mike, I kind of hated that film. And his eyes went wide. He's like, dude, that was everything you loved. I'm like, no, it's not. That is, you know what that is? That is someone who loves the movie Aliens and Alien. And all they did was put a giant monster in there. All the characters are douchebags. I hate every single person on film in this movie. The monster, none of the monster stuff makes zero sense. I hate that design is garbage. Because you know what it is? It was everything that was coming out of like a PS3 game at the time. It was every like knuckle dragging, just like weird alien looking thing. I'm like, none of this. They don't understand how to make a monster movie. Now, mind you, Drew Goddard, who wrote the script, and Matt Reeves, who directed it, have gone on to make wonderful things. I've loved everything those two men have done since, and I love a lot of stuff that the cast has done since. I cannot go back and watch that movie without being filled with rage every time I look at it. So every time one of these things comes out, like all my friends are like, "Ooh, you didn't like Cloverfield. You're not gonna like this." Same thing with Pacific Rim. Pacific Rim lived up to everything that I wanted to. Godzilla 2014, I was happy with it because the last time we got a Godzilla movie in America, it was not. It was definitely not that. And this one, oh my god, it lived up to everything. Those magnificent trailers, it lived up to everything. Like, they finally got someone who understood what makes these movies tick. Like, the monsters are very much the characters in the film. And not only that, but at the same time, like, they took every little, like, they took a buffet and made a masterful meal out of it. They took a little bit of everything from every incarnation and molded it into this beautiful goulash of delicious flavors that is this movie. I'm believing this whole episode is gonna be me blowing smoke up this movie's ass. But I don't want to get too far into it before I continue to ramble on. Jessica, any other words before we start breaking down like smaller bits of this thing?
Ooh, because I love the film so much, and obviously we would go more into detail. It kind of breaks my heart a little bit when someone who's a huge Godzilla fan doesn't like it. I mean, we're not going to crap on those people because feel free. Oh my goodness!
I'm a judgmental asshole. I let that be known to people. I openly judge. I don't quietly judge. I openly judge.
But it's a good friend when they stab you through the front.
Exactly.
Because there's been films that other people have been very excited about that really wasn't for me, and I really stand firm on you cannot like a movie, and that's fine.
Yes.
But you don't have to force others to not like the movie just because you subjectively don't like the movie. Yeah. I also do agree, I am personally a big believer. You can love a movie and still agree that it's cheesy and it's bad. And vice versa. You can, I understand Oscar award-winning films, but I can also admit that they're really good. They are not for me. Yeah. I think the issue is for those who, I've had, and it's okay if you didn't like the film. That's okay. For whatever reason. However, it does make me sad.
No,
I think it's because,
good reason.
Well,
you got to give me a good reason. I'm sorry. No. No,
I
BS. Look, Jessica is the kindest person in the world. Will not say a bad word about anybody, and is the most empathetic person on the face of the earth. I, however, am not. And I see. Look, if you're going to tell me you didn't like this movie, you say it's a bad movie, you better give me a goddamn good reason why you think it's that. Not just it's crap. Like, there are people that I'm like, I saw who reviewed. They're just like, it sucked. I'm like, no. I can understand you're bored. If you're bored by it, which again, how could you be bored by this? Or like, there's
some people try to judge it with Oscar standards, and it's not meant to be that.
No.
If it does get an Oscar for music or soundtrack, that's amazing, and we can go into music later.
All kinds of stuff. Oh yeah.
But the issue is there's certain films that you know what you're getting, and you should just be fine with it.
Exactly. This is what we had a conversation before this podcast recorded about movies that sold you on a bad bill of goods. Drive was the one. Drive, who's the pretty boy that's in that?
Ryan Gosling. That movie was sold to you as like the next Fast and Furious when it was Transporter.
Yeah, a Transporter. When it was actually a nihilistic drama, and you're just like, what is this? No. Godzilla King of the Monsters sold you on there will be monsters. They are beautifully shot monsters.
Yes.
And this is what this movie is going to give you all the way through. And it delivered on every aspect of that. Now, if you're going to tell me this is a bad movie because, well, if it's not Japanese and it's not real Godzilla, go to hell. Go to hell because that is not a valid agreement. Look, much like Spider-Man, much like Batman, much like any character that's been around for more than half a century. It's going to have many alliterations. That's how they remain as they are. Like different people have different takes. That's what makes a character immortal like that. It's not just the basis of one thing. It's like Stan Lee and Steve Ditko might have created Spider-Man, but Tom McFarlane came in and gave him like a great gave him like an arc that changed him. Like Dan Slott did his own thing. Like everybody puts their stamp on a character that makes them grow a little bit. That's how they evolve and stay relevant. This is Godzilla's been around for 65. This is the 65th anniversary. 34 movies in now. Like, and at this point,
are you counting 34 just because we're recording this at like 1 a.m. in the morning? Are you? I'm laughing because of our last podcast. Does that include the anime?
I include the animes.
That's what I thought. Okay, it's 34. I just wanted to be sure. I'm tired. I'm tired.
I don't count the TriStar film now because
you don't count the TriStar film.
Canonically, that's a separate character now. He's referred to as a separate character. I'm like, and then, you know what? That makes that movie even more fun with me now because you know what? That's like Rodan, Mothra, Zilla. Like these are their own movies.
Right. I understand.
Like it's
the American Doctor Who films.
Very much so. It's still canon, but they didn't really do it that well. But you can still count it as something. It's not as hard of a pill to swallow anymore because other people have fixed it. As much as, and I'll say that the Gareth Edwards film, not perfect by any means, but you know what? It was a good template to start with. And Michael Daughtry came in and said, you know what? You got a good bone structure. You got a good structure for this house right here. But I can turn into a good home if you let me have my way with it. I'm just going to build around the structure to set up, and I will decorate the crap out of it. And my God, did he.
It's because I think I want every Godzilla fan to be excited and happy.
Yes.
So for those who are not happy, I felt bad. It's like when it's not for me, but the Nolan trilogy's Batman is not for me.
No, and you know what? That's not the definitive Batman either.
Whenever some people are like, "Oh, Jess, did you like the new Batman film?" and I'm like, "I did not." You can tell that they were disappointed.
Yeah.
But I state my reasons why. But I know that. Cinematically, beautifully shot.
Yeah.
I mean, Nolan is a filmmaker.
And there are people who never would have given Batman a chance, but those films got him in.
So many reasons. So it does, on a short note, it does make me sad when somebody goes, I know several people that gave this film, not film critics, so actual Godzilla fans gave this
we're going to say that for the
D-.
Yeah. We're going to save that for the end because I got a tirade about that brewing.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Oh, goodness.
But, yeah, look, I've seen this a few of them. There's certain people, like, we're not going to name names, but there's certain people I'm like, really? You didn't... I don't get it. Like, I don't know if you're just trying to be smarmy. I don't know. Like, if you legitimately didn't like it, like, you give me a good reason. If you're citing, like, the old films, I'm like... Because I saw someone mention, like, oh, like, they made Rodan such a bitch. I'm like, look, Rodan wasn't exactly top tier after the first film. He was a goofy character in Ghidorah. He was kind of a goofball in Monster Zero, and he was pretty much like a secondary, like a third act in Surreal Monsters. And he was a puppet in freaking Godzilla vs. MechaGodzilla, and then the closest they got back to him was in Final Wars. This, to me, was like, I argued, I'm like, this is the closest they got back to that original Rodan in ever. And yet, he's still like, nah. I'm like, no, I'm sorry. I cannot accept that. Can I accept your pish-posh of all this? Because I'm just like, this doesn't bode with me, because I'm like, it feels like you're just trying to be a smart ass, and that's all you're trying to be right now. And I've seen a lot of people like that. They're just like, this movie, I'm like, are you just trying to be like against the grain? Like,
contrarian?
Yeah. Can you not like something because everyone else has they like it? Believe me, that's part of my jag on critics, I'm saving that for the end of the show. So I don't want to go, because otherwise I'm going to be yelling for the next 25 minutes.
Wait.
Yeah.
Am I your happy Mothra to your grumpy Godzilla?
So no, let's talk about things that make me happy. Let's talk about things that make...
We will.
I absolutely loved this movie. Oh my God, like, this lived up to everything. Like, I saw it on IMAX opening night.
Yeah, I also saw it on IMAX, which is giant monsters. You should see it on the biggest screen possible.
Normally, I do Dolby, the Dolby digital.
Yes,
theaters.
yeah.
But there was no showing in time for my mom. But he's like, we can do like a 6:00 IMAX. And I'm like, let's do it. And seeing all the second that opening hit, and you see Kyle Chandler screaming for his kid, you see the Halo jumpers, and then you get like the rocking, and you see Vera Farmiga turn around, and you just get that shot of Godzilla strolling as he's getting ready to go fight the Muto, and I'm just like, like all of a sudden already this movie's already setting itself apart from the last one.
And I'm like, yes, and they took one of the best parts too.
Yes.
I didn't have to see Aaron Johnson trying to look younger, trying to look 5 years younger.
And like, he was beautifully rendered. There was that orange hue from the fire going off, and you just get a sense of scale. Like that. Say what you will about the 2014 one, it gave you this magnificent sense of scale that the other films could not do. Like, Shin Godzilla came pretty close, but still, you can't do it with the effects that are at the means of like smaller budget filmmaking. The setup, they go like the fact that this movie focuses entirely on Monarch. The moment they started, like, they brought in Serizawa and
Dr. Chen.
Dr. Chen, and what was the other girl from the?
Dr. Graham, and also Sam.
Yes. So those three, when they brought him in, and like, okay, we're focusing entirely on this organization, and they're like, well, we got this, so we had to go get Kyle Chandler, who's a former. I'm like, I started like, oh my God, are they really doing this? I'm like, yes, we got this super ship in our secret. I'm like, they're doing S.H.I.E.L.D. They're S.H.I.E.L.D. They're S.H.I.E.L.D. from the Marvel comics. I'm like, this is exactly, like, there needs to be a Dum-Dum Duggan somewhere, just spitting, like, just yelling constantly, like, just the fact that he's chasing after this lizard. I'm like, oh my God, they're pulling from the Marvel stuff. I rolled a goddamn tear at that the first time. I'm like, this is magnificent. They are like, so far, like 4 or 5 shared universes have tried to have that S.H.I.E.L.D. tie-in thing that kind of ties them all together. So far, this Monsterverse is the only one that has done it right. The fact that there's this secret monster hunting organization that will encompass Kong, and God only knows what else they're doing it right. And focusing on them solely in this one, to the fact that they have somehow unlimited resources and ultra technology that the rest of the government doesn't have, like...
USS Argo was a little bit... too good.
Oh, I didn't care. Because it was all the best elements of G-Force from the 90s and all the best elements of S.H.I.E.L.D. from the 70s. Like, they have their own like, private army. There's clearly a Cobra to their Joes.
Jonah?
Yeah, whatever the Jonah's eco-terrorist guy.
Tywin Lannister.
Yes. Like, he's clearly their Cobra. I'm just like, this is magnificent. My God. We get, and not only that, but the caliber of actors they chose for this film. You know, so, like, I love Vera Farmiga. That's how you pronounce it. Yes. Yeah. Like, I love her in The Conjuring. Yeah. She's a fantastic actress. Far better than Scarlet Witch was in the last film. Like, because it's like she's like all these characters are doing much more heavy lifting, because unlike the last film where it's like you're just following this guy as he just happens to be following these monsters, like these people were responsible for these monsters. And spoilers, this one woman is starting the apocalypse by releasing these monsters. And you're just like, oh, okay. Kyle Chandler. Say what you will about the man, but he comes in guns a-blazing in this film. He comes in at 10, and he stays at 10 the entire time. But it never, and unlike Nick Cage, who's like, oh, you're cranking to 11, you're staying at 11, and you're just like, yeah, you're turning in a performance. Kyle Chandler at least switches gears at times, but he stays at 10 the whole time. Like, he's like, I'm in this movie, I'm taking this shit pretty seriously, but like, I'm being as bold and boisterous as the monsters are. Like, there's at no point where he's like he's on the verge of yelling all the time, but he's not quite yelling. It's not quite there. God bless him, because like he showed up for work and he did a great job. The person though that is the MVP of this film is Ken Watanabe. Oh my God. Like, here's the thing, like, we all know the man is a great actor. Like, we've seen him in, like, Christopher Nolan gets, like, dude, you're a good actor. You get to be in all my movies. Like, you get to see him. He was in Detective Pikachu for all of 5 minutes.
Yep.
Because they're like, we need a Japanese guy because we got to market this to Japan, and you're the only Japanese guy we know speaks English. It's like, okay, clearly you're the token Japanese guy for this film. This movie, though, they're like, hey, we actually have a guy who knows how to act. Why don't we give him more to do than just stand around and be the Nick Fury of this series? And God damn it, does he knock it out of the park? Like, he owns every scene that he is in, and he is magnificent in the entire thing. The fact that he's the only guy who's just, and every time, even his pleas of like, no, we must give Godzilla a chance. They're like, you buy it. It's not like the kid where it's like, no, let Godzilla fight. It's like, no. He has a gravitas to it, and you're just like, yes, let these monsters do their business, and let's live with them and not try to murder them. Like, everybody knocked out, even the girl. Like, Millie Bobby Brown
of Stranger Things, 11.
I've never watched Stranger Things.
That's okay.
Yeah, so like, this is the first time I've ever really seen her. She was perfectly fine for the role. Like, I've not seen anything bad about her, because even her character didn't, like, most key characters are written as whiny, like, self-indulgent little, like, a-holes. Like, she was caught between a rock and a hard place with her mom, who fed her a bill of goods, and her dad, who was clearly like, your mom's insane. Like, it was a nice dynamic of, like, the split parents who were clearly, like, broken from their child being, crushed to death by this force of nature, and she's literally in a tug-of-war between the two. And that's her whole purpose, is the whole point of her character is bringing her parents back together, at least, and try to redeem her mom somehow. Like, and it works. Like, for the most part, everything she does makes pretty much sense. It's like, all right, I'm taking off. Like, I wasn't told there was going to be mass murdering. I was told there might be some casualties, but like it clearly, you can see, like, she wasn't quite down with how the plan, like, her mom pitched her, was going to go, and exactly how things went. Worked perfectly fine. And the fact that, like, she, at the end of the day, she still wasn't, like, the saving grace. It was just, like, all I did was move the Orca machine, which, by the way, is a fantastic callback to the Hanna-Barbera cartoon of that little device that the sea captain clicks to call Godzilla. I'm just like, that's what that thing is. That is what that thing is. Like, just a fucking smile on my face. I'm like, there's all kinds of wonderful things in this film. So the cast, all of them, like the story, like I heard people complain about the story. Like, the story is fine. Like I don't get like I don't know what you want out of a story of a Godzilla film. Like before, the last movie we got was Shin Godzilla, which is the most out there Godzilla film you can. It's a political satire film with Godzilla in it. Before that, you got the 2014 film, and before that was Final Wars. Like, I don't know what you have in your head of what the perfect Godzilla movie is going to be, but this, to me, is pretty much as close as you're going to get. And this is as close to the 60s and 70s film on a huge budget we'll ever get. Because it's science patrol, it's military, it's defending the world, and it's on a grander scale than anything Toho could have ever done. I need a second. Please take the time.
No, it's fine. Mm-hmm. I know that we were breaking down this podcast by categories.
Yes, so what do you got next?
Like kaiju actors. No, and we were just going to kind of give our thoughts up with the actors.
Why don't we do that? That way I don't go on these tangents. Direct the
But some people love the tangents. They are entertaining.
Direct, and we'll go from there, because I don't want this to be like 45 minutes of me talking and what people can't see at home, you nodding and smiling politely.
No. I was thinking, and I actually have a notebook and pencil in front of me because I've written down notes or thoughts. Mm-hmm. But I definitely had to agree that the actors were much better chosen for this film. Mm-hmm. Kyle Chandler.
Yeah.
I understand his hatred and motivation for kaiju and finding his family.
Yeah.
What I loved about his character was that he went along with what would help the plan as it came. Mm-hmm. So when he needed to explain the positives of trying to track down Godzilla or the way they work, if the military had said something like, no, we got to blow him up, he'll be like, no. I mean, obviously there was a part when, Dr. Serizawa was like, well, Mark, you got exactly what you wanted. But most of the time, he wasn't trying to fight back and slow down the plan and the plot.
Yeah.
Which they would do. Like, kids are the whiny characters. Yeah. The woman is always worrying or screaming, and then the guy is the stubborn one who's like, no, I don't care if Ghidorah's here. Let's just do this. He went along with kind of how the story needed to go, and he knew when he needed Godzilla. He knew when they didn't need,
his character had rationale
to it, and he wasn't completely blind and focused on one thing. He definitely wanted his kids back.
Yeah.
His kid back, and his ex-wife to be safe. But he went along because he had exactly what you said. He had rationale. I thought that was really, really good. And the mom, Dr. Emma Russell, Vera Farmiga, I think she was fine. I think she did a good job, and she's a good actress.
I liked her a lot. I liked her. I liked the dynamic between her and her daughter. I liked that, her motivation for doing what she was doing, again, was justified. Like, you understand it, especially when she has her supervillain moment where she's laying out her plan like a Bond villain, but then she explains, like, look, wherever these things go, new life grows due to the radiation. It's like, so this is how
she did her research.
She laid it down. She's like, look, I'm doing this for the betterment of mankind, even though it's going to probably kill a couple 100 million people, but it's what needs to be done. She's very Thanos in her thinking. It's like, to bring balance, you got to crack a few eggs, pretty much. She's like, I have to be the bad guy for everyone else. Kind of like the mom having to be the bad guy, in the parenting kind of thing. I liked it. Like, they didn't play it off like she was maniacal or anything like that. It was even later on, like when Jonah's like, I thought we released them all at once. She's like, I'm not doing this. When she realized, oh, this thing's gotten out of hand. Like,
she didn't double down on her plan. She was like, okay, so I'm going to go get my kid, and I'm going to stop this from happening because we did not see this coming. No, she didn't have a crazy laugh. She didn't have, crazy eyes or what. she was trying to be logical and she thought about it. No, I really did like that. I did have to say, I'm fine with Millie Bobby Brown. You know, she was used, I think, at the maximum with minimum damage as possible. You don't want some whiny kid actor. However, she was very convincing. Obviously, there were some choices where, like, whenever debris flies in her face, it doesn't somehow cut her in the face, but that's more of a director's choice. She screamed when she needed to scream because she was scared, but she wasn't screaming all the time for no reason. She also knew very quickly that she was no longer brainwashed by her mother's plan. But the part where right before she goes into the radio room and she cries because she's like, this is not what my brother would have wanted. And she cries, and I'm like, she might, maybe when she even, she's great at that moment, her performance. I bet with maturity, her performance will only get better.
Well,
I was like,
more of her.
Yeah, I was like, she could win an Oscar with her crying.
Yeah, well,
she was really good right there.
We're getting more of her and Kyle Chandler in Kong vs. Godzilla, so.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I was like, no, I can definitely see that. I was okay with, I would like to say, the councilman with the ships in the bottles from Parks and Recreation, but it's also Dr. Rick Stanton.
Yeah.
Some people thought it was too hard to be funny, like the jokes were kind of forced in. I thought
Bradley Whitford's character. Right?
Yeah, I was okay with him.
Yeah,
I was okay with him.
He
I still see him as the councilman, though.
Yeah, no,
from Parks and Recreation.
To me,
he's okay.
He's always going to be. He's always going to be Billy Madison's arch nemesis, or he's going to be the guy from Cabin in the Woods who never got to see the merman until it finally killed him.
Yes. You know, and I thought he was okay.
There were some like odd cutting, like delivery. Like some of the jokes were like, yeah, that's kind of weird. Like you would leave that there because it didn't really work so well. I get you're trying to give some brevity to this film, but it's like it didn't work. He worked because it's like, okay, he's clearly our comedic light note, but at the same time, like he was still a fairly straightforward character, you know. But he was just kind of seeing some smart ass stuff every once in a while. And what, you want to invite him in for a beer? Like what do you want? Like he worked for the most part, but yeah, there were some times like the jokes clearly like the way they were just edited, they just didn't land.
But he was able to deliver information in a joke for the jokes that did land that made sense. Yeah. For example, when he said, we don't want to get anywhere closer because I want to still have kids.
Preferably the non-flipper kind.
Yeah, and you understood exactly what he meant in terms of the condition of what was underneath the ocean.
Yeah, and I like that he had kind of like the slight rivalry with Chen. Like he's just like yes, no, it's like they're always kind of like bickering at
when
each other.
He's so excited with the hollow Earth theory. I loved it.
Yeah,
I loved it. Obviously, Ken Watanabe, the moment he says goodbye, old friend, I was crying.
Let's talk about that scene.
I was crying, and he got to touch him.
Let's talk about that scene because the second they said
in Japanese.
Yeah,
yes.
Well, no, they're saying they're like, I'll go. I'm like,
when he says he'll go.
Oh my god, they're doing their own Serizawa like honorable death moment, and like I'm just like,
truly the last samurai.
Like, are they really doing this? And like, so they're like, he's like, yes, I will go, and they're like, oh my god, like they're going to do it. Like I had an inkling that he was probably going to die when you see that scene in the trailer, like him walking amongst like the lava and everything like that. But it was just like when they explained the radiation or the heat, one or the other is going to kill you, and they're like, well, if I'm going to die anyway, I'll go activate the bomb. And I'm just like, that scene was so masterfully done. Because, look, they're obviously doing their version of, like, Serizawa's death from the original film, where he kills himself to make sure that the oxygen destroyer doesn't fall into the wrong hands. This one was, like, I'm taking the bullet kind of hero moment, where it's like, I will die heroically, not because I'm trying to prevent mankind from, like, you know, from my scientific follies falling into mankind's hands, but like to making sure mankind survives because this giant monster needs to go murder the 3-headed super dragon that's wreaking havoc. But that moment when, like, he takes off the glove, pushes the countdown, he just takes off the helmet. You just get that little look at, like, Godzilla's eyes as he's just kind of, like, staring at him. He gets up and puts his hand on him and just says, sayonara, old friend. You're just like, you dirty bastard. And then you get that quiet moment of, like, the atomic bomb going off, and you're just like, I need a moment. Like, I need a moment after that. Because not only was he doing the heavy lifting, but that scene paid off. Like, it wasn't just, like, out of nowhere. Like, it all made sense. Like, it was perfectly set up and executed. It's probably the best executed human moment in that entire film. Like, every time that scene comes on, like, especially when he has that little moment with Kyle Chandler when they're talking back and forth before, the ship falls into, like, the cavern. You're just like, yes, this is masterfully written. This is the absolute best you're going to get out of, like, human moments in a Godzilla film. And it's not a direct copy of what it's homaging. It's still its own thing. But at the same time, it's also, wonderfully referencing that original film. Like, that was exceptionally well done.
Yeah, even when he was walking up the steps, he walked like it was hot, there was radiation, your suit is heavy, holding a nuclear bomb is quite heavy,
yes.
And he struggled and made it to the top. And the way he had acted out the scene and was directed to do so, he walked in a way that you could tell was a struggle, but wasn't so bad where it's like the terrible deaths when people can act. He's not falling over and screaming, but he's also not walking like it is a 5 a.m. brisk walk. He did it so you believed that it was hot. You believed he was in a suit.
It was very reminiscent of? Did you ever see the movie Sunshine?
Yes.
It was Danny Boyle. It was about the crew of a spaceship trying to keep the sun from burning out.
Yes.
And so,
Chris Evans is in that film.
I think he's like the ship's first mate, or he's like the doctor on it or something like that. I think he dies halfway through. Spoilers for this 15-year-old movie. But but Cillian Murphy is one of the main characters. He's the main character in the film.
Yeah.
And after some shenanigans, because there was one ship that takes off and then it disappears, so they're like, we have one more chance. We put every bit of nuclear material on this ship to reignite the sun, to keep it burning. And so at the end of the film, after all kinds of shenanigans have happened, Cillian Murphy's the last person left alive on his ship. And he goes out onto the hull as it's approaching the sun and ignites the nuclear material. So there's a point when he realizes, like, okay, this is a suicide mission now. And he watches as his ship barrels into the sun, and he has an ultra-nuclear explosion coming up behind him, and he just realizes he's between two suns. It's like a very poignant moment as he just pretty much lays back and falls into the blast as, like, the heat consumes him. And the next thing you see is, like, Earth, and it's really dark, and there's snow, and then all of a sudden the sun just gets a little bit brighter. Very reminiscent of this scene, because first off, let's talk about the fact that they gave Godzilla a lair and a secret hiding base.
I was gonna say he's got a home, Godzilla cave, but it's his home where he regenerates.
It is, and that's also reminiscent of that wacky cave he lived in the Zone Fighter series. It's just all of a sudden, like, he's got a cave. Okay, cool. But I love that. The attention to detail in the world building in this thing. People love to talk about Pacific Rim in that way. Like, the world building Guillermo did was fantastic. I'm like, I would argue that the world building they're doing in these Monsterverse films is actually almost above that, because they're paying off things. They're setting up things. They're paying off things. Having Godzilla have a lair where he goes, it's just this lava lair, and there's just these ancient, like, ziggurats just all over the place with all, like, clearly some old species of people worshipped him.
I don't know. Seeing that lava thing in the background reminded me of Darth Vader's home.
Yes, on Mustafar. Yes. Very much so. I love that. So it's like, this is where he comes to, and like, it was a perfect cover. It was like when they explained in Rogue One, speaking of which, when, was it Kalen? Or, the dad, the guy that creates the Death Star, he explains, like, I created a flaw in the Death Star. There's a little port that no one knows about And you're like, yes, finally, it all makes sense. It's like, because the whole film was like, where's Godzilla been for 5 years? And that's always the thing with these films. It's like, he's usually at the bottom of some ocean. It's like, well, you can easily find him because he's a living mass of radiation. You just find the warmest spot, and there he is. And he's usually, and you're always like, how does he sleep underwater if he has lungs?
Air pocket. Like, it's like they answered all the questions you needed.
The questions. It was beautifully done. Like, they're like, he has a home. This is where he comes. He sleeps. He lounges around. He gets up, goes to the bathroom, lays back down. It's a Sunday morning. He doesn't have to do anything.
Binge watches Netflix, goes back to sleep, recharges.
I absolutely, and that, not only that, but the Hollow Earth thing, they explained, this is how he gets from point A to point B so fast. Like, when he shows up in the Antarctic at the first time, when he takes off from Bermuda, we lost him over Argentina. Like, where? And he's like, I'm telling you, it's the Hollow Earth thing. Like, the fact that those tunnels shoot him like a bullet underneath, and he just shows up. I'm like, yes, this is the perfect way to, because look, as much as I love the Toho films, like, there's never like a set speed on how fast Godzilla swims or walks. And in these films, it's like, all right, we're kind of playing. The only thing that obviously pointed out is like when he gets out of the ocean after being regenerated and breathing, it's like,
how is he standing? Yeah. He's standing on like all the trash humans have built.
Exactly. Like, I'm like,
and shoots the call to arms.
I don't care. Like, I will give that a pass. I'll give that a pass.
That was one of the maybe few things that I didn't like about, or it just was like, that's weird.
One of those things that no one thinks about at the time until like you actually see it and you're like, oh yeah, that kind of doesn't make sense. But
his legs are not deeper than the ocean.
No. Like, he'd be like neck deep. Like, he'd be like a 5-year-old trying to swim in the deep end and be like, it's too much.
His call to arms, yeah.
But everything else, that, like, he has like a super system that he uses, like a teleportation thing. I loved all of that stuff. So what do you got next?
Oh no, I was gonna say no, all of that was, a lot of it was covering what I was thinking. I did say though, other than, there was many moments, I think different people tear up at different moments, but for me was when Zhang Ziyi, I don't know why, sorry you guys and gals, I say her name with like the Mandarin accent that I have, Mandarin pronunciation. So Zhang Ziyi of the Crouching Tiger, right, Hidden Dragon fame, she's Dr. Chen and she's Dr. Ling, but mostly Dr. Chen. I did tear up when she talks about Mothra. First of all, she speaks in native Mandarin Chinese, so I'm like, yes, I understand what's happening. Then she describes what Mothra means, and I love the whole, like, are you second generation? And they're like, no, I'm third, and you see all the photos.
Which, by the way, were you a little thrown off when they reveal her sister?
And she has the braid.
Yeah.
So for those who couldn't see in the dark, and I understand it's hard to see, she had, like, it was rainy, and the black, her sister has a braid, which you do see in the photo. So sometimes people are like, wait, how is the same person in both scenes? No, she's got a braid. However, I did tear up when she says, Mothra also lists all these attributes that she is known to be with, and then says redemption.
Yes.
And the way she said it and the way she acted it, the way she kind of gave that scene, I teared up a little bit. But I also think on a personal belief, I believe very heavily in redemption. Just for people in general. So I really loved the idea of that. I liked what she said about it, and it was such a short moment. It's just a small glimpse of how she says the word, her facial expression. I personally did tear up on that.
I do love that she is the monster, kind of like I want to say like librarian. Like she's the research. Like she does, like she's like firsthand knowledge of all this stuff. Because clearly, like they show this, she's like Serizawa's protege. Like it seems like he pretty much had a hand in her training. But it's like everything. It's like she's the Giles of the group, or the Buffy reference. That's what it is. She's like, I know everything about demons. Like I know everything about monsters. Like I'm like, okay, cool. Like the fact that they set up, everyone has their job within Monarch. Everyone has their own little thing. That what's going on. And the fact that, like, they set her up. And again, the only time was, like, when I'm sitting there, it's like, because Because the first time I saw that, and I saw Joe Morton show up, and they mentioned his name, I'm like, oh, that's the black guy from Kong Skull Island. And it was great to see Joe Morton show up because I love seeing them. He's Miles Dyson, for those who don't know. He was Cyborg's father in Justice League, and now he's the guy that was one of the founders of Monarch. And the fact that, like, I'm just like, oh, they're setting up for Kong later. Like, he's going to come back. Like, this is great. When he walks out, he's like, Dr. Lee. I'm like, wait. Is that the other Chinese girl from?
Yeah, I mean they're twins, so you gotta have two.
I'm just like, wait a minute.
Of them.
Yeah, I'm holding because they don't mention her sister at any point. I'm like, was that the girl from Skull Island with him? Like, I didn't realize at first. And then when very next scene is her explaining that runs in the family and it's the twin thing.
Yeah,
the
twins run in the family.
Oh, it took me like two different showings to really put that. I'm like, oh, okay, like she has a twin sister and everything. And like, I didn't put two and two together at first. I'm just like. It was the only time in like a little tighter editing or something like this. Like it set up the fact that she has a sister. I get that's where you wanted the reveal, but at the same time, just like I think you lost a few people at first. I get you're explaining it right after, but at the same time, it's like it moved so fast in that moment. Like you kind of like. Was that her? And,
To be honest, a lot of it to tell them apart, and they do it in every film and TV, is really either you want your twins to look identical.
Yeah.
Or one has very different haircuts, or they wear clothes very different.
She definitely had longer hair.
Yeah, she had a braid, but it was black hair against darkness and rain with a black parka hoodie.
Yeah.
So it was very hard to see. Also, one was Dr. Chen, the other one was Dr. Ling.
Yeah.
But if you didn't catch the names all the time because you're so busy paying attention to the film, which is rightfully so, then you may not catch that they are two different ladies.
Yeah.
And not the same lady somehow appearing twice, like Wolverine across 4 different teams.
Yeah. Like that was the only thing at first. I'm like, like the wannabe filmmaker in me is like, I could have edited that a little bit better, but it's such a minute, like, nitpick. I'm just like, and they do cover their tracks on it later.
They do. But, yeah, and I wanted to talk, because I love Sally Hawkins, Dr. Graham, and that is one of my cons. Cons.
That was the moment I leaned forward. I'm like, you sons of bitches, no, you didn't.
For my con was obviously, you destroy Godzilla's home.
Yeah.
It's fine. There are other places in the ocean.
Yeah.
We talked about Godzilla standing up in the ocean, which I like to think he's on a pile of trash. But Dr. Graham, Sally Hawkins was great, straight off of Shape of Water, Oscars, and Paddington Bear.
Yes. Oh, she in Paddington Bear?
She was the mom in Paddington Bear.
Oh, okay.
The issue was she was mainly there to be the emotional support and savior for Mark.
Did you know?
And as soon as that was done, she was basically just gone. I didn't like that.
2 things rang to me in that moment. A, it was the first like holy crap moment. Like, okay, that was their John Goodman, their Bryan Cranston moment. You're like, oh, this person's not surviving past half the film. And I was just like, did they just kill her? I'm like, oh shit, they did. They did just kill her. But upon watching the rest of the film, every time like she's on a Monarch vehicle or something like that, she's doing this weird thing with her like hands near her mouth. Like she's always like freaked out. Like she's always like kind of like, you can't see what I'm doing, but her hands are like clasped and she's like hiding behind them a lot of times and like quietly like talking and then going back. It's almost like a shy girl kind of thing she's doing. I'm like, oh, that's a weird choice of what you're doing right there.
Oh, how she chose to play her character, or maybe it was directed to?
Yeah, like the little gesture she was doing. I'm just like, that's interesting. It just stood out so much to me. I'm like, I don't know what is going on here.
I didn't feel like she needed to go because she could bring more than what Sam brought to the table, who was a little bit of a comedic relief himself as well. But I feel like he is what writers or what people would see the fanboy is the reflection of yourself.
Yes.
And he was that character. I actually felt that Sally Hawkins, Dr. Graham, could have had a lot more potential to stay there. And she was taken too early, almost fridged in a way, but kind of not.
Well, she had payoff from the last film. Like they did play her up a bit, but it did feel like, okay, we need to make sure Ghidorah seems like this big bad.
Yeah.
So he has to kill somebody. I'm just like... But
Yeah,
her,
Ghidorah just ate her.
Yeah, I'm just like, oh shit, like, I literally leave her, I'm like, did you, holy crap, you did kill her. And I think part of it was, you didn't know it then, but, like, they were going to kill off Cirzella. It's like, well, these two are a package deal. Also, B, it felt like, okay, I'm Oscar nominated. I don't need to be doing these movies anymore. Like, it did feel a little bit like, hey,
But I don't know, she doesn't strike me as like that. I think she happily took the job.
She's like, I hooked up with a Gill man, and I got an Oscar nod out of it, so... She didn't win, did she?
I don't...
I have a phone. Let's look that up. Continue on. I'm going to look on. I'll look that up.
So as Chris is looking up to see if Sally Hawkins won an Oscar for Shape of Water, she was definitely, how her character was treated to me was one of the very, very few cons of the film. But it wasn't enough for me to say, no, screw this film, I'm not in it at all. Because she was, and in many ways, some people can choose to see it as that, Ghidorah just decided it's unpredictable and he is going to eat you. He's going to eat soldiers. He could eat kids. He was licking dead soldiers. He's going to take her. He does not care who she is to us as the audience. She would immediately just eat him. So there was definitely that. And I was okay. Sam, I was okay with. He was there. I think his most useful moment was maybe the beginning in, we like to call it Tony Stark's cabin, Kyle Chandler's home, Mark's home. He does some explanation, but he does explain that he is a huge fan of their work. He explains the orca. He also does that great gonorrhea joke.
Yeah, that fell a little flat for me too.
So there was that.
Sally Hawkins nominated, did not win.
Nominated, but didn't
She
win.
won a Golden Globe though.
Okay.
But it wasn't for Shape of Water. It was for another movie. I think it was Happy Go Lucky. So it's something else from 2008. So yes, but her profile has definitely gone up in the last. Paddington was a huge runaway hit, turns out, because it was like, does anybody? And then it turns out, yes, everyone wants to see a movie about Paddington. And apparently, both of them were delightful, and the sequel's one of those rare, better than the original sequels. You've seen them, haven't you?
Yes, I have.
Yeah, of course you have.
I love Paddington Bear.
I know.
He's the Winnie the Pooh of England.
Winnie the Pooh of England is still kind of the Winnie the Pooh of England.
That is true, but Winnie the Pooh is also very well known here in America.
Yeah.
Paddington Bear is...
He's very British, super British.
Yeah. Paddington Bear is a bear that you'll remember.
He's named after the station he's abandoned in.
Yeah, after... That is dark.
Yes. Think of it that way.
But I liked it. And also I did like how Emma had redemption, which I felt was foreshadowed by Dr. Chen's talking of Mothra.
All right, let's talk about the real stars of the film.
The kaiju.
Let's talk about the monsters. All right, first things first. The greatest, and I think I went on to chat about this earlier, but the greatest thing they did with this film was make the monsters actual characters in the film. Godzilla is very much a character in this one. Excuse me, I get real dry mouth when I get real yappy.
But it also shows how excited Chris is.
Oh my god, Godzilla. So we first see Godzilla like in modern time when he's underwater doing the intimidation tactic.
Yes.
But when he shows up to fight Ghidorah, here's the thing. First thing I noticed when he shows up, unlike one of the best things about the last one was the fact that they gave Godzilla is old man Godzilla in these films. Like, he's been around, he's seen some shit, he's tired of it. He's Riggs from Lethal Weapon, too old for this stuff, and he's Clint Eastwood. Circa, no, you know what he is? He's Clint Eastwood in freaking Gran Torino. Just get off my lawn. Like, I will shoot anybody that comes on here. He's just a cantankerous old man. I kind of like that
He's
take on
grumpy.
it. I like
He has the grumpy look. He has the grumpy look. Like the old man look.
Yeah, the first movie when he's like fighting the Mutos, it's just like, I could be sleeping right now. Like, he's dealing with some kids on his lawn. That's what that is. Ghidorah, on the other hand, when he shows up and he has that look, when he raises out of the thing, there's a different vibe. It's just like, you son of a bitch. Like, I thought it was done with you. Like, no, it's like, it's
like, hello, old friend.
It's Chester from The Simpsons, the old guy that created Itchy and Scratchy, and Grandpa. It's like, I told this guy to paint my chicken. I gave him 3 blitzes to paint my chicken coop, and he didn't. And they start fighting. Like, this is that. They are truly Batman and Robin, and this is not
Batman and Joker.
And this is not like Batman and Joker now. This is Dark Knight. We've been doing this stuff. We've been doing this dance for so long. One of us is going to die by the end of this. Like, this is like, there's a different, like, they automatically give off a vibe. Like, the second he shows up, he's just like, I thought I put you down last time. It's like, no, we're not. Like, it's they give you a sense of history already off by the way that these two look at each other. When you get that magnificent shot of Ghidorah putting his wings up in like the fight stance, and Godzilla's just standing there, and neither of them back down from each other, and they go right into beating the holy hell out of each other. Like, I was just like a little kid. I'm like, I could not contain myself the first time I saw that.
Godzilla had a look that said, to Ghidorah, didn't I put you in the ice last time?
They gave
How are you
so
back?
much more emotion in this one. And
facial expressions,
just in general, everything is a step up from the last film. Like,
even when he looks at humans, he's like, all right, you little butts, I'm out of here.
Yeah, just like don't get in my
grumpy
way.
cat, R.I.P.
Yes.
But a look that he actually reminds me very much of my husky, who's he's a 12-year-old kind of chunky husky that just lounges all day. But when he gets up, he's about to get the dog food that he wants. Yeah. He is a very much just kind of a tired, chubby old man.
This one,
I love it.
Last one, chubby old man gets up. He's like, God, I got to deal with this crap right now. Like,
he's
and then
like,
I'm going to
damn it, people.
Yeah, but this one is just like the fire is back in him. It's Ivan Drago. It's Rocky. It's like he found a reason to fight again, and like there's like a literal like flame inside of him, just like, I gotta murder this son of a bitch. Like, we're gonna murder each other, and like there's a want to murder. It's almost like Goku and Vegeta when they gotta fight. They have to fight each other. It's just like one of us is going to die. One of us will not sleep until the other is dead, and they really bring that across masterfully. Like, I can't.
Ghidorah's when he was electrifying up, and which is how I would explain it to friends. Godzilla had a look that was like, oh crap.
Yeah.
He looked, he goes, oh no.
Yes.
Oh crap.
There's all of that stuff. And it's beautiful. It is so beautiful. The minor tweaks. So the dorsal plates look fantastic. I know there's a comment that explains why they look different. The fact that they kind of fixed the theropod, the sauropod foot, and now it's like a little more like, it's
less elephant and a little bit more with claws.
They slimmed him down just a tad bit, and then later on they buff him up. Like, when he walks in after they wake him back, after they give him like the nuclear like shot, like,
juice pump.
He is like they tweaked him enough to where like it's just nothing but chest and shoulders all day long, and he is jacked and ready to go. I'm just like, I saw them like. The design works masterfully. Like, because before it's like, that was the thing everyone thought, was like, he's a big chunky bear walking around. Like, it looks like he's going to scratch his back against a tree or something like that. This one, like, they slimmed him down enough to where it worked, and then when they needed to, like, they made him look like he was just drinking steroids for the last 6 weeks. And God bless him, because it worked on there was not a scene where it didn't work at all. And at making the beam, my one big complaint was the fire, the beam that he had in the first movie. And I get you had to save it for, the big final. And believe the
is it when he blasts his atomic breath into the Muto?
And it's like the fiery wisp. I'm like, it's missing that oomph. That's the thing about all the beautiful thing about the 2000 fire beams and stuff like that. There's a gravitas to them. It feels like you're hitting. It's the difference of watching an American action film where, like, you can clearly see it's like a stunt double and they're not really hitting each other and they're falling on things, versus like a foreign film, like an old Jackie Chan film where it's like, oh, these guys are breaking their bones doing this. Like, that's why it feels so real. There is a difference in the beam. Like, the second he lights up, and like they get right to it too. They're like, yeah, no, it's not gonna be like we're gonna save it for later. It's like, you already saw it, let's do it again, but this time let's do it with much more oomph. And like the beam has that kick to it finally. Like, when it comes out, it's not just a wispy fire. You're just like, no, it's like a destructive energy blast. And like, yes, that's how it's done. And then later on, when it becomes even more powerful, like the fact that like it just feels like, I'm like, the only thing he needed was like actual sparks shooting out the back of his spines, and I would have been like a 5-year-old screaming around the theater going like waving my hands like I was need to be put away in a mental asylum somewhere.
I did like it when you were talking about him being juiced up. So after the moment when he's Fire Godzilla, from what Michael Daughtry said, and the music was amazing then, and obviously we would talk about how Bear McCreary did it. But when you know, full of spoilers, he's the king of the monsters, so he's gonna win, and all the kaijus come, and they have a look that's like, we traveled here as quickly as we could. We had to go. We didn't have Hollow Earth. And they bow, and he's there, and he looks at them.
Yeah, and
he has that vibe of like, this is my house.
Yes.
I'm still the old man that's gonna rule this home.
Exactly.
And he just kind of had that look.
He might be the old lion, but he still runs the pride.
Yeah, he does it, and he's like, that's right, it's still my house.
Let's talk about the scene that I legit rolled an Indian-style tear down my...
Native American.
My buddy looked at me, he's like, are you alright? I'm like, I need a moment.
Your single Native American tear?
Like, I knew it was coming. Like, the toy spoiled it, but the and the previews give you a hint of it, but you don't know the full impact of it. So when he becomes
Fire Godzilla,
it's the by the way,
Burning Godzilla, yes, but fire is what Michael...
The Burning Godzilla mode, like, I know a lot of people have always talked, I was like, that's like a good power-up mode. Like, that could be like, they used it, they turned it into Godzilla's Super Saiyan form. Like, he literally has a color change. He is like, there's bits of the energy flying off of him. Like, it is a true, like, he's Super Saiyan.
His eyes are red and orange.
Red. The beam is...
when he steps and everything starts to melt.
And the second he starts walking and everything around him, I'm like, holy shit, are you kidding me? And then, so he starts facing down Ghidorah. He releases the atomic pulse. That's where I roll. I'm like, oh my god, I can die happy. They brought in the atomic pulse. Not only that, but it had the Mothra power up too. Like, the first time I heard the
God rays?
The god, the god, like, when he does the atomic pulse.
Oh, okay, I get what you're talking about.
Every time you hear and then boom, you hear Mothra's cry with it, and then I didn't notice it the first and second time. You see her wings pop out in the pulse as it just decimates everything around it. And I'm just like, my buddy turned me, he's like, I need a moment. You have no idea how happy that whole sequence just made me. Because I grew up on the 90s films were the ones, those were the ones of our childhood. Like, those are the ones, and the atomic pulse was like a big move. It was like the first new technique they gave Godzilla in forever. And it was either used, sparingly, or like only when like he was being like entwined by something. But this time they could like properly do it. They can show you like the shockwave of it. They could do it, and like it was like watching a painting come to life.
It is. For one of my showings, a guy above me, a couple seats, I heard him go, "Oh, Kong is screwed."
Yes.
And then I was like, "Oh no!"
Just watching Ghidorah's wings melt away, like each head just.
Just lose it and try to hold on. And he steps on him, and the foot just
and he melts into his chest. I'm like, yes, god damn it, yes, you guys get it. All right, let's talk about King Ghidorah.
Yes.
Talk about the Joker of this movie.
Yes.
What did you think of the three heads with the separate personalities?
I loved it. I do know it was very evident in Antarctica. Mm-hmm. And it became a little bit less evident as the film continues. But they do have a lot to focus on.
Yeah.
I did like it. sometimes I like things old school, but I'm okay with change. I kind of wish he was a brighter gold. He was a little thin around the waist, but it's fine. The wings balance him out. I love Ghidorah. He's one of my favorite kaijus. So I really liked him in this film. You felt that he was menacing, but not stupid.
Yes.
So was a good foil, was a good enemy to Godzilla. And neither of them came off dumb.
Yes.
And that they were, like, you can see them as enemies. And you can also see why the other one is a alpha rival.
Yes. Very much so.
So they kept that foundation and spirit of Ghidorah really well. Ghidorah really well.
And they kept him a space monster.
Yeah, and they did the whole. He's the invasive species. He's the invasive species, and it totally made sense. You know, I did like what they did with him. He wasn't just insane for no reason. You didn't have.
It felt like he had purpose. He
had purpose. He came and he wanted to terraform and he wanted to become the alpha.
Yeah, that was like the beauty about those monsters is they have, like, they're not dumb. They're smart. They're thinking animals.
Yes.
Like that's in, like, you could see, like, there's a means to the ends to all this. There's a reason why they're like, they treat them like animals, but they're, much like the Toho films, they're clearly more than that. Like, they have means and methods of what they need to be doing. Hi, Brucey. Yeah.
Bruce, my husky, came over and Chris is petting him on the head.
He just wants big pets. I know.
He does.
You guys are talking about Godzilla again.
He's always in the background whenever we have a podcast.
Okay, so Mothra.
Ooh, Mothra. Okay.
I know you had words. I know you have words.
I was always fine. I like her when it comes to my kaijus. I was always, if you had to section it down to female kaijus, if one wants to become even more niche, I prefer Biollante.
Yeah.
I'm just a Biollante girl. But Mothra was fine, and I've always liked her in the movies. However, this surprised me because I did not like her redesign. However, I understood that we are in a more CGI, take it for what I will say next, realistic way. If you had her looking the way certain films looked, you could not take her seriously. You would take one look at her and be like, the rest of the three seem very badass. She looks like she's so fluffy and kind.
Yeah.
However, in this version, she had the insectoid eyes.
Yes.
She had the bumblebee or the butterfly eyes. If you actually looked in the up close of what a moth, what moths, butterflies, and dragonflies look like, what their eyes look like, they have the hex eyes.
The base design was there.
The base design was there. Her wings were beautiful. You never, with her god rays and the patterns and illumination, and how fast she moved, you never really got what exact patterns it looked like, but you can have the art book.
Yeah.
She really, I was really surprised because I ended up loving her because I think that she was such a good yin to Godzilla's yang.
Yes.
And with a symbiotic relationship, I know there's a lot of fan art jokes.
Yeah.
However, she was perfectly there, and she was not only her own character, but she also was a great supporting character as well. And obviously her front legs came in handy against Rodan, and you could see her fighting off with Rodan and also holding on to her own, and her sacrifice and just everything was amazing. I did like that when she came down and she was able to kind of pinpoint where Godzilla was over the ocean. When the skies open and Kyle Chandler is like, what is happening? Yeah. There is subtle ways of doing it, which I like the way Captain Marvel appeared to Tony on Endgame. This was similar fashion. You saw the light, you saw her come down, she's the illumination. I was really glad there was no overtly cheesy heaven beam of light and then she descends. Everything about her was done really well. You can believe that she is both loving and kind at the same time, she is extremely protective, and she can be very vicious when she needs to be, and she can definitely hold her own. Like after she fought Rodan, and her wings were burning, and she was on top of the building, and I was like, no, she's dying. The beautiful lady is dying. And then she sacrifices herself because she defends him, and she knew she was going to be blasted. And her God, I loved everything. She stole every scene that she was in. She was also terrifying as a larva.
Yes.
So usually one only has limited financial means, but I tend to prefer Mothra figures and toys over the larvae stage. But in this version, if I had the money, I would get figures of her, because even in the larva stage, she was very strong and powerful, independent in her own right.
Strong, independent woman.
I know, she was amazing. So I really liked it, and also just the way the character was done. But definitely, she is. I think people, one of two things. I do think people would watch a film of just her, because you want one. I don't know if I would watch one with any other kaiju. I'm not saying not just in this film, but definitely with her.
Much like the 90s, much like those late 90s films, you got to give her like a.
This is one that you would see. There are certain characters who spin off to their own solo, and you go, why?
Yeah.
I don't think for her character it would be. I think people would watch that.
Yeah, I mean, like after Godzilla, Mothra's the one with the most like backstory.
Yeah, and she's full of like love. She's the queen of the monsters. Like Dr. Chen's character says, it's about hope, faith, redemption, love, all the other things. When I came out of one of the showings, I do believe that she would be the main focus point and draw in for young girls and boys.
Yes.
But a lot of little girls who went loved her. Because I hear dads and moms talking like, oh, which monster did you like the best? And they're like, I love Mothra. She's beautiful and she's smart and she fights well. I could see where a lot of young girls and young boys would be really into that character.
Even in Japan, Mothra's main...
As a huge female fan base.
Yeah, that's why when they killed off Godzilla in the 90s, they're like, we're going to do Mothra films because she's very popular with young kids and women. And that's a big thing in Japan. Like, that's what we're going to focus on. And that's what we did. And again, say what you will, I really like those Mothra movies from the 90s. Like, 2 is probably the weakest of them all, but it's like, these are fantastic fantasy films. Like,
yes, very much so.
Complete opposite of everything Toho was doing with the Godzilla movies. I'm like, I enjoy Mothra 1 and Mothra 3, I enjoy immensely. And this one, the fact, like, they gave, it's like, she was the antithesis to the Mutos. Like, she was the opposite in the coin. Like, for the Mutos who have a parasitic relationship with Godzilla, the Mothras have a symbiotic relationship with Godzilla. Like, there's so much story there you could honestly do. Like, a comic book of, like, the ancient times of, like, the species coexisting together. Like, there's all kinds of stuff you can do. Like, in many ways, you can even look at, like, the Mutos as, like, the Batras of these series. Like, they are the evil versions of Mothras, because they are very similar in, like, their designs. And I'm like, God, there's so much potential here. Like, at least give me you know what? If you can't give me a movie, give me an animated series. Legendary's doing one for freaking Pacific Rim. Call up Netflix. Like, hey, look, we're doing this. You just did Ultraman. Let's do let's do our own Godzilla. I'm pretty sure Toho will be like, yeah, just pay us the royalty fees. We can probably knock this crap out. Do a Legendary verse Godzilla series. Like, it was even limited. Even in a movie, it's all takes place in the ancient times. Like, because they've alluded to so much was going on in those times. There were actual people walking around, and there was these super civilizations, much like Gamera. By the way, so much 90s Gamera stuff in what they're building too. Like, the fact that it's like, that looks Atlantean right there. Like, all these things, like the fact that the Skull Island tribes are like remnants of this, like, lost civilization. Yeah. All that stuff. And before we go, the other biggest thing, the second thing that made me so happy with this movie is this is the first time ever we got Mothra and Rodan fighting each other. Yes. In her
two-winged creatures.
Yes.
and you can actually believe. As someone who looks out into her backyard, I have seen sparrows and butterflies very close to each other, and you're like, there's no way that butterfly's going to win. But in this version, even seeing, because we've already seen Rodan, and he's got very thick not plated, but he's got very thick reptilian skin.
Yeah.
You could believe that the two of them could hold their own together. Something about her also reminds me very much of Wonder Woman. Gal Gadot. Just beautiful and loving and kind, but compassionate at the same time.
In her frame, but she can hold her own.
But still can hold her own and can fight and be a warrior when she needs to be. And knows about sacrifice.
Yeah.
But I don't know, that brings us to Rodan.
Okay, here's where you and I clearly differ from what you've been alluding. I'll let you go first. Go ahead.
Oh, I took a deep reflection in myself. I think it's just my own bias that I just don't like pterodactyls. Something about the shape of that reptilian bird, that prehistoric bird. I don't really like pterodactyls. Sometimes you can like and dislike something just kind of based by association, the way it looks. Personally, I know that Ibraya is a crappy kaiju to many people, but since I love crustaceans, I always lean towards him. I know that a lot of people love Rodan. I did like the way he was designed. I did like the fact that when he flew over very low to the city, there was a ripple effect with all the wind that came from underneath his things. I knew he was called the demon, the fire demon. I don't know why. Every time I saw him, I just think to myself, you dumb bird. I don't know what it is. I saw him as kind of more of a Bane to the last of the Nolan trilogy. You kind of think he's a badass on his own, but really he just ends up bowing down to someone else. The Talia to this king, Ghidorah. But some people have pointed out that he is a kaiju that if you beat him, then you earn his respect.
Yeah.
I can see it both ways. I did like the facial expression he had when he was tricked into facing Monster Zero, and he had oh crap!
Yeah.
When the two of them came together and they started fighting. I think I'm just not a Rodan person, so he is a giant turkey. I don't, but turkeys are terrifying. To be fair, turkeys are terrifying.
And they chase you.
But I think it's okay.
And they do that death dance around something.
They do. And I can admit that other people love Rodan, and I can see why. I can agree. I can respect their opinions. But to me, that dumb bird was someone else's bidding. He bidded to other people. When he bowed down when he came last and bowed down and covered his face with his wings to Godzilla, he reminded me of like a court jester who's like, yes, my king. Yeah. He's been beaten down, and he just seems like... But that's just me, and that's how I read the situation. Yeah. I know other people don't read it.
That whole sequence is my absolute favorite in the whole film. Like, Rodan was the most out of everything I was looking forward to. Because again, so many years he's been kind of treated as a goofball, and then when they do try to revamp him, like Godzilla versus MechaGodzilla was the closest they got to bringing him back. The problem is that the puppet kind of doesn't work because he's stiff, and you're just like, there's so much potential here. This was the first time in forever it's like, oh yes, he's a massive threat. Like, he looks fantastic.
Yeah, he looked like he can be a threat, and he is a fire demon to villagers.
They merged the old stuff, because every time he comes out of a volcano, and they gave him some of the fire Rodan aspect where he's just constantly burning. I love that, absolutely. The whole chase sequence between him and the F-18s, masterful.
Yes, when he turns in the air and he does the 360 spin with his wings. Yes. I loved that. That was amazing.
When he clashes with Ghidorah, and there's an and they're like, Jesus, they're killing each other. You actually should, they actually, we're like going at it. I'm like, everything about not only.
And he's a smart bird. When he claps his wings together, and he just smashes like 5 jets at once.
Oh my god! And there's a wonderful giant claw like homage in there.
With his claws extended,
but the scene when the pilot ejects
and he goes right into his mouth.
Yeah, that's right out of the giant claw. I'm just like, oh my god, that everything about this is magnificent. That whole sequence. By the way, before we we're going to get into the score. Absolute favorite original score in that, because he said it sounded like the Planet of the Apes theme. I love Planet of the Apes, and just the da da da. I'm like. It's not the original theme, but it's a damn good one for this iteration of Rodan. I know he's not used a lot, he is a secondary character, but they did him so damn well. I loved every bit of it. And before we move on, let's talk about the ancillary kaiju.
I was going to say the other kaijus.
Yes. Let's talk about them real quick.
From the back, I thought the behemoth was Kong, because they were both furry. When he turned around, I'm like, oh, this is a woolly mammoth type of situation.
Very interesting. Did you notice, the second around, he's in, when the Legendary logo comes up, he's one of the cutouts. So it's Rodan on one side.
Oh, yeah.
And he's on the other side.
Yeah,
Which I think they got plans for him for later on. I think they're like, we're going to take a shine to this and put him in something more.
Yeah.
Because he definitely feels like a Kong villain more than anything else, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. And then there was a Muto. There's a Muto there.
But again, that's another wonderful harken back to the old Godzilla movies. What suit do we have laying around? We have this computer model. Let's throw it in there so that way we don't have to design something new and build something from ground up. New Muto. There you go. That's clearly, it was we need another monster. We don't have the budget to create anyone. Just put another Muto in there.
Yeah.
It's cool.
I love Kumanga. Mm-hmm. And they had Scylla, Titanus Scylla, which was very close to Kumanga, except... I love spider-like characters.
Do you know what he reminds me of? He reminds me of the opening of the Godzilla animated series. When those 3 monsters are approaching.
Right.
It looks exactly like that. I'm like, that's all that's what that is. That's from that animated series opening. I'm just like, he was awesome. And again, it's a spider. Everyone can have a giant spider.
Yeah.
And by the way, there's the scans for the art book came out, and apparently they really tried to put Kumanga and Gigan without. I guarantee Toho's you didn't pay us for these, so no, you can't use them. You can't use these characters. Yeah,
because I believe this one had 6 legs. If I wasn't misremembering, I was fangirling out too hard.
And I like that they're building their own monsters for this universe. I welcome all of it. I welcome I welcome the Snuffleupagus monster, as people have been calling him. Again, I took my brother to see this. He never goes to the movies. He knows my love for these films, and even he was yeah, I kind of want to see this movie, man. This looks awesome. Everything looks like a giant painting. And he saw some leaked images. He's like, I gotta see what that woolly mammoth thing looks like, man. So the whole time, I got up. When the ending happens, and you get to see him, the giant. He's like, dude, that was pretty awesome. I'm like, the mammoth. He's like, that thing trips me out. I need to see more of it. I'm like, I got a feeling they're probably going to use him later on. It felt because out of all of them, you see him in that spider.
You see him the most, yes. Yeah. I was going to say you see him in the spider. And we saw giant spiders on Kong Skull Island.
That's what I think that they're alluding to. I think that those two especially are probably going to show up in Skull Island in some form. If not, if they probably do Godzilla 3. I know a lot of people are already talking they're I'm like, I don't think this is the end of the road for any of these films yet. Let's get through Kong versus Godzilla first before... we call, DOA on this thing. So.
Yeah. We do want to say, because of the kaijus, they are brought to life through the love of CGI, but also through performance capture artists.
Definitely see it.
So TJ Storm did an amazing job as Godzilla.
And him on there, because I just want to blow smoke up his ass all day. God, remember that time
he
did this?
He has been on our panel before.
I want him. We need to get him to sit down so we can go into detail, because
he did an amazing job with the way they moved. And also the 3 men was Jason Lyles as the middle head, and then Richard Dorton as the left head, and Alan Maxon as the right head, the thinking one.
Which one was Rodan as well? Someone pulled double.
Jason Lyles, I believe.
Lyles. Okay.
But they did a great job because of the way these men moved. The necks also moved very like a snake, like a serpent. And usually the way Godzilla moved was like a heavy, angry man. I really feel that whenever people think of evil or Satan or the devil or just all this stuff, and even when certain characters try to morph into another, it's always snake-like. There's something serpent-like.
Yeah.
There's something between the relationship between humans and serpents and what they represent. Some people love snakes, and that's great. He moved in a very serpent-like way, while Godzilla moved more like a large human.
Yeah.
So you can see that as an antithesis to each other.
So give some wonderful, much needed props to these guys because they knocked it out of the damn park.
They are just like actors.
Yes.
As they did acting, and there's stills of them doing all of that work.
Real quick, because you're a woman of faith.
Yes.
I'm a filthy heathen. What do you think of all the religious, like, the religious imagery and, like, the slight religious connotation?
I was actually just talking about it with my best friend. I was telling him that I can suspend belief on a lot of things. Like, I am personally fine with Good Omens. I am personally fine with The Good Place. Lucifer stretches a little bit too far for me. But, and of course, when Clark Kent is sitting in that church and it's so obvious in Man of Steel, I was cool with it because there is a reflection to their personality. I didn't really think it was blasphemous, but I did laugh when Ghidorah was on top of the mountaintop and he was king or the new god that's coming down, and then there was this huge cross in the very front. I did laugh at that.
Again, like, I'm a dirty heathen. That's something out of, Revelation, right? It's supposed to be like a revelation.
Yeah, like the dragons that come in the sky signify Satan or the devil.
When I see that, I'm just like...
It was more like a chuckle for me.
Yeah, when I see that, I'm like, I think that's something out of the Bible. I don't know, but I'm like, I'll ask Jeff.
And then the head grows right back.
Yes! Fantastic, like, little adding to the character. Like, when Godzilla tore off his head, I'm like, oh, shit! Like, I'm like, wait. I'm like, okay, something's wrong. And then they show it's like, oh yeah, he's definitely, like, he's the inspiration for the Hydra. Like, you chop off one head, and it grows back. Like, and I love the way that he did, like, the skeleton comes out and then the skin grows over it, and he's still kind of a dummy, like a dum-dum. Like, the middle head kind of, like, has to knock some sense into him.
Yeah.
Like, I love that aspect. Like, it's like, okay, here's
and the right one's the thinker, which is why he didn't attack the soldiers immediately.
Yes, and why? Yeah, I love that aspect. It's like, okay, here's the reason why it's so hard to kill him, because he can regenerate. Like adding those little bits. You're like, so this is why this stuff's been going on for so long. Let's talk about the score. What'd you think of the score?
I loved, because you brought it up in Rodan, we talked about it when Fire Godzilla was walking. I loved what Bear did. And I thought it was great. Some people felt that there was some missed opportunities. There should have been more of the original, what the kaiju sounded like, kind of mixed into the music. Some people didn't like the new stuff that was added. I thought he did great, especially for an update of a modern time, but still staying true.
It needed to be its own thing.
Yes.
The levels of like homage to the original, like the original Godzilla March, great, but he updated. I love the rendition.
Sometimes some things need to be updated.
Drums, you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of Junkie XL's score from the second 300 film, which I love to death. I know a lot of people think that is like, dude, that's a movie that makes the shames you into getting to the gym, because it's just like everyone's ripped and murdering. I'm just like, and that score, like that, like when I saw that film like that, I'm like, okay, we got to go find someone who's like committing some acts of like some heinous acts, and we're just going to have to axe them in the middle of the street, because that's what this music makes me want to do.
Music needs to have a swell of emotion brought from the audience. If you've ever seen certain movie trailers with and without music, I have bought into the marketing of take all my money just from the music score alone, not realizing that the movie is just mediocre. When Godzilla is walking as Fire Godzilla, I'm sure seeing everything melt is badass. That's great. But there's a different swell of feeling that brings tears and excitement to you, even if you're just a passing Godzilla fan, when it's coupled with the music.
Yes, very much so. Like, yeah, and like it's so great, and you know, like just when he rises up, you get the classic score, and then later on, like they move the classic score into like the newer version of the classic march. The only thing that I still have, like, and I was talking to my brother, who's kind of like a metal guy, after this, because we were sitting there through the credits, and he turns to me, and he's like, "Why of all people did they get Serge Tankian to re-record that song?" I'm like, I don't know, man. It just doesn't feel right. He's like, it's like, look, I like System of a Down. I don't like when they separated and Serge went off on his own and Scars on Broadway. And he's just like, this feels too corny. Like, he is not the guy to be doing this. They could have gotten anybody else, but it's like, Serge, we'll give you a pack of cigarettes if you come re-record Blue Oyster Cult's Godzilla. Like, to me, not even, I'm just like, couldn't you just use the original song? Like, the original song's fine. Or gotten anybody else. I'm like, and again, nothing against Serge Tankian. But it's just, it sounds so forced. Like, that's the only aspect that I didn't care for. I'm just like, okay, whatever. Past that, Bear's score, magnificent. I've listened to that score like 5 times now in my car, like every car ride I'm on. I'm just like yeah, let that build. The chants in the back. The Mothra one, they get the little, even like, they don't exactly sing, but they even like, Mothra, like, they get the little, like, oh, it's freaking-nificent. Oh, my God. Anything else?
Oh, my goodness. I loved the cinematography. I know it was a little bit dark for some people.
Yes. Oh, no.
But the special effects was amazing. The cinematography was really beautiful. The thing is, I did see it with the digital projection that was 60% brighter through IMAX.
Yeah.
I do understand. But the thing is, you know, some fights happen at night, some fights happen during the day. Mm-hmm. I know a lot of us are hurt over the Game of Thrones fight when it was dark as heck.
Yeah.
However, when, you know, Ghidorah goes places, the electrical storm, rain, it becomes cloudy. The weather is affected. It's also where he goes.
It's an easy thing to hide the...
and when it's a little bit darker, it's easier to do special effects and CGI.
Like, believe me, that's part of the reason why I love the final fight scene for Kong.
Yeah.
Because that daylight fight is so masterfully done. Like, it looks stupendous.
There's so many beautiful cinematography moments. There are, I call them wallpaper moments.
Yes.
If you can make into your
money shots.
Yeah, your background or your Facebook cover.
Yeah.
Just like Cap limping and facing Thanos and his army by himself at Endgame is like the moments where you just see 2 or 3 of them. There's so many. The cross with, you know, Ghidorah on top of the mountain. There is anytime Godzilla and Ghidorah is facing each other. Mothra coming down from the sky. She has, if you freeze frame it, she has a beautiful shot. And also when she's fighting Rodan in the sky, there are certain moments I feel like when your 4K DVD comes in, you screenshot it, you pause, you screenshot.
Yeah.
You put it up.
Someone already got a shot of the atomic pulse going off with the wings. I already got that as a background on my phone.
Ooh.
And I have the concept art of Mothra and Rodan fighting as my Facebook header right now. And then we have to talk about like the end credits lead up to something more.
I was gonna say all the Easter eggs.
My God! First off, the Oxygen Destroyer.
Oxygen Destroyer.
Which is, by the way, was like I'm like they're like it wasn't like a downplay thing. It's like it's a prototype for testing. Like we call it an Oxygen Destroyer. I'm like, and they show you like the missile and the actual devices in there. And I'm like, oh, and like when it goes off, it's just this ultra like because even in Godzilla vs. Destroyer, like because I just recently went back and watched every single film, so I was like, this is a little more fresh. I'm like, they explain it's like because like they're like, oh, you're lucky they didn't open this thing up above ground, like in the water. The water, you know,
and all the fishies fly
up. It killed everything, yes, and it created the microbe like destroyer organism. But like
Godzilla was winning, and then he got screwed by the people.
But I forgot the kid's name, but he says had they opened it over above in the air, it would have decimated all of Tokyo. Like that's how powerful this.
Oh
thing
yes,
is.
yes.
Like,
sorry, I had jumped back to the film.
Yeah,
but
no, but that's the thing with the oxygen when they show you like when the bomb goes, because it goes like like a couple of meters under the water, and it's just this massive, unforgiving, like purple, like almost Jack Kirby explosion, and it's just like, oh my god. But the fact it doesn't quite work either kind of tells you something too. Like, it didn't technically kill Godzilla, it didn't technically kill Ghidorah. It just killed everything in the ocean. And you see that in the post credits. It's just like nothing's alive here anymore. Like, okay, so there's implications to this. The
end credit when Jonah
gets Ghidorah's head. I still don't know. Look, I don't know where they're going with it. I don't believe any of that because he's not listed for Kong vs. Godzilla. So this is clearly setting up something else for Godzilla 3. A lot of people are like, well, it's not doing that well. I'm like, no, it's doing fine. And most likely they're going to do a third one because they already got, everything invested into this. As much as people are wanting to kind of talk down on it. But where they're going with that, like Ghidorah's head, like they're going to build MechaGodzilla. I'm like, I don't think they're going that way. I think
that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, that's what we've all seen because the iconic imagery in the 90s films is like they got Ghidorah's robotic head. They're like, hey, we're going to build MechaGodzilla out of this. I'm like, I don't know if they're going that way or not. The little Easter eggs in the end, setting it for Kong versus Godzilla.
I was going to say, every single shot they've had of him, not the ones on the wall.
Yeah.
It's just the one footage they have from the 70s.
Yeah, exactly. But the fact that they're like, they leave off in like leaving, like they're like new kaiju showing up at Skull, like they're like some stuff's going down Skull Island. This is where we're going next. And the fact that I live in a world where look, I even said like I won't believe it's happening until I see something of it. Like part of me still doesn't believe they shot this movie. Part of me there's a part of me that's just like no, this is like something will happen and it won't get released. Or it's not. I'm like. There's no, because that was always the pipe dream of like Kong versus Godzilla rematch because of the two different IPs. Like it never happened again. But now it's like legendary. Like Thomas Tull, of all things, his last final grip on power at legendary is like, I'm making this movie one way or another. I don't give a crap. Like I will go down with the ship, but this movie is happening. I'm like, you know what? God bless you if it does.
Do you think the tagline will be the headline that we saw, which is, what is a king to a god?
I like that. I do like that a lot because they don't call him King Kong.
They called it Kong. It's just Kong. It's just Kong.
I think it's a rights issue thing too. But like, I do like that. It's like, because, and again, a lot of like dumb fans are like, ooh, he's so small. I'm like, they already set it up. Like Kong, like in that movie, Kong's like a teenager. He's still young.
Yeah.
He's still growing. There's a lot of other stuff going on. Like they're clearly going to make him on somewhat equal footing to Godzilla, because otherwise, what's the point of having it? Like, what's the point of doing that movie? He's just going to be a tiny little thing compared to Godzilla. Like, he's going to be huge when you see him the next time. Like, they show you in the last film, like, his parents were massive. That
poor baby's by himself.
But there's so much more. But there's more monsters. There's that mysterious egg thing that they find. Like, I'm like.
Yeah, the egg. I was going to say, yep.
Like, okay, what are you doing? Where is this going? Because clearly it's not just about Kong and Godzilla. Like, they're expanding this world that they've built to something even bigger. And
we saw a glimpse of things like Anguirus. In my mind, I would like to think.
I mean, I know.
I need to look at the art.
I know
book.
Adam Wingard was posting pictures of like Smog Monster, but again, we don't know what other monsters they might have the rights to that they just haven't told us yet. Or they might be making their own one, or they might be doing something. But Kong versus Godzilla clearly isn't just about Kong and Godzilla. Nor is it clearly. I don't believe that they're just going to be like, they're going to fight and then team up. I'm like, I don't think it's going to be that cut and dry. I think it's going to be something else. So, unfortunately, we found out today we're not going to find out at Comic-Con because there's going to be no Warner Brothers.
Warner Brothers does not have panel presence at Hall H this year for San Diego Comic-Con.
But it's in March, and I think they're going to stick to the March. I think we should have been talking about this movie 2 months ago, but Warner Brothers got cold feet because it was nestled between Captain Marvel and only a couple of weeks before Avengers Endgame. They're like, all right, it's too much of a risk. Next March, so it's clear skies. So Kong vs. Godzilla, I think, comes out March 20th of 2020. So we have that to look forward to. It's only 8 months away. It's like the first time ever, like 2 year gap between Kong, Skull Island, and this film. 5 years between that. Like now it's like back to back.
March 13th, 2020.
Oh, March, even closer. Even closer. So we only got like 200 and some odd days. So we'll definitely see a trailer sooner than later. But until then, it's like, you know what? Let's bask in the warm, glowing glow of this magnificent film before we look forward to the next thing. I know a lot of fans were like, oh, well, you know, it's not like, first off, don't listen to all the sites. They're desperately trying to make it seem like, no, our poor review of this film is apt and that you should feel bad for liking this film. And that, you know, there's a reason why it's doing poor because, you know, it's not a good film. It's like, no, you guys are just, you have your heads up your ass. Like, it's become a thing. I've noticed something in the last few years that when it comes to critics, they all seem to be in the same boat when it comes to, like, general consensus on a film. Doesn't matter what it is. Like, you can look at any film. Most critics are pretty much like, we're all in the same boat of, like, either we like this or we don't. And lately, the thing that, and I used to do this stuff all the time. I used to do this back in the day. I ran a website, used to write reviews and stuff, and it's like, mine was like, did this movie work? Is it fun? Does it work on its merits? Today, it's like, my personal politics are first in my review. And if they don't line up with my personal politics, then that's the first thing that doesn't work. The second thing is, I don't like smashy CG fest. That seems to be the thing. That's what got Battle Angel such bad reviews by critics. And everybody that went and watched it like, yeah, this is magnificent. I don't know what you're complaining about. And it's the same thing when they overpraise something. It's like, I think the best example is, and not to like mudrake, but like Captain Marvel. They praise the hell, like, this is the next great thing. And most people are like, it's fine. It's a fine film. I wouldn't say it's the grandeur thing that you're talking about, like, and then they see it in 1,000 think pieces of why it is and why you're wrong. That's all I've been seeing about Godzilla has been like, well, here's why you people are wrong and you shouldn't be liking it. It's like, no. I think you guys are just idiots and you're not helping your cause by doubling down on like, well, you know, we need to be validated. Like, they're little children that need to be validated. Like, no, we said this is bad, so you shouldn't watch it. It's like, no, the movie overall is doing fine. The problem was at the last second, they slightly upticked the projection. Didn't quite meet it, but you know, it was still within the projected means that they thought. It's doing very well worldwide. China's doing pretty damn good where it counts. Like, a
lot of the finances definitely from there. Also, Zhang Ziyi's in it. So, and she is a darling over there.
I think the series is absolutely fine. People are like, because everyone in the community that doesn't really pay attention to this stuff, they're going off what Shinji Higuchi said like 2 years ago when he was touring. They're like, I guess we're not making any more Godzilla movies until after the Legendary deal is done in 2020. And everyone kind of took that as gospel. And a lot of people have said, like, that's not quite exactly what is happening. The fact that Toho is actually expanding statewide and they're looking to like really break the character out here, which means it's like that doesn't necessarily mean they're going to be making $15 million films in Japan to import over here. That might mean that they're looking to keep Warner Brothers making these films and Legendary making these films and then getting their own things out here because it works well for everybody. They don't have to put up any money. They're just taking in money and letting someone else do the heavy work. As long as these movies just turn a profit, they don't have to turn huge profits, but they'll turn a profit. Everything works for everybody. I do think that, after Shin Godzilla was such a huge hit, they'll give it another try.
I think it's fine to do both.
I think they'll do both. I think that
you can have your American version and your Japanese version.
Very much. I mean, the fact that
people can have two choices.
Exactly. We had 2014. We had the Edwards film. 2016. We had Shin Godzilla. Like, they can coexist. They can do both. No one's going to get confused by them. Because clearly one is going to look a little more expensive than the other. Let's just put it that way. But I know Warner Brothers, now that they're paying for like more of these, like they're putting up more money for these films, they have a bigger say in what they want with these things. That they're probably going to have to come to the terms of like, let's make a happy little agreement, like. Because that's why we got the animated films, because like we got to do something in the interim. And again, I wouldn't mind Toho like maybe just keeping at the experimental rate. Like Let other people try making it. And you know what? Give the animation another shot. And I like those films, but it's like, you can do more with that medium than what you did. Like, there is much more potential there. Don't let that be your only outing. So if we can figure out how to juggle all that at the same time. And also, I want more Kong films. I want a Kong solo world where he has a rogues gallery and he's got some buddies. That's the one thing I've always wanted for Kong, because he's like this. He's probably the most famous monster, even over Godzilla in many aspects. But all of his outings, except for the Japanese ones, it's like we're just remaking the same movie over and over again. And it's like at least Toho had we're giving him other monsters to fight. He's got Mechanic Kong, he's got Gorosaurus, he's got Godzilla. It's like, I want more of that. And that's what Skull Island started promising me something. I'm like, I want more. Give me his big bad guy.
Yeah, I think I feel toward pterodactyls.
Mm-hmm.
I am not really a primate person. Mm-hmm. I'm not a primate person.
Mm-hmm.
But Kong Skull Island had changed it for me.
Yeah.
Because he had a lot more expressive of a facial structure.
Mm-hmm.
Expressions, excuse me. And also there was more promise of other monsters and other giant, more primitive forms of things, that live with him on that island, or maybe off or near the island. So I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
I like that world.
I like what they're building. I want to see this go. I want to see them go to, but give me comics. Give me a cartoon series. As much as you can, as Legendary can squeeze out of this, because we can have our cake and eat it too. Look, I keep saying, it's a wonderful future we're living in. It's everyone says, oh, what a bleak future we live in. It's like, no, it's a magnificent future, because there's no point in the last 20 years. If you came to be a young Chris, like, hey, guess what? One day there's going to be a series of American Godzilla films, and they're all pretty good, and they're all awesome looking. And I'd be like, you're a liar. You're a lying liar that lies. Go away, future me, because I don't want any more of your filth. It's not. It all came true. We're living in a time where it's like, we have everything we want. It's blissful. And the fact that people are pashawing it, that's what angers me. That's what angers me more than anything else in the world. Oh. Hey, hello everyone.
Hi.
Welcome to the first ever live Kaiju Kingdom podcast. We are your hosts,
Jessica. Hi.
And I am Chris Eaton. So, as we've been promising this for God knows how long.
Yeah.
We finally are doing it. For the few people that are turning in, thank you for those finding us on YouTube. Awesome. We plan on doing a lot more of these going forward. So hopefully, and please bear with us on this one, because this is our very first time at doing this live. But we felt the occasion warranted it. Why, Jessica, what are we talking about today?
We will be talking about Godzilla vs. Kong. And like Chris said, I apologize for the angelic light that's going to start moving up my face
complaining
as this happens. And also, we all cross our fingers that my internet just makes it through. Okay. If not, Chris, you are amazing on carrying on by yourself until I insert myself back in, like an unwanted side B plot. Oh.
There we go. Sorry. There we go. See, again.
See, exactly.
You were frozen there for a second.
Oh, my goodness.
Yes.
Okay.
But that's... So, let's get started. It's been... God, we're pushing a month since this thing's already come out. I've been getting a lot of people asking, why are you guys waiting so long? Well, we wanted to take our time. We wanted to get this up, and... Jessica had 1,000,005 things like she normally does, because she's a very busy person. So you just recently got to watch the movie the other night, right?
I did. So the irony of tangentially working on the film is that sometimes you don't always get to see it. I did have the opportunity as press to watch it early a few times, which I know actually you and a few of our friends did, but I had so much work, I just wasn't able to do it. I had always planned on watching it at home through HBO Max. So after finally having 2-3 hours of free time, I was able to watch it this past weekend. I mean, I didn't know what happens beforehand, but it's always best to still watch it live, like reading the script, listening to the audiobook, reading the novelization. It's just not going to be the same as actually seeing the movie, seeing the action when it comes out. So I finally was able to watch it this past weekend. So at least we all know it's like fresh in my mind as I'm watching this.
So, and by the way, that script thing's very, very accurate. Long time ago, I got a early copy of the Kill Bill script when it leaked online. The final version was not a lot like it. No. So, you think you're spoiling yourself. I actually did the same thing with the Pacific Rim script. In fact, that's probably one of our episodes in the next few months. That original draft that came out is nothing like the final film. So, but we digress. So, let's get into Godzilla vs. Kong. Oh, lordy. So, it's back. It's only been... Okay, actually, no, we're pushing 2 years coming up to King of the Monsters. I can't believe it's been that long.
Yes. Yes, but it was announced before King of the Monsters.
It was announced, actually...
No, right after.
Back even further than that. You and I sat down in the summer, like I think it was post-Comic-Con 2014, when they announced Godzilla.
Yes, okay.
Original date was 2020. It was 2020 either way.
Yeah.
So again, back then all those schedules got moved around so many times. Like if we were sticking to the original thing, the 2014 film was supposed to come out in 2012, but that's neither here nor there. So it's a long time coming. And in that time, we had a Kong film, we had another Godzilla film, and now we finally get to see these two beat the crap out of each other.
Yeah.
And let's just dive in. Jessica, giving you the floor. What are your thoughts off the top of your head? And we'll get deeper in as we go.
Oh, okay. I didn't hate the film. I know that there was a lot of extreme hatred towards the film, and I'm really happy for those who loved it so much they saw it 7-8 times in a mixture of whether they were at home or whether they went to the theater. I thought it was fine. I enjoyed it, actually. It's not one of those movies where I regret spending time watching it. I actually did like it. I was there, we all know, I was there for the Kaiju fight. And I would describe this movie as that if you love Kaiju fights and everything, it's gonna be great. You do get to see a lot more in daylight, which is really awesome. But I do feel like between King of the Monsters and the way Godzilla moves and the way Godzilla moves here in this film, it is the difference between the way the mechs moved, the Jaegers moved between Pacific Rim 1 and Pacific Rim 2. There's a point of contention with a lot of people. I understand physics doesn't matter in a lot of superhero fantasy films. I totally get it. But this was a very much depart from that. Like the way Godzilla moved is more like my little dog Teddy when he was alive, R.I.P. little dude, versus the way my big lumbering giant of a husky who's 85 pounds, and I know he's way too big to be a husky, and the way he moves. So there is a sheer difference in the way Godzilla is moving, which usually stuff like that just doesn't really bother me or whatever. But for that, it was a lot more evident to me. And then there was, of course, later in the detail, we'll talk about the people and the plots. But overall, it was an enjoyable movie. It wasn't a movie that I was expecting. I thought it would be something very different like 5 years ago when you and I talked about it, because it could be anything, right? The world is our oyster, but we got the movie that we got. Yes. And I'm sorry, friends. I see the sunlight is already descendants higher and higher across my face.
I don't think anybody's complaining about the sunlight.
Oh, God.
No one's complaining about that. So, as for me, again, as I told a couple of close friends when we saw the press screening of it, I'm an easy mark for this stuff. So, it would have to have been catastrophic for me to even walk away going, God, that sucked. That was me walking out of Cloverfield. I waited so long to see that movie. I was hyped. walked down, like, my buddy turned to me, he's like, wasn't that great?
Some people love Cloverfield.
Kind of blue.
Some people love Cloverfield. I know.
Oh, my brother, my father, who both don't even like any of this stuff, walked up. They're like, oh my God, that had been your movie. I'm like, yeah, that movie kind of blew. They're like, are you insane? Like, when I took some other friends to go see Pacific Rim, they're like, oh, you're going to hate it because you hated Cloverfield. I mean, it was freaking awesome. I'm like, no, it wasn't. It's not a good movie. It's not a good movie. But ironically, everybody involved with that film, I loved everything that they've done since then. Matt Reeves is doing Batman. He did those Apes movies, which are fantastic. And I actually prefer his version of Let the Right One In. The Swedish one or the
the vampire movie.
Nordic one is a boring snore. His is an awesome noir film. So everybody involved in that film, I don't care for the film, but I like everybody that's come out of that film. That being said, going into Godzilla vs. Kong, of course we're hyped. We've came out of a year that I don't think a generation has ever experienced in a long, long time. So everyone was clamoring for just something to get our minds off the trials and tribulations of the world, and this was perfect. And walking out of it, by the way, I saw it for the first time on a projected at a drive-in. It was not my preferred way to watch this the first time because I'm getting older. My eyesight's starting to suck.
But you went, though. You chose
I went,
to go.
And I walked away. I did, because I can't wait. I am an impatient asshole. But I walked away, and I'm like, yes, I'm glad I got to see it finally. I'm so good, because then I could start processing things. And by the way, I got to see it a few days early, so I was doing my best to avoid spoilers. I knew one or two big things going into it, because that's the nature of the beast when you're on the internet all the time. So I knew about MechaGodzilla going, but there are other things I didn't know about. So finally watching it, finally getting to see it, I walked around, I'm like, yes, I can't wait. My first thing was, I can't wait to watch it again. I can't wait to watch it again on a big screen. I actually drove out to Las Vegas to go see this thing, because when this was announced, it was coming out, they moved it up from May to now. I'm like, there's no way in hell that I'm going to watch this for the first time on my TV. I have a good-sized TV, but there's no way. There's no way I was going to miss this. So seeing it in Dolby, in pristine projection with a sound that opening sequence when the title credits come in and just the theater is rocking, you're like, yes, oh my God, like I can't wait, like you're on a ride. And it made it that much better. And on the second viewing, I'm like, I sat there, finally I can go through like, okay, so here's the stuff, here's this. Overall, I thoroughly enjoyed it. Is it a perfect film? By all means, no. Is it an awesome film? I would say yes. It delivers on exactly what it promises, which is all I ask for half the time. Yeah. And it's going to be a movie I will go back. This is going to be one I will pop in. It's just the time, just the pacing of the film, and again, things we're going to go into in a few minutes because there's a lot to discuss on that part. But it's engaging, it's entertaining, and it finally did the thing I've been asking for a long time, which was make the monsters the main characters front and center. Kong especially is the hero. He's the hero. He is the star of the film. Yes. Over Alexander Skarsgård and Millie Bobby Brown. He is the hero. He's the star. Yes. So I liked it a lot. You're probably going to hear me kind of go on about other things and then kind of gave things. So let's start breaking this down. First off, the time of the film, it's right under 2 hours. I think Godzilla King of the Monsters was about 2 hours and 10 minutes or something like that. It was a semi-long film. Kong Skull Island, I think, was a little bit shorter, and I think that's part of the reason why a lot of people like that film a lot better. But the biggest difference I saw with this is, my God, the effects. The effects are astounding. Out of all four films, this was, without a doubt, the very best. Sitting there watching that opening, the opening of Kong, just like on, just being a lazy prick, just going, like just this butt scratch. Again, I love all this stuff, like just giving Kong a personality. That opening of like the sun coming down on him, you're like, I swear to God, that's a real. At points, I'm like, you look at CG now, and you're like, that's fake. But now, but really good CG you look at it and you're like, man, God, I really believe that is Kong there. Like, that is a giant gorilla. There's a little girl with her little dolly holding him up, and he is right there booping it.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, so this is awesome. The opening of Godzilla attacking Pensacola, which was great. One of the hats off to Adam Wingard on staging staging all of the action sequences, because they move. They're fast, but they're not fast cut. And what I mean by that is I use the what I call the Bourne Identity cutting, which is we film a sequence, and then we film a lot of other in-betweens, we chop it up, so that way it looks like it's moving around, and it keeps everyone's attention, but it's a lazy editing method. This, we follow through. We get to see Godzilla come in, he's swatting at jets, there's little instances of like the lights, very much it looks like he sat down, watched the first Pacific Rim, took notes on that Hong Kong battle sequence, and then mapped out the rest of the film based on how that was. The lighting, the movement of the monsters, all spectacular. One thing I did love especially was the fact that he plays with Godzilla's internal combustion. The lights, the spines lighten up constantly, his eyes glowing every time he lights up and he breathes fire.
Yeah.
And making Godzilla an absolute dick in this film. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Because you're going to have to you're going to root one over the other, and kind of making Godzilla a dick. And by the way, I'm not saying it's not for no reason. It's a well-earned title, because he is the king of the monsters now. So, especially with those opening sequences when you're like, why is he attacking everyone? He's been the friend of humanity, but you're like, no, that's not how these movies have been going. Moving into the battleship sequence. Oh. Good Lord! First off, tons of Evangelion references in this one, which was spectacular. But watching Godzilla and Kong duke it out in water. First off, something we never got in the original film, because just really can't do such things. But able to see Godzilla, first off, fight underwater. Even the last film didn't. They gave us Godzilla and Ghidorah fighting, but they never showed us what was going on underneath there, like below the wave point of view. To see Godzilla actually fight underwater I think that's the first time.
Yeah.
God, in like almost 30 years. I want to say maybe Mothra. I'm trying to go back in my head. I think Mothra was the last. The 92 film was the last time we saw him fight actually underwater. But to actually see him move, like wrap his tail, like the way that he, like the Leviathan-ish move of him, Kong, like when he grabs Kong that first time, you hear the score hit, that dun dun dun, and you're like, oh, it's on. They're gonna. I can't. You're gonna see a lot of chef's kiss, because these are the aspects of this film I truly loved. If a film can make me feel like I'm 5 years old again watching Godzilla vs. Kong for the first time, then it's done its job.
Yeah.
By the way, that opening scene, that once Godzilla, by the way, when you saw that preview of seeing Godzilla come up, you're like, wait, how in the hell are they on top of an aircraft carrier? Well, when you get into the film, they're like, physics mean nothing in this film. So
as I stated, physics means nothing.
Physics means squat. So let's just do awesome stuff. And some of the best action films at times just say, look, you're watching fantasy. Let's get into fantasy. Now, there are times it goes too far and it breaks I'm off the top of my head. I'm blanking on the term, but
suspension of disbelief.
When you're yes, suspension of disbelief.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. If it breaks the suspension of disbelief too much, you're like, okay, come on. This though, I can believe Kong leaps from ship to ship, hops on top of an aircraft carrier, which one of my absolute favorite shots is when he lands and the ship rights, and we get that the Jaws shot of Godzilla coming through, and Kong is in the distance roaring, and he's posing and posturing. I'm just like, that's a wall. That is a mantelpiece right there in itself, because it's in terms of fighting in movies, of martial arts movies. when you have the good guy fighting the bad guy, you can't just have him like run in, blah blah, because that means nothing.
Yeah.
I always point people to the raid. The raid builds up fight sequences beautifully because you start with the grunts, you start with the disposable guys, but then you start moving up, and you're introduced to a character called Mad Dog, and he starts beating up people. Well, we've had 2 movies already of watching Godzilla and Kong beat up other monsters, so now it's like, okay, let's see how this is. We're pre-invested, and when Godzilla climbs on top of that aircraft carrier, gets up, roars, and you get it from that point of view of like you're on the aircraft carrier, and the second they just turn to Kong's not even waiting, and he's already mid-punch and just throws a haymaker at Godzilla. All right, I'm like, the rest of the movie could just end, the movie could end right here, and I'm satisfied. I never thought I would see this in my entire life. As a kid, I was told, rights. This is never going to happen again. But now we live in a world where, hey,
anything is possible. 2020 has shown us anything is possible.
Honestly, the biggest thing that got this movie going is Marvel. You have to give it to Marvel because of them introducing the aspect of like a shared universe, which was like, oh, hey, here's an aspect of money we have not dipped into. Well, now we can do all kinds of crazy things because everyone's getting a chunk of a piece of the pie, if you will.
Yeah, especially with film. I will say with comics, that has already been done, but it's not a big. I wouldn't say a niche, but more people will be watching live action and animation than they would with comics.
They're reading, yeah. Marvel and DC have been crossover for years, and everybody's been like, they sell a couple of hundred, 1,000 units of that. With a movie though, you're getting half the world to watch it. And this being the first major rollout, honestly, it's the first major rollout of HBO Max's plans. I know that they've had 3 other films out. They didn't really connect the way they would, and honestly, that's probably not for the better. I'm not hounding on those films. I'm saying this experiment of day and date side release with theatrical and streaming for a big film. Godzilla and Kong is a huge film, and we still live in technically things are still half locked down. I mean, you and I are in California. We're fairly opened up. I think we're at like 50% now. Even so, there are many of those who still can't get out. So this is the greatest. Them being able to see it is a great opportunity. But the better opportunity is the fact that even after you go home, you went and you watched it, and you go home and you're like, God, I wish I could watch that. Just that scene right now. There it is right there.
You don't have to pay for it again. Like, I watched Wonder Woman, the first one, a few times in theater, because overall I loved the film a lot. But if you are someone who only wants certain scenes, like her going into the bell tower or the ending fight or whatever it is, you'll have to pay $18.95. Well, we're in LA, $18.95, however much it costs, to then watch the whole movie again to see certain scenes that you want, So, if you didn't want to see it again, or you're just not comfortable going out, then at least you can rewatch the film multiple times at home.
Believe me, I saw it 3 times before I actually opened it up on my HBO Max account. So the day after I got home, I had a buddy call me. He's like, "Are we gonna go watch it?" I'm like, "Oh, yeah, when?" He's like, "There's a showing in like 45 minutes." I'm like, "Oh, okay, yeah, just
okay, let's do this."
Yeah. So getting to watch it like that, but then going home and breaking down these action sequences, it just gives it that much more life and oomph. And that's, again, like I said earlier, one of the reasons I wanted to wait, because I wanted to really kind of go through a lot of the details of this stuff. We haven't even gotten that battleship sequence was, again, like I said, freaking phenomenal. That doesn't even begin to the portion of going to the Hollow Earth, Godzilla on the move, the Hong Kong battle sequences, and the ending. It's just so much. But before we get into that, let's talk about there are issues with the film. And
So
I think
are we just gonna start with all the bad so we can end with all the good?
Yes, I like to do that. Let's end on a positive. Okay, Jessica, I know you got some criticisms, and I think you and I share the same thing. So let's get into that. So the characters in this film, and the film itself, especially if you watch a lot of movies, you can kind of tell there's some certain things missing here. It feels like that. Maybe 20 minutes in the opening was gone because we just kind of jump in.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
Not only that, but there's also other aspects that it felt like, hey, why is Brian Michael T why does he hate Apex so much, and why is he running a podcast to tell everyone why he hates it so much? These are things that were kind of just glossed over for the sake of moving things along. The film being under 2 hours, it definitely, you sit there, especially on my third, fourth watch, I'm like, I'm very curious what was left on that cutting room floor, because it does feel like there was a mandate here, and not to go too deep into Hollywood, into some studio lore and stuff like that. Warner Brothers doesn't exactly have the greatest track record for letting the director finish their own cuts of their film. Ironically, we just got a film from a director whose movie was butchered 3.5 years ago. They came out 2 weeks before this, hence the reason why this was moved to the end of the month. This very much does feel like it's in line with, hey, Adam, you did a great job, but we're going to take it from here, and we're going to whittle it down to the nitty and the gritty, and then if it works, you'll get all the credit. It very much feels like that.
I mean, there was an interview with him where he said he felt that he was also hired because, I apologize in advance, I'm going to be moving around, but he was hired because of his low budget, quick editing, least money and time wasted and spent type of person. For those who want to bring up Death Note, that's an entirely different story. I don't blame him on all that. That's different. But I'm saying with this, but I'm saying with his other things, that's kind of why he was hired. Other than I'm sure he was pitched and he had good ideas, but some people, some directors, will use more or less money. And when it comes down to it, Hollywood entertainment is about money. So you definitely don't want to waste that, for every day this is happening, $1 million is coming out of our budget type of situation. I know he said something like usually it's 2 to 3 weeks on a post-production editing, but for him, they did everything in 5 days. So he's like, I felt that was the reason why one of the positive attributes that the studio liked about me was because I was able to do that. So I'm not defending or offending him. That's just kind of what we were following and reading in an interview. And every director is hired for their own purpose of the studio.
Very much so. Very much
and
so.
This could be a movie that could be made on a tight budget, or it could be made with a $300 million budget. So obviously, if you're a studio, you don't want to, if you don't have to go 275, 300 million, then you don't want to go that route because it's about money.
Yeah, and the sad thing was that when this was greenlit, no one had any idea what the hell was coming, and the fact that the country would be closed down for a year. So I'm pretty sure that had a little bit to do with what the final version we saw was. It does sound like, again, I'm not trying to compare and contrast these, but it does feel like there are certain similarities. So we had Batman versus Superman. Say what you will about that film. Say what you will. But we're not talking about the quality. We're talking about the actual film itself. That film came out, and Warner Brothers was doing the exact same thing here. They had a film that came out, and then they had the next entry ready to go. They were getting ready to start filming, much like Godzilla, King of the Monsters, and Godzilla vs. Kong. So as Batman vs. Superman came out, it seemed like Warner Brothers was listening to a lot of the criticisms on Twitter and wherever else on the internet, and they made adjustments to the final film that eventually came out in theaters. Again, say what you will about either of those, but they were listening and trying to improve upon the things that people were complaining about.
Yes.
That's what it really felt like here, where when Godzilla King of the Monsters came out, people were like, it's great, but I can't see anything. It's a little long, and the humans are kind of like, eh. I didn't have nearly as many problems as those people, but they're justifiable criticisms. There's the criticisms. I'm like, you're high, and then there's like, okay, I can see where you're coming from.
Yeah.
So it very much felt like this, where almost all the main action sequence, everything with Kong nearly is lit up in broad daylight. I think there's like 2 scenes of him really not like in the dark.
Yeah.
But even then, it's not in the dark. Like, it is properly lit. Like, there is constantly a spotlight on him somewhere.
Yeah.
And it did feel like they took the like less humans, more monsters to heart, because I want to say there's like only 25 minutes in this film where one of the monsters is not on screen at any given point. Like, that's the thing that blew me away. I'm just like, I don't even think there's a Toho film that goes this long with this amount of monster time per screen. I have to go back and really look at it, unless someone online's already like written down how much time there is. But while Godzilla isn't in it a ton, excuse me.
That's okay. That's okay. I'm going real Batman right now.
Yeah, I know.
As like the sorry everyone.
No, just
but no,
she's doing the shadow thing where she gets back and her eyes light up. She's
I know. I
watch
just
more.
like.
But no, it does. The human element did feel like it was. They chopped as much as the story would allow without it turning into a convoluted mess. Again, you can argue the merits of that, but the movie still at least makes sense for the most part. And it really does feel like they took a lot of that to heart. So they gave us a lean. And back to my point before I get too far off, the fact that this is the first launch for HBO Max. It's the first movie being opening in a post-pandemic world. They wanted to squeeze that orange or that fruit as much as possible. So getting a under 2-hour film in, making it as widely enjoyable to as many people as possible, that was the goal. And I do not fault them on that in any way, because again, the film still turned out to be wildly enjoyable. And the thing I have noticed in the last few weeks since it's released, kids are eating this thing up, and that is a very good thing. The fact I've gone to many Walmarts and many Targets, and there's not one Godzilla piece of merchandise left. Those pegs are bare. That is a very good thing. So keeps the next generation going on. Because again, let's remember, these movies are fun, fantasy, they're entertainment, and most of us, if not all of us, got into these things as children. So you got to keep the fandom going. Much like Star Wars. Star Wars is like, yes, we know the older fans are out there, but you got to build the next generation too.
Yes. And for those, I was like leaning forward. I was trying to read our beautiful comments only to realize that Chris is wonderfully hosting this and I can't respond. But thank you for everybody.
We'll work on that. We're going to work on that.
We'll work on that. Well, I can't answer. Yeah. So I wasn't trying to be rude and looking like I wasn't listening to you.
No, she's not doing this like.
I know. I was like, what am I doing in my little Batman lighting that's happening? No, I completely understood what you mean. I felt like a lot of the human elements. Okay, I know people who have listened before, and Chris knows my freaking rant. I understand you cannot have a 2-hour movie. I mean, you can, but with only kaijus fighting or seeing them, because it can be really exhausting. I think I called it the Black Hawk Down, where I sat in the theater and I got no rest, no reprieve from beginning to end. I was just a great movie, extremely stressed out. So I understand that you don't want to be extremely stressed out watching whatever the heck they're doing. And I do feel that there should be humans in this film. There should be human elements to this film. But I felt like a lot of them didn't need to be there. Like the people that needed to be there could be, Serizawa, which we don't know what his relation is to previous Serizawa. So that's all I'm going to say on that. You just need one sentence. You just need one sentence. That's all you needed. I'm not asking for like a whole dialogue about why you and your dad are two different people or whatever, but just one sentence is fine. So we needed that. I think we needed Gia. She's very important. The little girl's very important. We could have the director of Apex. We, couldn't. And then maybe a few others, but most of them, you could take them out of the plot and it could still move along, right? But there are certain people, let's just say there were 10 humans. I didn't really get to count, depending how many. If there was 10, I really felt you only needed 3 or 4.
Yeah.
And I understand why Millie Bobby Brown was in it as much as she was. Kyle Chandler does surprise me because they were so front and center in King of the Monsters, but really for him, they used him very sparingly. I'm okay with that.
He's essentially the Nick Fury of this film. Like, he pops in, gives the exposition.
Yeah,
he's like,
yeah.
We gotta stop Godzilla, and then that's it.
Yeah. I mean, I felt like you were saying, I loved the opening. I think it's really great. We got to see what Kong was doing. It was very interesting to see the reveal of where he actually was. Everyone knows this is a spoiler episode. But there were a lot of things that we felt, like you said, was cut out, which was where there's no way you could have built that, and Kong don't know. Okay? There's no way you could build that. He's being tranked way too easily.
Yep.
There's as I don't know how to say this without that. As someone who has experience in tranquilizers, I mean, I haven't been. For those who didn't know, I did wildlife veterinary, so I understand it's very hard to take him down. 3, there was definitely some, not editing, like you said, there were parts missing. Like, we don't know how Serizawa was related. We don't understand how Kong was so easily being transported. Why wasn't flying him your first option? Actually, the way Godzilla moved, I would have not been surprised if he leaped out of the water and caught Kong as he was in the air. But whatever, it's fine. Like, why wasn't that your first thought? I don't understand. There was just kind of a lot there. I would like something much more streamlined and simple. You didn't need to add everything that was extra, but I understand that people feel connected to face actors really well. There was so much, like, Apex is such an important company. There's no way they wouldn't have figured out a dude was podcasting, especially for a person that did not use. And it's fine. I could have let that go.
That's the thing.
But the thing is, he didn't hide his voice.
No,
he didn't do the thing that you see in like an FBI reenactment where the guy's in darkness, much like how I am now. Yeah. And the voice has changed so that they didn't know who it was. But for whatever reason, it's very easy to tell that a person who doesn't hide his voice is also working for your company.
Exactly.
I like, Maddie's friend. She could have easily have stolen her father's car.
Yes.
Or someone else's car. He was just there to be there. And then we can talk about the ending of just when I thought this kid was going to have use, it turned out to be
no. He could have been completely exercised from the film.
There were just so many characters that could have been exercised from the film, but the little girl is not one. No, I'm not saying she is one.
Gia is integral to the film.
Yes,
and honestly, she's probably the best character in the entire film too. Yeah. This girl reminds me of the little girl in the dream sequence in Pacific Rim when you get to see Mako as a little girl and she's running from Onibaba and she's freaking out and you're just like, oh my God, please, someone save her. And, Raleigh's behind her. He's like, it's all a dream. This girl is up there with that. Like, I don't think she's an actor either. I think they found her. Like, just the fact that she could sign, I think that was the main crux to her getting hired for the role. But she knocks it out the park. She's fantastic. And she's got, like, charisma to spare on this. Like, she, again, without having to speak, she does far more acting than half the other crew in this film. Like, she's emoting. Like, the when she's signing to Kong and that little tears running down her, like, you legitimately believe it's like, please, for the love of God, don't die on me. But go out there and do what you need to do. You're like,
I was surprised Rachel Hall didn't die. Rebecca Hall, excuse me, Rebecca Hall, I'm so sorry. She alive.
Yeah.
And I was, the little girl didn't need to go. And I'm not a huge fan of, it depends on how they're being used. I'm not a huge fan of children just being there for the sake of like a plot point to drive them forward. But she actually does have purpose, which I did really like. And so I really like that. And she is very good without speaking and everything. She had much like Kong. Much more, very good at the facial emote, which I love. There was so many, I wouldn't say like stupid decisions being made. I will say this, and I guess we can go on with the adults later. I think all of history has said that we understand why people don't trust adults. So when everybody was like, why didn't you tell me Kong could sign? Well, he don't want to. I'm like, because Kong don't trust humans.
Exactly.
I mean, adult humans, right? Yes. And it was this whole thing. And I love that the reasoning of why she was the only human left on that island was something close to a Roanoke, where it's just everyone disappeared in a storm.
That. And by the way, we'll go into that in a little bit because I actually listened to the book on tape.
Oh.
So... with those, they usually use an earlier version of the script, and at the end, when we get towards the end, the last half of the film the last half of the book is very much verbatim what the last half of the movie is, but the first half there was a lot cut out. So, and they actually do explain what happens to that to the Iwi. On Skull Island. So
yes, I did feel though, because you did the book, you did the audible and the novelization, everything. I feel like those are things that are good Easter eggs. Which you should read because you love them. I don't think that you should have to read and consume them in order to understand what's going on in the film.
Like Star Wars. Yes.
Did you just look around?
Yes, I looked around even though there's many people watching me. But yes, I'm just...
Because Disney's about to take you out if you say something.
They're probably monitoring me through my through my Mandalorian figures over on my shelf right now. They're like, hold on a sec, this guy's talking crap on Star Wars. But no, that's exactly what the Disney era is very guilty of right now. They are, oh hey, you don't understand this character. Why is Palpatine back? You got to read these 3 comic books and this novel in order to understand the rest of it. I'm like, no, you don't. You can fill in the backstory. But give me a good reason as to why. So,
yeah.
I think that's not exactly what we're doing. What they did here, it does feel like that they did film all this stuff and it was just cut for time.
Yeah.
Which is kind of sad because the way they describe, it was very integral to Gia and Kong's relationship, especially with what happened. But we'll go to that in the end. Remind me to come back to that. Alexander Skarsgård, what'd you think of him?
You know, I understood he was a little bit of a later addition, if I remember correctly. Just to let everyone know, 2020 has totally wiped my memory of everything that's going on. He was definitely... He was he was fine. Like, in the beginning, I was like, okay, he there, right? Kind of like Rebecca Hall, they there. They there. And then towards the end, you can kind of see his usefulness.
Yes.
To everything that was going on. Obviously, one of the things that people had said is, you know, for someone who's never really flown this aircraft before, he sure knows what he's doing, you know, when it becomes a defibrillator.
So. Yep.
But let's just say he's a fast learner, right? Whatever. It is interesting to see kind of how they used his character toward the end. It may have been slight, but it was still he had his usefulness there. I think Rebecca Hall was there obviously to do the translation, right? Because
she was
she was there. Yeah.
She was supposed to be that and the kind of grounding, like, okay, let's stop here. You're not going to use this thing as like a weapon or anything like that. But she kind of goes along with it either way. They do give the reasoning. There is at least reasoning for it. They're like, you know, when Skarsgård shows up, he's just like, hey, look, this thing is not going to hold much longer. What are you going to do when he breaks it down and you all drown in this superstorm that's constantly going around the island for some mysterious reason that we aren't told in the film?
Yeah, I did like the fact that 2 things is that Alexander Skarsgård's character could have easily have been this weird villain. or just like always pressing it. But he doesn't.
Yeah.
He doesn't become that. Also, he mentions earlier that Rebecca Hall's character is his colleague. I was very afraid because every time you put two semi-attractive people in a screen, they have to have past history or be in love for reasons unknown. But there was none of that. There were just literally two colleagues who knew each other.
It was refreshing, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm like, God, they're gonna have that like, we used to date kind of thing, but like, no, we worked with each other, and he's kind of a crackpot. I'm like, by the way, he writes a book called Hollow Earth, and he works for Monarch, and yet his book and his theories are tossed out as garbage, even though they have practical proof of the very thing that that he wrote about. Like, there are little giant monsters and stuff, and he mentions, like, which is a big plot point, which I'm kind of myth that they cut out, of his brother going into the Hollow Earth, and they're like, this is why we can't get to it, because there's this weird gravitational anomaly, and it killed my brother. I'm like, okay, you could have shown us that for like 5 minutes, because when we first meet him, he's got the sympathy beard, like just the scraggly, like I don't want to take care of myself, I'm depressed. It's the
yeah.
And you're sitting there like, why is he so depressed? And all of a sudden you get this random just information dump. They're like, hey, your brother died trying to get in there. And no one believes your work, even though you worked for the company, you worked for this government organization whose sole job is to take care of all this stuff.
Yeah.
So that was the part I'm sitting there like, probably a few line changes could have really worked that out in 2 minutes. You could have given us a 2 minutes, like the opening of Twister. Why does Helen Hunt chase tornadoes? Because her father got sucked away in one. You could have shown us at least the plane going in, but it is what it is. I'm not complaining. I'm not complaining too much. Let's talk about the bad guys. Even though they weren't really bad, the villains of the film aren't exactly villains in general. Like, their motivations are actually pretty straightforward, and they're not sinister in any way, other than maybe breaking a few, international laws of drilling and a few other things like that. But like, they're the main character, Walter Simmons, the main character, who, by the way, I like that the actor Damien Blicker, is that how you pronounce his name? Damien Blicker, I think so. My apologies if I'm butchering that. By the greatest Ricardo Montalban impersonation I have seen. This I'm like, oh my God, he's pulling a Montalban with this. Like, he's got the glass of whiskey, and he's talking like he's a very passionate man, a very passionate Latin man. Like,
you saw him with that cape, and you knew he was going to be the villain.
Yes, and he's like, I have made love to many women, and I'm incredibly smart. But when you get to the reasoning behind everything that he does, it's like, you're not really a bad. You're Wreck-It Ralph. You're a bad guy, but you're not a bad guy. Like, his understanding, like, yes, he wants to kill Godzilla. In that world, you can make that justifiable, because it's like, he's a giant monster, and he's already laid waste to 2 major cities. In the storyline that we've already developed, like, there's going to have to be a point when if Godzilla dies, well, you have to defend ourselves. So him building MechaGodzilla is actually, I mean, yes, it is the, like, man has toyed with things that he does not understand.
Or man always wanting to be Apex.
Yes.
And I'm like, it's okay. You don't have to be Apex.
You don't have to be Apex, but I get why you did what you did. And even then, he's still not, like, when we had the moment of the Godzilla team of Millie Bobby Brown and Brian Michael
And you realize that both Team Kong and Team Godzilla doesn't meet together.
No, they never once until
the
very end. Yes, they never cross. You know what it is? It is in Fifth Element. At no point in that film ever do Bruce Willis and oh God, what am I blanking on his name? That's what happens when I get a little far. Gary Oldman. They never once cross paths. That the hero and the villain of the film never meet at all in the entire film. So it's kind of cool that you have these two. It makes sense in the overall story. Like, you have Godzilla and you have Kong. These are two things colliding. So, but yeah, having them never meet was I'm sitting there, I'm like, they never talk. That's kind of quaint, especially the fact that you have Monarch and essentially two sections of Monarch kind of doing two different things at once, but it's fine. Ren, a little disappointing because I felt like there was much more that can be done with this character.
Yeah.
If these movies do continue, though, I'll say this. It does feel like that they have set him up to be... he could be a bigger element going forward in the lore that they're building, because it does... They don't exactly...
He's dead!
He got
Is he
electrocuted.
dead?
He got electrocuted, and that's all we saw.
To me, he's as dead as that dog in the beginning of Godzilla 2014, because I'm sad about the dog, not about
The dog
Ren,
got
sorry.
away! The dog got away!
Oh, gosh. He's dead.
He's fine. That family did not live because that glass is not holding that much water. There's no way that 7-Eleven is holding up that long against that much water. No, it did feel like, yes, you can explain. You don't see him like just blood and stuff. You just see him like and he just slumps. Easily explain away that yes, he can still be alive, but the Deus Ex Machina of the machine that he was in opens up many possibilities if they are going to continue this thing down. I really do hope that if they continue doing these movies, that they really do use him as not exactly a ongoing, like maybe a villain, but an ongoing thorn in maybe Monarch's side, because it does feel like, especially, he was connected to Ghidorah's brain. Like,
it's Kevin.
Yes, he drifted with Ghidorah. Like, but then again, a lot of swiping of some Pacific Rim like material was done in this film too.
Yeah.
But you can easily explain he's still alive. And now his mind's shot because he has seen things that no one was meant to see. Do
you think Kevin's in him?
Kevin could be in him, or he got a glimpse of what Kevin knows and what Kevin has seen. And by the way, just the writer of me sitting there, I'm like, there's like 9 million possibilities. Like, here's how you set up alien invasion in these movies now. You have Ren has all this in his mind now, and he's like, I know things. Like, and he can have like a little crazy, like he's just like a little twitchy, and he's just like, there are things coming that you don't know about. Like, it's you could do the thing. You could do what they kind of dropped the ball with on the Snyder films of Lex seeing like, oh, there's a planet called Apocalypse, and there's a whole thing called New Gods, and they now know Superman's dead, and they're coming. Like, you can do that. You could do that with their version of the Planet X aliens, or the Keylocks, or you could do the simians from the planet from the third hole from the third planet from the black hole. Getting that mixed up. Or you create your own like race. The Hollow Earth stuff alone opens up a million other things. That's the thing I'm looking forward to the most, because there's
so many thoughts on the Hollow Earth, but go first.
No.
You know what? I love the Hollow Earth theory, not just in the Monsterverse. I just like Hollow Earth in general. So, Journey to the Center of Earth, everything, all that. Never know where the sun comes from. So let's just suspend disbelief there. Okay, I don't understand. I liked I love the atmosphere. I did like the shock humans had when they were like, first of all, I hate the fact that they tricked the little girl and Kong to go there. That just makes me so mad. This is why no one trusts adults. But with him there, I liked the shock when there were other Titans, and I'm like, people. Kind of, I mean, okay, whatever. So you shouldn't be shocked, right, that there are other Titans there. Then he's smart because Kong touches the rocks floating just to see that they're, and then that's how he gets to the other landmass. Right is up is right. So that depends on how you guys want to see it. He's smart enough to do that. We've seen him as very smart. We've also only seen him in Skull Island. So, granted, he did not make the weapon or the axe, but sure, his ancestors could have. The throne and the kingdom, his little castle that he's in, I could see why some people felt is very man-made. So I've seen people say, who made that? I'm like, well, Kong's people made that.
Kong's did, yes.
Kong's, primates. And they were like, what? We gave no indication up until this time, right, that his kind could do that. They seemed closer to primordial primates than they are sophisticated human beings.
More
but,
Neanderthalian than actual gorillas.
Yeah.
Like
so
they can form complex thoughts. They can and again, all things I'm sitting there, I'm like, there's so much here that you guys have set up, but you're not touching. You have a buffet of ideas, but you're only picking off like here's an olive here, and then here's a piece of salami there.
I love the giant crabbies. They're so cute for those. I love arthropods, so I love the giant crabs. I guess it must be innate, but he killed a war bat and immediately ate it. And I'm like, this is like the trial and error of humans, of whether they figured out a mushroom or berry is edible or not. I was like,
someone's got to go first.
I was like, what if you get sick, Mr. Kong? But it was fine, right? He did what he did. They get there, and I think it's obviously could set up a much bigger universe and everything that kind of happens.
God, yes.
It is interesting. How would I say it? It's interesting. First of all, that poor dude's home already got destroyed. Not destroyed, but it was already there. We got to see, I guess to kind of see more of the world of Hollow Earth is very interesting. We get to see that underneath is the lava, which is what the core is. Like people think what the core of the Earth is. They definitely touched upon a lot of things, but we, hopefully we'll see more of it in the future. I liked how they kept saying it is an ancient rivalry, because when he puts down the axe, that's also somehow a key. Yes. You get to see the light up around the throne, and it's very Godzilla-like.
I have thoughts on that too. For what it was trying to explain. What I feel the movie was playing. But go ahead, finish up.
I think it's very beautiful. I think one of the major shots could be, I call it a wallpaper moment, like when Gia and Kong touch. That's a wallpaper moment, meaning you can screenshot it, put it on your laptop or your TV screen. Seeing Hollow Earth is a very wallpaper shot. And it's very beautiful, and it's really, really good to look at. And I think I would like to just like have a movie just about Kong and Hollow Earth. I still feel that he's the only one of his kind left, which makes me very sad. But, there could be more of them out there.
Because it looks like we only saw maybe 50 miles of Hollow Earth, it feels like. It feels like they were there for like 20 minutes and they found the thing they were looking for. Which again, if you want to talk about suspension of disbelief, just happened to be right under Hong Kong where all the craziness was going on. But the beauty about the Hollow, I love they've been building this thing since Kong Skull Island.
Yeah.
And it's like, hey, I thought we got a glimpse of it in the last film. Turns out, no, that wasn't even a glimpse of that. Like, there's levels to this thing. But the true Hollow Earth, where we went in this film, I'm like, this is straight out of Burroughs. I love the Pellucidar saga from Edgar Rice Burroughs. There is a lot of that element in this, like the idea of the landscape, like it's a reverse of what you would see. So instead of seeing a horizon that dips, you see like just land that goes up, and then there's more things above it. In that series, they explain that the core of the Earth is actually the sun for the inner world, if you will.
Okay, you've answered my questions.
But the thing that Burroughs never thought of is like, oh yeah, like you're in the mantle of the Earth. There's gonna be weird gravitational anomalies, but we didn't know that back in like 1919 when he wrote that novel. So it does feel like these writers have been like it does feel like they love Burroughs. Like there's a lot of the pulpiness of Burroughs in this film, and honestly, for Kong, perfect. That's the way you want to go. Godzilla feels you lean heavier into the sci-fi. Kong, you lean heavier into the pulp, and you want something with a little swashbuckly, not so heavy on tech, a little more on just adventure, of man against nature itself. But yes, there are thousands of ideas and ways you can go. Like, we don't even know what the hell is down there. The war bats we saw, which were awesome, by the way. I love that sequence. So far, we're like the biggest things, but it does allude there might be more Kongs down there. It does allude there might be more Godzillas down there. It alludes that God only knows, because the thing is, the Hollow Earth is technically, I believe it's supposed to be the reflection, like it, at least in the Burroughs world, the land masses reflect the oceans and the oceans reflect the land masses under there. But this feels like they're just kind of going with their own thing, and the up is down and down is up because there's a weird gravitational field. So you could be looking at like 10 miles up, and there's there's someone waving at you like, hey, what's going on? Because that's just how the gravity works there. The Kong Temple was the biggest thing. I'm sitting there, I'm like, ooh, like they're getting into like new territory with Kong, and to go, this will go into this is my favorite incarnation of Kong. I love the idea of making Kong an exceptionally smart, like, super species. I love the idea that he like the Kong species might actually be like a weird offshoot of man in our evolutionary terms. But the fact
I was gonna say, are we going like full Kryptonian or Gallifreyan here?
I don't think
where they're just like.
I don't think well, evolutionary wise, I mean, if he's just a big ape, they're still related to us in some sense.
Right.
But I mean, they're not. I mean, chimps and apes aren't as close related, or chimps and gorillas aren't as related as we are to chimps. Like that, we're not. It's not nitpick there. But I would say that the idea of them, like especially Kong learning, doing the sign language, like you can sit there and you can learn, like the idea that a whole group of these, like a whole race, like they can sit there, plot these things out, and like we're going to build effigies of ourselves. We're going to build a kingdom. Like everything that you look at, like that was not built by people. That was built by the Kongs. Yeah. And you see the strewn, like the corpses they're laying around when Kong pulls that. By the way, holy crap, do I love that battle axe. It's so awesome. It is one of the greatest things to be inserted into the lore since Shin Godzilla had Godzilla shoot the beams out of his spikes, which is something I always wanted to see as a kid.
I mean, I think a lot of us assumed that he made it.
I did
so
too.
there was some disappointment when we realized he just kind of picked it up. But it implies that his previous ancestors made it.
Yes, because when you look close at that thing, I don't know what the bone lights up red. So it doesn't exactly it doesn't feel like it's a Godzilla bone. It feels like it's something else. But if you look at the spike's definitely a Godzilla spike, and the wrapping is skin from a Godzilla. When you look at it close,
I didn't look that closely. I mean, I was on my couch looking at my TV, so I didn't get to see it as close as I would on like a large IMAX screen.
No, I paused my TV. That's the thing. I went back to get the details. Like when Kong throws the axe the first time, and it lands, and they show it like flickering, like the power's gone. Like I paused it, I'm like, what is that wrapped in? And it's skin. You can see his scale, like the scales of Godzilla and everything on it. I'm like, that's brilliant. And not only that, but that leads into, when you get to that sequence, you're like, oh, this is why Godzilla is such an a-hole to Kong. Because here's the thing. People don't, if you're not paying attention to the lore that they put up with these films, Kong is still young. Like, they explained that in the last film, but he's really young. Like, this film kind of, the way that they preface it in Skull Island, like, he was like a teenager still. And I believe in the comic books, like, he was actually born in the 1800s. So he's very young in comparison to just about anything else around them, especially Godzilla. Godzilla is old. He's an old man in these films. He is grumpy, he is pissed, and he has seen some shit. And when you go down...
But they move the opposite of that, though. Not to interrupt. Like, Kong moves like a tired old man, half Teddy, R.I.P. for those who knew that dog. Or if you look up, there are articles where they said that they tried to... I mean, I didn't get to look more into it, but there's a very old Clint Eastwood type of old man vibe to it. Yeah. But then Kong, who is like an old man the last two films, moved like he got some sort of medication in him and he's just a young man again.
Yeah. I think Kong feels like he's a fighter that's after every fight it's like
sorry, Godzilla moved. Yeah. Did I say Kong? Godzilla moved like he had medication in him and he was just young again.
Because when you see the first two films, Godzilla's lumbering. He walks like a bear. His arms sway. But he's got that look. He's just like, God, I got to do this again. I'm tired. I'm so tired. I just want to go nap. That's all I want to do.
Yeah.
I love that. I do love, again, what you were saying, I love the Clint Eastwood, old man Eastwood, like he's just like, I got to go do my thing.
Like an old King Thor, Odin on the throne type of situation.
He still has it in him, but
yeah,
when push comes to shove, he can throw down. But at the end of the day, he's like, the arthritis is kicking in, the hips bad. Like, all right. But I'm gonna go reset. I'm gonna go
damn it!
And I'll be fine. I need like 5 hours of sleep. Where Kong has lived a hard life. He's a street kid. Kong has lived a hard life. Like, everything's trying to kill him constantly. He's doing Skullcrawlers, and God only knows what was on there. He's scarred up. He looks like a deathmatch wrestler with just all the scars on him from like a lifetime of like dealing with monsters. So, but that's the thing though. Kong does not understand his heritage. He doesn't know really where Skull Island is. All he's known in the lore that they've built in these films, from the comic books to this. All Kong is known is living on that island. He's never gone off the island. He's never been anywhere else. And that was very apparent when he's at the entrance of Antarctica and he's like looking at the snow. He's just like, the hell is this? Like, I can see my breath.
Oh yeah, when he got cold, I was so sad.
Oh yeah. So when he gets into that throne room and you see, it's like when it's like in Lord of the Rings when they go into Helm's Deep, and Gimli's like, oh, it was a great mining thing, and they get there and he's like, what happened? Like, there's a slaughtering, and Legolas is like, orcs. It was orcs. When you get into this Kong throne, he's looking around. He's just like, God, there's so much bodies. There's just skeletons everywhere of Kongs and Godzillas. Like, something went down. He understands, like, oh, my people were at war with that thing I just fought. So he pulls the axe and he's like, all right, cool. Like, there's that sense of like pride in your community and who you are. Where I theorize, like, and this is just what I'm getting from the film, kind of relaying. Godzilla was there. Like, he was there for the war with the Kongs. And that made the character arc of making Godzilla a complete a-hole that much sweeter. Because here the way that they built the adversaries in this film series so far have been the Mutos, which are essentially serial killers of the Godzilla world. Like all our purpose is to mate, murder you, and then put our young to feed upon your corpse. Like, they are the serial killers of the Godzilla species. So Godzilla, when they wake up, he's like, all right, I gotta go stomp these effers out before they do me in. Ghidorah, that's his Joker. That is his rival. That is like the only thing that can truly stand to test his measure as a fighter, if you will. Like, that is the one thing. That is the one person. Like, when he's like, all right, I got to go beat the crap out of this guy, because if he doesn't, he's gonna beat the crap out of me. These are the two that are equal. They are the unstoppable force and the immovable object. Like, one of them will murder each other. Kong, though, that's gang war. Godzilla doesn't care for him. He's like Kong can do nothing to him. He's like, I'm going to go shoot that guy right now because his gang screwed up my gang, and I'm all here for it. Because Kong's like, I don't know what I did. He's like, I don't care. Your mom put an axe in my dad's head. Your brother put an axe in my sister's head. And you know what? You're going to pay for it. And that's what makes those little scenes, like when Godzilla comes up in the fiery water after beating the crap out of Kong. Like, he's sitting there, he's like, yeah, eat a dick. And he just takes off. And you're just like, why is he so mad? When you go down there, you're like, he was there. He saw it. He saw the hell. Oh, I lost Jessica. All right. I'm going to wait a minute while she tries to get back. So, yes. Oh, my God. That aspect of this film of creating the rivalry, if you will, magnifique. I absolutely enjoyed that part. Him being so angry when you finally see that point, and Kong doesn't understand. Kong just is like, all right, this guy's been attacking me, so I got to defend myself. And you know what? Now when he goes to the hauler, he's like, okay, I get a little bit of the history. Screw him too. But I'll say this. Here's a theory I got. It does look like the Kongs started the war, because when you look at the energy that's emitting, in the halls. When Kong charges his axe, that should be the big thing right there. When he charges the axe, that looks like that was the power source for all the Godzilla species, and it felt like the Kongs moved in on their territory because either they wanted that or there was something else there that they had to push the Godzillas out with. So, hold on a second. I'm going to try to get Jessica back in here real quick. She's coming back, everyone. Be back in 1 second. So, but it brings me to the end fight. I'm trying to wait for Jessica to come back. But past that, yes, all fantastic. There are many, many ways that this series can go. Just on if they don't ever bring Godzilla back ever again, I would be cool with that if they continue with Kong. Kong, it feels like there are hundreds of stories they can tell, especially with the lore they've built. And for a long time, I've always wanted a solo series of Kong's films. I wanted his own rogues gallery. I get it. Kong fights dinosaurs and occasionally fights Godzilla. Give him his own King Ghidorah. Give him his Joker. Give him some allies. Give him some buddies. Pretty much every going that Kong has been in, he's always on his own. I want to see a world built around Kong. I want Kong to have, like, the Hollow Earth especially opens up a dozen different things, including an evil Kong, especially if we have other Kongs still living down there. I love that idea that there could be more of that going on. Just, give it. And not only that, here's the thing. If they'll never give it to us in a live action form, I want the war done. Like, give it to me in an animated film. I'll accept it even in that weird kind of funky, like, Netflix style anime, as they want to call it, but it is not exactly that. Hold on. And we're back.
Oh,
sorry about that, everyone.
No, it's okay. I appreciate everybody waiting. I don't know what happened to my internet. So I'm reading all the comment.
It happens. And by the way, who just asked? It was is it Helmy?
Yeah, hi.
Yes. Who won? I believe he won our.
Yeah, he did.
He won the Skullcrawler. Did you not?
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
If this is who I think it is, he's got one of the most awesome setups I've ever seen. I think he posted on his Facebook.
It's a Godzilla movie theater inside of his house.
God, it's what I would dream of having. So, by the way, bravo to you, man. So
everyone's about to see like my kitchen. So I might still move around.
Everyone's looking at the weird photo of Mount St. Helens blowing up that I got in the background. So, yeah, that's the kind of weird crap I got going on here.
But yours is lovely, and we could tie that into the Hollow Earth before I was kicked out of my stream due to my internet. But you can't really build in a kitchen sink into our conversation. However, I am doing it. Oh no, a bunch of stuff to spell. As I
it's all right.
whipped my hair around.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I don't know what fell, y'all, but y'all got to see a little sneak peek of that.
It doesn't look like you're living in squalor at all. So.
I mean, I didn't. It was this or my couch, because I was gonna show my kitchen is a mess right now, so I just didn't want to.
It looks nothing like a mess. So, where were we when you got cut off? What do you remember?
Hollow Earth.
Hollow Earth. Was I ranting about how much I want to see like a Kong series on Hollow Earth, or how much?
Yeah.
My theory on the Kongs going to war, because I think I didn't. You were gone at that point. Excuse me. Of the Kongs pretty much being the instigators of the war with Godzilla, because when you look at the axe, when Kong puts the axe and like glow starts coming out, I'm just going off what the movie's giving me. It feels like that's where the Godzillas got their power source from. It's the same glow that they glow from. So it does feel like that they might have started something over that particular territory, and that's why they went to war. So might show why Godzilla takes such glee in beating the crap out of Kong when he does.
Yeah.
But that being said, I want 19 films of the Hollow Earth. If you want to create a new character, a new monster to put in there, go ahead. And I also want 19 Kong solo films, because the way that they built this version of Kong is magnifique. And I want to see him fighting all kinds of crazy stuff. I want to see more Kongs. I want to see... There's so much lore that is here. It would be a national crime to just let it go. In any, like, even give me an animated film. As I said, I want an animated film of the war. Because here's the thing, at least what Alien vs. Predator, as crappy as that film was, gave us at least one scene of a bunch of aliens and a bunch of predators fighting each other. Even though in the context of those movies, you're just like, okay, but I'll take it. I'll take whatever they give me. Like, I want to see, like, 20 different Kongs and Godzillas all, like, beating the crap out of each other. I want to see those acts fashioned. I want to see, like, Kongs ripping them out. It felt like the toys made it seem like this movie was going to be a little more violent than it actually was.
Okay. Yeah, I could see that.
Hold on a second. Vamp for a second. I want to show you something.
Okay. As Chris goes get things and Jess figures out lighting once again without everyone having to see my wonderful, messy kitchen. Domestic, I am not.
Because when I buy Kong,
okay, yes, I see.
I see Kong has dino damage. I was expecting this in the film. I got this. That's cool. You see that?
Cool. Yeah.
I didn't exactly get that.
But that's too deep of a wound.
It's true, but it did feel like we saw a Skullcrawler get cut in half. And as MechaGodzilla was cutting it, you can actually see the light piercing as the skeleton rips apart. Like, this actually made sense in the context of the film.
Well, I mean, he's also not one of the leads.
Not so much. But I'm saying there was room to be, like, you felt like they were going like, this is a brawl. This is going to be an all-out action. You could show a little monster blood. I'm not saying don't. I'm not saying go, like, full R-rated. But a little bit. Jurassic Park is PG-13, and we see dinosaurs. We got to see the Spinosaur and the T-Rex fight each other, and it felt more violent at moments than the fight sequences we got. But that is neither here nor there. I digress before I get too deep into some of this stuff. Let's go into the final act of the film, because this is where all the money went into.
Yep.
The fight in Hong Kong, which this is the second fight in Hong Kong that Legendary has given us in a monster movie. In which, say what you will, are the buildings fragile or are they super well structured? When Kong puts his shoulder back in, I don't know. Just take it for what the city is. Yeah, I don't know what's happening. Very much so. They can support a 800-ton animal jumping on top of it and climbing it, and then also skipping like stones as he's trying to avoid
parkour.
Yes, he's parkouring across of it. And it can also hold a axe made out of, an animal's, spinal column. But if Kong, does a drop kick onto Godzilla, then they crumble right underneath it. So yeah, there was a little hit and miss, but I think it's just a matter of, like, if we take this building down, our natural lighting goes away, and then we can't see the fight. That being said, this film crossed from regular, to quote The Simpsons, from regular villainy to super villainy when Kong activates the axe. Godzilla is literally above him about 8 to 10 miles, probably more, senses it, lights up like a Christmas tree, and blasts a hole to the center of the earth. I stopped and I turned to people like,
oh my gosh.
Please go. I want to
Okay, so you explained it to me. Because he blasts through it. By the way, Godzilla is using his atomic breath like I just turn on the flashlight. Usually it takes time and music for the swelling to come up. So for reasons unknown, it's being used willy-nilly. But he blasts us through. Earth is pretty thick, y'all. I don't know. But Chris explains it to me later.
I don't believe during that time. I like the idea that it goes through because they could. I know that when they see each other, I don't actually think they see each other. I think it's just kind of a cool moment. But you did explain later on the reason why it was able to go through that quickly is he does go through one of the tunnels, one of the vortexes, which is how it gets through that much easier. That made sense after it was explained to me. Because even at that rate, it should have taken Godzilla much longer to blast a hole through Earth.
Well, it's like Fast and Furious 6 when the plane is trying to take off and it's coming, it's going off the longest runway in the entire Eastern or in all of Europe because that action sequence is 10.5 minutes long, even though I think it's supposed to equate to 3 minutes of time. Even 3 minutes of a plane rolling down a runway. That runway has to be as long as the 5 freeway from getting to LA to San Francisco in order to get that kind of sequence going. But that is lifting, that's the magic of movies right there. So Godzilla, like the second he starts I'm sitting there like, is he really blasting a hole to the center of the earth? And people in the car were like, that's what it looks like. I'm like, okay, I'm in. It's fine. Like,
let's do this.
I know. Giant monsters.
Yeah.
So, Kong coming out again. It was just it's a Deus Ex Machina. It's just a reason we have to get our main characters back up, and we have to have Godzilla and Kong fight somehow. So I get it. That's fine. And this movie's so goofy and cartoony at this point that you roll along with it.
Yeah.
But once it gets there, oh God, this fight. The fight lived up to everything I had hoped it would be. And it does, again, going back to our earlier discussion of, it felt like they cut some things out. It felt like maybe 1 or 2 moments of Godzilla and Kong's fight, because there's that buffer when Godzilla, or when Kong, you see it in the trailer, when Kong brings the axe up, Godzilla's blasting, it's charging the axe, hits him, and that blast hits, Godzilla goes flying, Kong goes flying, Godzilla's out. And you see Alexander Skarsgård is like, well, I guess round 2 goes to Godzilla. I'm like, is that really the end of round 2? Because it doesn't feel like it the way that the scene comes back in. With Kong, like, Godzilla walking around the city kind of looking, and Kong's, like, waiting, and he does the John McClane thing where he throws something to get the attention of the evil guards with the guns, and as they look in that direction, then attacks them. It's still beautiful, though. But literally, like, a minute and a half later, that fight turns, and this is where Jessica complains, where Godzilla starts moving in ways that he's never moved in the entire time they've shown him on screen. He's almost crawling, and he is moving like an alligator. Yeah. He's like snapping. Kong is like on his back. Godzilla's clawing the crap out of him. And you get that moment when, after he's clawing, Godzilla gets up and he puts his foot on his chest. And you get it's that look on Kong's face. It's the same look my nephews give me, my 2-3-year-old nephews, when I am annoying the crap out of them. When I'm just like, I pick them up and I'm just like, I'm like, hey, let's see what's going on. They're just like, oh, please, come on, can we just be adults here? Like, I don't want to, like, just leave me alone. I'm watching Sesame Street. That look, Kong's like, ah. Yeah. And then Godzilla, we get the roar when Godzilla's like roaring in his face, and Kong's like, F off, and he roars back. That little moment of Godzilla just coming, I was like, yeah, that's right. Stay down. You can hear Godzilla swearing at him in your head. You're just like, that's right. And he just moseys off. It's a great moment. And when I talk about these character pieces, like the idea of giving that Godzilla that much character, like he takes glee in harming Kong. Like he didn't take glee in any of the other monsters fights. This one he takes glee because this one isn't like a rivalry, a personal rivalry like with Ghidorah, or like he's got to kill this thing, he got to kill the Mutos because they're going to kill him. This is, I'm going to make this guy suffer because I'm going to make his family made me suffer. I'm going to make him suffer.
I also see it as he had one job. Mm-hmm. He's off to, if you see the toys, it's not a reveal, right?
Well, we're getting into that in a second too.
Yeah, but I almost feel like Godzilla's always a dude who's just trying to live his life. Mm-hmm. And he's got one mission, and people keep interrupting him, and he's tired AF. And I felt like he was trying to do one thing, and then Kong just kind of keeps, and then he's just, because he diverts his attention. when he gets to Hong Kong. So I felt
Yeah.
like he was one dude trying to deal with two things at the
Very
same
much so.
time. You know, whether you want to say the other one is a side mission is up to whoever interpretation. But I almost felt like when he stepped on him and roared on him, he was like, all right, back to my previous point of what I'm trying to do. And he's constantly, I feel like Godzilla is, I think of Keanu Reeves very fondly, but in this version, he's the Godzilla Keanu Reeves, where he just wants to be left alone and do his own thing. He's a man of his own life. He just wants to go ahead and do what he wants to do. And people, he kind of goes along his way, right? He's kind of like the Apex, the Mecha Kaiju in Pacific Rim Black. He's just, he's a man of, he's a loner. He does his own thing. And then people keep on interrupting him of what he's actually trying to do. And I felt like Godzilla had to, like, I had to get rid of this in order to go do what I'm going to do, which is what we're going to talk about in the final thing.
Which leads us to the big, when this got out, I went, are you effing kidding me? MechaGodzilla. So now, officially, the big five have all been in American films. Godzilla, Ghidorah, Rodan, Mothra, MechaGodzilla. Those are the big five in terms of Toho's, like, just general, like, those are the money makers. The idea of in this film, I was just like, because I legit thought, like, hey, you're just going to do a movie of Godzilla and Kong fighting you. Maybe we're lucky they throw in some other, you know, maybe a couple other little monsters here and there, but MechaGodzilla was big.
Yeah.
And it's the whole reason to even have Millie Bobby Brown in the film was just to establish MechaGodzilla.
Yeah, yes.
That's all she's there for.
Yeah, very much true. There are so many questions with the MechaGodzilla, but yeah.
Well, again, let's get in it because it does feel like it's a little. They took a little bit of the playbook out of. They took a little bit of a lesson out of the Pacific Rim playbook because the way MechaGodzilla operates is very much like a Jaeger.
Yeah.
But except remote.
Yeah.
B, they took two, not one, but two plot points from two different Godzilla films and merged them into this one. So the 93 MechaGodzilla was built from technology reverse engineered from Mecha King Ghidorah. So there was actually a plot point. It's in the manga. There's a plot point in that film that was dropped, but it's in the manga where Mecha King Ghidorah's brain is still in MechaGodzilla's programming, and through their fight, the Ghidorah portion takes over and starts attacking Godzilla during their fight. Like the pilots have no control over it. They cut that out of the movie, but it is in the manga if you can ever track that down. And then the 2003 film where they literally built a MechaGodzilla out of the bones of the old Godzillas, and it goes on a rampage once it becomes sentient. I actually thought of all the things in this film, probably the most clever, using the Ghidorah brain. Not only is it the Ghidorah brain, it's the Kevin head, so the derpy one, and that's where they're taking the power source. And I'm sitting there, that thing's gonna take over. Like I saw it coming a mile away, but
it's much more even part than a human brain.
Absolutely love.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. I'm like, the only thing that would have made it that much better is if they actually had put like pieces of the skull inside MechaGodzilla and the thing starts mutating and turns into like a Mecha King Ghidorah sword. I'm fine with it though. The design is busy. I'll just put it that way. It's a little busy.
Okay.
I do like it. I'm not knocking it. It does feel like it does fall a little. It falls into that Michael Bay Transformers era. Looking, I'm like, I get you're trying to add practicality to this thing. You want the gizmos, the gyros, but it's also something that really we can't build in reality. And if we're in a movie where you can buy into Godzilla blasting into the center of the earth. Maybe zhuzh up MechaGodzilla a little bit. Maybe give him a little more armor. That being said, when he actually activates and he starts going berserk, that scene, which was a nice mirror of the moment in Kong Skull Island when John Min he's like, He realizes the Skullcrawler's behind him. He's like, ah, shit, and he gets killed. And we see that with with our big bad guy when the claw goes. Excuse me.
No, it's okay. My mind is still
throat
fixated on him getting extra power through what I call Wi-Fi. When they suck it, when Isa Gonzalez, who is absolutely stunning, gets
yes,
the thing, and then it gets powered up,
the
and I'm like,
source, yes.
The power source was Wi-Fi.
That's not how that works. That's not how that works. But again, we're buying into a film where a giant monster blasts a hole to the center of the earth. Sure, okay, fine. But again, that's like, no, we wanted to steal this power source because we need this little piece in order to power MechaGodzilla. Not like we're just going to replicate it. I'm like, it's not how you. That's okay. Even a fourth grader understands that's not how energy works. But sure, why not? We'll go with it. So after the Kong fight, and you have Godzilla finally okay, this is what he was after the whole time. This is what he's going. He senses Kevin. He senses Ghidorah's still out there, and that's what he's pissed off. That's what he's coming. That's what he's been tracking this entire time, and that's why he's super angry about everything. Because he's like, I killed this MFer years ago, and he's still alive. No, we're not dealing with that. He's trying to finish what he started. Except now he's in a big cyborg body, and he beats the crap out of him. Where I have a little, like I just said, it's a little busy. The way MechaGodzilla moves in this, oh my god, the fight was awesome. It was so awesome. The way that this thing moves, the second he comes out and he starts attacking Godzilla, Godzilla runs at him, and MechaGodzilla just blasts those missiles at him, and you're just like, ooh. But it's the moment when they clash.
Yeah.
Godzilla tosses MechaGodzilla. It's the rockets, the retro rockets are coming out to...
Yeah.
Oh! And then doing versions of the rocket punch, doing high Muay Thai kicks to the face, just everything, tossing Godzilla around like he's a rag doll.
He's got the Jaeger hands from Pacific Rim 2.
Yes, he does. Just picking them up, blasting them, the energy bolt, doing those energy punches. There is so much super robot in this MechaGodzilla. It is almost to the point that it will give you diabetes. It is so much, and this is the sequence I've gone back and watched because outside of monsters, super robots are my other passion. So seeing something like this, these two, it's the reason why I can't be mad at any Pacific Rim movie, no matter how much people hate on them.
They had a Civil War moment. I'm sorry.
Yes.
With the two different blue and red energy beams coming.
Battle.
Right, they had a beam battle, right? They had an Iron Man, Captain America issue, right? Look, scene, very similar.
When Kong gets back into the fight, when he finally joins the fray, it did feel like they lifted that Bucky Cap versus Iron Man fight almost verbatim.
Oh yeah,
because they're punching back and forth. MechaGodzilla's going like this, but he's blocking. He's shooting missiles, and you're going yes, all of it. Yes, to all of this. The fact
it's Hobbs and Shaw and Idris Elba at the end.
Yes.
At the end.
Yes, and not only that, but the thing that the sequence, two things I got out of it. One, probably without a doubt, the absolute best monster sequence I've seen done in CG. This from top to bottom, from the beginning of the Hong Kong fight to the very end. When Kong rips MechaGodzilla's head up and holds it up, which I want that goddamn statue when it comes out, because that is such an awesome moment. I want that thing. I don't care how big I know Sideshow's making it. I don't know, but I know. There's no way they're not making that.
Oh god.
There's no way you don't do that.
Oh god. Or Mondo.
Absolutely best. No one has come close to doing monster action like this. The way Wingard follows that, it's clean. It's heavy hitting, and you get shots that they've never done, following Godzilla as he falls back. The view from the fist of MechaGodzilla hitting Godzilla. The way MechaGodzilla's moving, punching him up into the building, stuff like that. I can watch it on a loop all day. This is the drug you can mainline into my arm, and I'll, like, just put me into a cryo chamber, and like I'll live out the rest of my days. This is pure. This is all that is pure and good in the world to me. The idea of Godzilla wins it. Let me ask. It was very apparent Godzilla won the fight between Godzilla and Kong, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Because I have been arguing with a few people. They're like, oh, no, it's just, now they're friends. I'm like, there's no. There's no way they walk into this friends. Like, I don't know what movie you're watching. So when Kong comes back after getting the defibrillator shock and, does the rigs where he pops his shoulder back in, Lethal Weapon style.
Yep.
When he gets in there, he's just like, okay, this is the greater good. We gotta defeat this thing. Godzilla's down. By the way, also showing the proper mechanics of the axe. When that thing's not charged, it's just a big axe. Like, it just swings. It takes Godzilla charging that thing to, like, start laying some damage in. So giving Kong the win over MechaGodzilla, which, by the way, in my wildest dreams, I never thought I would see that imagery ever. So, again, this movie could have just been a guy kicking puppies for 20 minutes and then show me that. I'm like, yeah, give it all the money in the world. I know.
Puppies are flying in my mind right now.
Bad.
No.
Yeah, I know. It's an Anchorman. It's the Anchorman thing when Jack Black kicks Baxter. Like, it could have been that for 20 minutes, and then this, and I still would have been like, yes, I give it all the money. Just that alone, like, just it's so beautifully done, so beautifully rendered. Like, everybody that worked on this. By the way, a hands off to everybody that was involved in those sequences. Animators, all the way up the line. Everybody needs to be. I will be thoroughly surprised this time next year that this film is not nominated for Best Effects, because it's going to be very hard for anything to compete with that. I've not seen effects this good in years.
And Kong's facial expression is
really
so good. Yeah, Kong's facial expressions are really well done. So is Godzilla's facial expressions, and his gills and everything is really well done. I am an animal lover.
You actually get to see him use.
Yeah. Like, I am an animal lover, but I'm not really partial to primates. They're okay. They there. But I actually really liked Kong in this film, and I really, really loved him. And I'm a Godzilla person. So it showed, it was a testament to how well special effects, features, CGI, how all of that was done. If it can make the audience connect with a monster or a creature that doesn't look really humanoid, but not really humanoid to you, right?
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. And at the very end, that stare down between the two, we get the war. Again, going back to the Fast and Furious, where people, I've argued this all the time. People are like, oh, Godzilla and Kong are friends again. They're now. I'm like, no. If you got that from the ending, you weren't paying attention. Like, they're both very badly beaten. They call a truce. And they're like, okay.
I was going to say it's a truce. And also even Kong himself, who rested, like Old Man Thor, / Clint Eastwood, didn't really seem excited that Godzilla was up again, because he thought there might be another round. But instead there wasn't, and Godzilla just went back to the ocean doing his thing. So it was almost not really like a mercy, but it was like, oh, thank God, this is over.
We'll do this again another day.
We're going to do this again another day. Yeah. Also, it's like simple as it's in their name, because everyone's about to see my kitchen. King Kong and Godzilla. So if you want to see it in a much more simple and literal sense, then one could also see it like that, of who the victor would be. But I did see it as more of a truce, like they just live to fight another day. It's like Loki and Thor just going about their day and being like, you know what, another day, brother, we will deal with this Asgardian rivalry another day.
This, again, it's brilliant on the film's part, because, now we have a definitive winner. So we have Godzilla 1. Yeah. But now, much like in the fight world, well, that fight was close. We need a rematch. And if Kong wins that rematch, that means we need a rubber match to determine who really won. You got to get the best 2 out of 3. So the fact that this movie is doing exceptionally well bodes well to the fact that maybe a couple of years down the line, we get the rematch film, and I am all here for that.
Maybe with more Godzilla, because Godzilla's name was first, but it felt like a Dark Knight Returns, which I called it Joker cameo Batman movie.
Yes.
This was more like a Kong movie cameo Godzilla, even though the names were
But
done
that's the beauty about that is now that they've set up so much with this world building, have a definitive winner of the first one, you can really focus on these two clashing again, another film, and you don't have to bring any other monster into it. You can really make it about going to win this fight, and if you can make Kong win the next fight, and you're like, okay, now they're 1-1. We need a trilogy, like just not only that, but it's just money being printed right there. People are going to show up for this. People will show up for a rematch of these two like time and time again, because everything that I've heard from just reading people, like there are people that they were like, this movie sucks. These are the same people that everything sucks to them because they just want to feel smarter than everyone. But legitimately, they're like, my brother, he's like, so did my brother. I'm like, what'd you think? He's like, I liked it. It's like, these are not my films. But he's like, I still liked it. I have issues. I'm like, yeah, of course, everyone does. He's like, but overall, like, the monster stuff, perfect. I'm like, would you watch it again? He's like, yeah, I definitely would. Just in general, like all that stuff. So give me a few Kong films. Build Kong up. Get him bigger, stronger, and then you do the rematch. And then you have a more seasoned Kong coming in. Like get that beard a little bigger. Get that gray a little more on the head like this one is. Get the scar across the face a little more. Like he's really perked up a bit. And make him fashion a new axe or a new weapon, something else, because they've clearly shown like without that, like he doesn't have a chance. So get him to be a little more thinking, and then like have him have the rematch.
How old is he to you in human years? Is he 40, 50?
No,
who just lived a hard life, or is he more like a 70, 80 to you?
No, he's that dude that you see in like those small towns in the Pacific Northwest, and you're like, that looks like oh man, like you gotta be like in your late 40s. Like I'm 28. You're like, oh my god, what have you been doing?
Yeah,
I've been working at the mill and smoking 4 packs of cigarettes a day. That's what I've been doing. Like he's just lived a hard life. Like,
I was gonna say he lived a hard life.
Yes.
Okay.
Kong has lived a hard life, so he's still like maybe pushing 30 in my head, where Godzilla is an old man, but his lifespan clearly is much longer, and the way that his body chemistry works, especially with absorbing radiation, we don't know how long he can live. Like, we just know he's old, and he's been around for a long time already, where Kong is still young and fresh, and you know what? That's fine. You see it in the fight game all the time. The up-and-comer where you're like, God, this guy's got punching power, but a lot of the times in the first fight, the veteran always gets the win because that cocky new guy comes in there and he thinks, I'm just going to knock him out. And the veteran outpaces him. He outdances him. He outblocks him. And then he either outwins him by points or he knows when that opening's coming and knocks him out.
Yeah.
Definitely play with those elements with doing that more. And you can give me 2 movies. I think I said this when you were gone. I want a Kong series. I want Kong to have his own roster of villains. I want him to have his own friends. Build him up like Toho has built Godzilla up over the years. Give me a Kong Behemoth buddy cop film. Those two in Hollow Earth, just in shenanigans. I will pay good money for that. I want to see Kong hanging out with a giant sloth mammoth thing, and those two getting into shenanigans. I'm all for that right there. Before we get into a rematch of these two, and then not only that, play with the ideas you've laid down. Give me, like, now that we're in the Hollow Earth, are there more people down there? Are there lost civilizations that might worship a certain giant beetle down there? Are there certain things that have a giant sea serpent that maybe, their god down there? We don't know. With the Godzilla stuff, start playing with the idea of maybe bringing some aliens in. My buddy pitched me this one. This was a great idea they could do. Give us the original Titan, the first Titan. And I'm like, well, who would that be? He's like, the one that Toho always threatens to use but never uses. Make it bad. Make it like he was the first. He's the originator. He's like the Lilith in the Evangelion sense of like all Titans came from this one thing, and have Godzilla fight that thing. You can do so much. Again, say what you will about the individual films. What Legendary has done with these movies is magical. They have taken them and elevated them to a level I never would have thought of. And in terms of world building, outside of Marvel, no one has been close to something this caliber. Like everyone's tried. Universal tried their monsters and it failed on takeoff. DC's still struggling to figure it out. Meanwhile, Legendary went like, yeah, we have Godzilla and Kong. Next thing, make their own original monster and put it into the Monsterverse. I know a lot of people are saying do Pacific Rim. I'm like, no. Keep those two things separate. You can have two similar things going at the same time. Pacific Rim's already built their own lore. And I feel if you're getting two different lores, you're going to step on each other, and it just never works. I'd say bring a new monster in. Make a new monster. Do something else. There's so much you can do with this. The fact that they're doing a Kong animated series already tells me that, yes, so there's hope. And if they're not going to give us a couple more movies, give us a couple animated series. I would love to see a Legendary a Monarch show. So it doesn't necessarily have to be Godzilla. It could just be Monarch dealing with a bunch of different monsters that you can introduce that will later on go on to fight Godzilla and Kong. I would love to see that kind of stuff. Excuse me.
Like a Shield.
Yes, very much so. Except unlike Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., which I felt like it meandered at times, the beauty about Monarch is very similar to the animated Godzilla series from the 90s, where each week you have a new monster. You explore Hollow Earth. You introduce elements that are, by the way, keep it canon, that can build into the movies. And that makes watching these things worthwhile. Marvel and Star Wars all understand that. Clone Wars might be animated, but it is integral to the story that we are telling. So expand on it. To go wild with it. I do hope that Toho stays on with this. I do hope that Legendary keeps going forward, because it does feel like that they are being rewarded right now, and that they should not just a one-off. Like, no, there's a lot more here. People do seem to be turning out to the turn. Sorry, my mind is spinning faster than I can speak. People are tuning in more than they have in the last few films, and I think everyone's kind of already bought in on this. So lean into the fantastic elements and just start giving us more. Like every few years, another Kong, another Godzilla film. I'm all for it. If we can get 3 Marvel films in a year, I can get 2 different Monsterverse films in 1 year, and then you can build to like another Godzilla Kong film. And then do the obvious. Give us a Destroy All Monsters-esque film, but do it with both the monsters they license and the monsters that they create, and let it be something new and different and wild. I do feel that there's much to be had with this.
Yes, the Avengers of Kaiju films.
Mm-hmm.
So having the Avengers of Kaiju films would be great.
It would be great. It would be great. I would even say Legendary, reach out to Kotokawa. Get that giant turtle. Buy the license, because they're not doing anything with it right now.
Oh my gosh, I would love to see Gamera.
Gamera would fit. Gamera's lore fits in beautifully with the Hollow Earth lore.
First of all, he's a giant turtle. He could be a Primordial Titan. Primordial Titan, excuse me.
He could be that. You could introduce the idea of advanced civilizations in the Hollow Earth.
Yeah.
So you can even bring in like creating, there are civilizations creating their own monsters, their own titans to defend themselves from the other titans. Yeah. You could do all of that.
Like I know. I'm sorry. What?
Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say I know we were supposed to be the twins. Danzi's character was not in it. Civilizations. Mothra is a giant primordial moth, or however people want to see her. And her twin people were part of the civilizations in Hollow Earth. Yes. You can have people there that way too as well.
You could do that. Here's the thing that they could do, that Legendary can do right now because of the lore that they've set up, that Toho has chased for years. You could do a Godzilla versus a Godzilla film, because now that you've established that there's not a Godzilla, there's a whole species of Godzilla, you could really introduce the aspect of a true evil Godzilla. Like you can do like a crazier, eviler design, and Godzilla has to take this one down because now you have like a clan war thing going on. You could do the same thing with Kong. This stuff writes itself. Like, I could just write a book of just ideas and like, here, go make it and just go print money. So, yeah, and then bring Gamera in, create another monster, create all kinds of stuff. Like, go wild, start bringing in the big tech. Like, now that they've established MechaGodzilla, it's like, we can create more super weapons. We can go absolutely bonkers to the point where like, we're done. We're going to give you one film, and it's going to be so batshit crazy that no other film's going to really do it for you for a long time. Much like the fatigue that everyone felt after watching Avengers Endgame, where you're like, so much Marvel.
We need to feel the kaiju saturation, oversaturation.
Yes. Give it to me. Give it to me, because for those of us over 25, let's just say, we lived through times where it was very dry and there were slim pickings at many points. But now our cup overfloweth, and we are lousy with monsters. But I say we are not lousy enough. There can be much more. So overall, enjoyed the film thoroughly. I think, Jessica, you're in the same boat. We have our issues, but you know what? That a lot of it can be overlooked for the pure cinematic joy of watching a big atomic dinosaur fight a large gorilla. And sometimes you just want a slugfest because you just want to get your mind off all the doings that are going on in the world, and you just want to slip away into fantasy for a little bit and just feel like a kid again.
Yeah. Very much so. I agree.
Oh, you know what? I almost forgot. I mentioned earlier. So I read the book. So real quick, I want to do a couple of quick points. So here's what got cut out. Ready? So
let's do this.
So the opening, they establish Jonah, from the bad guy from King of the Monsters, sells Apex the Ghidorah head. So that's where they get the Ghidorah head. So I think that was fairly obvious, they get to do that. But it also meant that Jonah would have had a scene in the opening of the film. The big thing was they do show the attempt by Skarsgård's brother to go into the Hollow Earth, and Skarsgård was watching on a monitor as his brother goes through, comes out, you get a brief glimpse, and then the plane, or the craft they're in, gets crushed. And that's what causes him to go into like his spare. What they don't go into, what the other thing that they kind of leave out is the fact that what is the storm around the island? Well, the storm is that barrier that we see in Kong Skull Island that keeps pretty much everybody out from getting into Skull Island. So when Monarch is there, they're drilling a hole to open up the portal. And they inadvertently release a giant bat kaiju. I think its name's Kazmataz. So this is actually in the Kong graphic novel they released, I think, last week that accompanies this. So they tell the story a little bit. So Kazmataz is trying to fight Kong for the for ownership of the island, and he has a weird power that he can manipulate the storm. So Kong kills him, but Kazmataz's dying cry loosens up whatever keeps the storm at bay, and thus the storm starts closing in and starts pretty much wiping out everybody on the island. So it causes the Skullcrawlers to go nuts. The sequence that they explain in the book when we first meet Gia, is her mom is holding her and telling her to climb up a tree because the island is being flooded and Skullcrawlers are coming after her, and her mom gets eaten by a Skullcrawler. So she's hiding up in a tree, and as the storm is raging, Kong comes out, kills the Skullcrawler, and then takes Gia off the tree, puts him in his hand, and then kind of shields her away and takes her away from the storm. So that I felt was, I'm like, why did you cut that out? That was integral to establishing the relationship of these two. Even if it was just a brief opening sequence of the storm, the Iwis are getting wiped out, Kong saves you. That could have been the opening, and then you could have cut to 2 years later, Kong being a lazy, ape and blah blah blah, doing all that stuff. So essentially, Monarch causes the storm. They inadvertently wipe out the Iwi, so they're kind of the dicks. They built the enclosure well before the storm completely encapsulates the island so they could keep Kong safe. Kong was not nearly as big when they built it because it takes place 5 years earlier, 8 years earlier, or something like that. So when they come to when we come to the movie in that book, that's already like 4 chapters in. The opening of Kong tossing the tree to hit the different points. They get a little bit into Ren. They explain. Here's the thing that they don't explain in the movie is that Serizawa's senior, his father was one of the originators of Monarch. He was in early on, like he was in the early version of it. So that's where Ishiro, played by Ken Watanabe, gets into Monarch, and then you find out that much like Harry's dad in Harry Potter, where he's built up as like he was this great wizard, and it's like, yeah, but he was kind of a dick when he was a kid to Snape, and he wasn't the greatest guy when he was younger. Same thing with Serizawa. He was a great man who is beloved by his colleagues, but turns out he was kind of a shit dad. And thus, Ren has this, they don't describe it as begrudging, but he's just like, you know what? My dad was kind of a dick to me. He was kind of not there, and he loves things so much, but you know what? I don't see him in the same way. He sees the kaiju more like Muldoon from Jurassic Park. He's like, these things aren't magical. They're just animals. And if we don't do something about it, they're going to overrun us. So, and honestly, that's all they really give us. There's really not much more of Ren in the book than there is in the movie. So it does feel like overall they didn't really develop that character that well.
Yeah.
The other thing is that Brian Michael T, his so the podcaster
Bernie.
I keep thinking Bernie. Thank you, Bernie. They give, and by the way, it was there was 2 lines they could have added in.
Yeah.
So his wife. So he's like, she gave me all this. So they explain their whole thing. They were nowhere near. They were living in Massachusetts when Godzilla attacked for the first time, and there's a whole chapter explaining. He worked like he was just doing some like menial job. She worked for Apex, but her work was kind of top secret. So she come home and she got obsessed with Godzilla all of a sudden. And so he's like, for 2 years, all I heard was Godzilla, Godzilla, Godzilla. And it was after, so it was after the attack on Boston. They had a fight, and she ended up, she told him, like, I want to break up. And he's like, oh, no, let's not. So she's like, all right. So they get back together, and the night they're going to, they're going to go out to dinner at the first time after being away from each other a little bit. She dies in a car accident. And he wasn't there. He arrives to the hospital like moments after she dies.
Right.
So they explain when he goes clean up all her stuff, he finds all of her Apex files, and that there's some shenanigans going on, and that her mental instability might be something that was going on while she was working for Apex, and it was kind of related to the MechaGodzilla program. They only allude to that.
Right.
So that driving force of like, here's why I'm trying to expose Apex and why he's obsessed with Kaiju, because his wife was obsessed with it, and thus her death haunts him.
Yeah.
2 lines. He could have put 2 lines in this film, and it would have made his character that much more, much more tragic.
Right. Right.
The weird, moment of levity in the film, and how they build the ship to get Kong, and they explain how they drug him. Because they had to drug him to get him into the biodome. Yeah. And pretty much that's it. Oh, the other biggest thing is the fact that Noah does not have 1 Ghidorah skull. He has 2 Ghidorah skulls for some reason. So in the book, when they're explaining, like Ghidorah, like he was neck so long, they had to communicate via telepathy. The way they explain in the book is that they put 1 Ghidorah skull in MechaGodzilla, and the other Ghidorah skull is where Ren operates from. So technically, in some version of the film, MechaGodzilla has a Ghidorah skull in his head, but at that point, I'm like, it's a little too much. The explanations.
Did they explain the Snowpiercer-like way that they get from Pensacola to Hong Kong?
Yeah, they actually go into that. They explain. Simmons explains like, for like the last decade, we've been quietly paying off people, and they've been building this intricate system underneath. They explain Apex is very deep in. Yeah. Actually, yeah. So they explain Apex actually had a hand in creating the Orca, because they're a big tech company. They've quietly been working with Monarch for many years. And after Boston, there were a lot of disgruntled Monarch employees that went to work for Apex and thus were giving them secrets that were technically government only. So while they were still working with Monarch, they were getting intel they weren't supposed to, so they could quietly build MechaGodzilla off to the side.
This is like Hydra stuff. It's like, how much can go right? Like, how did they get this network? Sometimes they do it really well that it's believable, and then sometimes it's not believable. But this is like the Hydra of stuff.
Yes. And the bigger thing, in the book, they also explained that they themselves developed the oxygen destroyer that they used in the last film. That was their weapon. So that's where the military got it. So they've been quietly like buying these super weapons from Apex for a while. And pretty much Apex, they're on top. They're public face in the book. They're a tech firm. They they help like revitalize war torn areas. But deep down, they have a much deeper pockets, and they've been paying off certain governments so they can be drilling holes underneath the ocean and funding projects like going to Hollow Earth. So
yeah, in the beginning, their commercial is very Skynet. So yes. I'm like, you know, that's a bad thing.
Yes, and even in the book, they do give Simmons a little bit more of like he's getting drunk on his own power. Like he's like, well, once I kill all the Titans, then I'm the Alpha Titan, and like maybe I do something a little evil. But they still don't go that deep. They do, but here's another big thing. They do like when Simmons and Bernie like have that meeting, they're like, "You're the podcast guy. I listen to it. I like your podcast. It's very informative." He's like, "I love like they go deeper into Bernie's podcast and the stuff. The whole water, like drinking the water thing, is a is one of the chapters."
Oh my goodness.
Millie Bobby Brown's character is obsessed with it. She listens, and you get snippets of the podcast of like a lot of his crazy rantings, and that's why she brings up the water and the fluoride in it. He goes on like a huge rant about like how you're not supposed to drink it because it's mind controlling and all this stuff. And it's one of the moments Simmons has. He's like, I was really, and like they tell in the book, he's like, the water thing's a little nuts, but he's like, I was really interested in your Mothra reproduction 3-part series. I found it very informing. Like stuff like that. I'm like, little character moments that I'm sitting there and listening. I'm like, they could have easily left these in, and it probably would have just flushed these things out a bit better for everyone else.
Yeah.
But beyond that, that's really it. There really wasn't much difference. Like the Hollow Earth stuff is still as much. They do spend a little more time, but you really don't see anything else. And Godzilla is still a giant dick. That's pretty much how it works in that film. And Kong and Jira's relationship is much more closer. So that's kind of what we get out of it. I do feel that if they want to release a slightly longer version that doesn't really include any new monster scenes other than that, but you give us those character breath moments, I would be all for it. Like it feels like it's just a simple edit of putting these things back in. But again, what do I know?
I know. It's like # release the novel cut. Yes. It would have been like, oh.
I would love to. So I would also love to see, like, in one of the toy leaks, there's a thing with Godzilla wearing a backpack. I would love to know where that was at one point.
Is it a backpack or like a parachute?
It's like a weird backpack, but the toy never got released. So I'm assuming it was something that probably got cut out eventually. So who knows? It'll probably come out years in like once the film's usually out. Usually all these like concept artists release stuff.
Yeah.
I get a feeling we'll find out the story sooner or later. So, but it did feel like there was I'm like, what is that? What's going on there? But never showed up in the film, so it is what it is. Whew, that's a lot. All right.
Now
Jessica.
I'm just thinking about this group of people making a backpack big enough for Kong.
Yes, lean into the nuttiness. That's what I love. Lean into it. So, yeah, I think that's it. I think that's all we have to say. Do you have anything else to say? Any other thoughts?
No. I think I'm good for right now. I mean, they're going to come, right? It's like after every episode of The Falcon and Winter Soldier, I wake up 4 days later with more thoughts. But because I just saw it on literally last night, we're filming here on the Sunday. I saw it last night on Saturday night, and I immediately texted in its entirety, and I immediately texted Chris. I felt like with one more week of digestion, I'm going to come back and be like, okay, so I don't understand.
It's going to be one
We
of
can do
those
that on
moments.
we can do that on the follow-up episode where you have more questions. We'll follow up on our next episode. Face is scolded. So, but we digress. There's things to talk about, and today, Jessica, we are reviewing a show that has had a lot of interesting, well, let's just say discussion about it for the last month and a half.
It is. So it is, Monarch Legacy Monsters. I see people say things like, "This is amazing. I can't wait for season 2. Give me more." And others are like, "Okay."
I'll say this. Look, in the last couple of weeks, I think you and I discussed this at the beginning of our -1 review. Because by the time we got around to that, was the fervor had really hit its, for no pun intended, its apex. We're going to talk about later. But it was the fact that, one, people were talking about Godzilla, and they were talking about it positively, and they were. It was like, I know you had people talk to you that don't normally give two squats about Godzilla. I have had people that know I'm into Godzilla, but they would never shake their leg at Godzilla, calling me like, "Did you watch this movie?" I'm like, "I went to Japan to watch it, yes." Like, it's amazing. I'm like, "Yeah, hello, yes, I've been screaming to the heavens about this since I was 9 years old. Godzilla is amazing. Like, just give him a shot." They're like, no, like, this was a legit great movie. Like, this was fantastic. In that same breath, I was getting people out of the blue hitting me up about Monarch. Because for some reason, when you could have the biggest movies on the face of the planet, but if you turn it into a streaming show, for some reason, that gets all kinds of other people who would never bother to go to the movies and watch it, to watch the thing that you've been screaming at people to watch. My cousin, family members, friends, they're like, "Hey, you're watching that Monarch show, aren't you?" I'm like, "Is the Pope Catholic?" "Yes, of course I'm watching it. This is the only way Apple was diabolical. I have never purchased an Apple anything in my entire life because I've been a PC guy through and through. I was trained on Apple in school. I hate them. I don't like Apple's products. I'm one of those guys. I'm like, I draw the line in the sand. I'm an Android man. I don't like Apple. Chris, you're gonna have to pay us legitimate money because we have a Godzilla show. Damn it! So they got me. So yes. So we have, yes, I have been watching Monarch. I've actually been watching it with my brother, who went deep diving once I bought Apple. He discovered like 20 different shows on there. He's like, there's the is it Severance with Adam Scott?
Yeah.
He's like, "Are you watching that?" I'm like, he couldn't stop. He wouldn't shut up about it. And then I put on Monarch, and he's sitting there. He's like, "I'm in it, but the show's frustrating me." I'm like, I get it. I absolutely get it. Meanwhile, I had other people, like you said, going, "This is awesome. I can't get enough." I'm like, yeah, it's great, but I already knew exactly where it was going. So we're not going to dive too deep into Monarch because, Jessica, you got to watch most of it while we were in Japan, right?
Yes, I had the press screening through Apple, through Neil over at Dorkaholics. Thank you to Dorkaholics, a shout out, because they've also put some of, like, whenever I'm put on there, they also said Jessica's from the Kaiju Kingdom podcast, so we want to always cross promote. And I was given the first 8 episodes and then the last 2 episodes from there. And I will say what I love about the PR team is they always break down what questions you cannot ask during an interview. And if you don't catch up with the screeners, the spoilers are right there.
So they're making sure you're covered.
So people, if you have screeners, watch them. Because when you do work and interview, you might get spoiled if you're not caught up.
I real quick, not to digress too much, but we told the story a couple times on here for those who haven't listened to like the back issues, the Sorry, I'm trying to fiddle with something down here. Anyway, years ago, I've just as I've told the story, Jessica and I met on press lines. We were doing press for the DC animated movies, and so you and I have a long history of doing these interviews, and I have walked into a fair amount of them because prepping for one, because at times it'd be a studio is doing it and not just a particular production. And so they're like, well, if you're going to, you want to talk to the cast of The Flash, you need to talk to these people for this new show that we're pushing that we didn't send you any screeners for, and maybe 4 episodes have been out. And if you have not watched it, well, that's on you. I have come up on the seat of my ass questions that have got me out of holes that you would not believe how deep I got dug into. I say the best example of this was Comic-Con, I want to say 2015 or 2016.
Okay.
We did the Warner Brothers animation panel. So it was a lot of Adult Swim stuff. So it might have been earlier than that, 2014, because it was the Mike Tyson Mysteries, Aqua Teen Hunger Force, Rick and Morty, and then Your Pretty Face is Going to Hell. So Your Pretty Face had already been on. I had seen 2 episodes of it. I knew Rick and Morty in and out. I knew Aqua Teen in and out. Those are I was like ready to go. And then at the last second, because Mike Tyson was actually coming in to do the interview, they told us 1 question per person for Mike so we can move him along. So that was like, oh, it doesn't matter. But they're like, hey, we got the Your Pretty Face Goes to Hell people, and you got all the time in the world. And I am now going, crap. I have seen like 2 episodes of the show I don't know a single thing about. So as they're working their way down the press line, I'm on my phone, like flipping through, like, what else these guys have done? Like, I knew Dana Snyder was with them, but there's like, and I saw one of them did the Too Many Cooks video. I'm like,
Ooh.
There we go. And I managed to squeeze 25 minutes out of an interview and ask 2 questions about the entire show and got a whole different interview out of the guys just because I had to figure something out. So it's going in with the pitch. So
yes.
Little lessons.
Yes. And obviously we know as press, there's an embargo. So some of the things that we talk about today, I knew like weeks ago.
Yeah.
But honestly had like no one to talk to about it. But also I don't know who has the screeners and who don't. And even though some people are press, they'll post for an embargo.
Yeah.
So I don't trust anybody I talk to.
It's almost like you become like a member of the Stonecutters. Like you guys have to give each other the secret look and then the handshake, just to understand like, okay, so you know what I'm talking about. Like,
yes.
Are you part of this cabal?
Yes. And will you post and then like backstab me?
Mm-hmm.
And be like, so-and-so, I have nobody to talk to.
Yeah.
So I am excited that we could talk about it today.
So let's delve into it. So Monarch it's sandwiched nicely in between the bit of Godzilla mania that's going on right now. It debuted. So we saw -1 in Japan November 3rd. You technically saw it earlier than that, but let's just for argument's sake say November 3rd right now.
For both of us.
Was 2 weeks later. 2 episodes of this come out, and then 2 weeks after that is the movie. The -1 opens in America, and much like it reminded me of like when Mandalorian was wrapping up season 1, but it wasn't over yet. But we had Rise of the Skywalker coming out, and it felt like one was taking the wind out of the other, and for good reason. Like Monarch was gaining steam, but a lot of people, much like my aforementioned brother, were like, so you're giving me a 45-minute episode, and in that you're giving me a total of like 4 minutes of monster action. Okay, I see what you're doing here. So There was a little bit of that going on, and then when -1 finally reached American shores, it felt like everyone went from, yeah, we're going to go talk about the Japanese movie more than we are talking about the show with Kurt goddamn Russell on it, and him, hanging out with Godzilla. Because even though, like, as I was trying to explain to people, I'm like, there's not going to be a ton of, like, Godzilla. There's no way the budget's going to allow that. People are still kind of shocked and surprised by the fact of how little in terms of monsters are. And it's astonishing to me that people don't quite understand how budgets work today, especially for, like, streaming shows. Even though in any other world, this would have never happened. This show would have never aired on any network TV because they're not going to spend. Clearly, this show costs about $150 million. Easy. But it's just the fact that, like, there's a show that takes place in between two different Godzilla movies, has Godzilla and other monsters in it, and yet everyone's still going, like, what else you got? So I want to be fair with my assessment. Overall, I found more to like about Monarch than I didn't like. I'll put it that way. Do I have issues? Quite a bit. But the stuff that worked brilliantly, and they got me on the things I love because they played with the lore and they built the lore.
Yes.
But the other thing is, if suffers from the things I cannot stand about streaming shows, is that you have a mystery box, and instead of telling us what's in the mystery box, you want to spend the 8 of the episode showing us how you're unraveling the mystery box when we want, like Brad Pitt, we want to know what's in the box. Like, just get us to the box. What's in the box? That's what we want. It's, I've not watched Squid Games. I've not watched Game of Thrones. There are so many of these shows now, especially in now that network TV's kind of like on its last legs and everything is a Netflix or stream, any kind of streaming show. They follow this formula that I've grown weary of, and they all kind of weirdly copy Lost's, like, MO, where first things first, we got to have the flashbacks because that's how we're going to stretch out this non-linear storytelling. And then we'll give you just this much progression each episode before we go back into, giving you the character backgrounds. I'm like, I want to go into a world. I want to come back to a world where we just do linear storytelling. I just want my linear storytelling back. Like, here's the problem. Here's where we have to go. Here's how we have to get to it. You can give me character development in between there without needing to needlessly flash back for character moments that aren't really going to pay off anything other than you're just trying to tell us who this person is. I'm like, there's better writing. I don't know. It feels lazy to me. And I'm not knocking the writers per se, but this is a trope that I'm kind of over.
You would die watching a K-drama, though. Because, like, it's always about reincarnation, like who they used to be in the Joseon era, and then you see them again in their modern time. So they were always meant to be.
Yes.
Like, I mean, some is done well,
yes,
but some is definitely interesting. I love K-drama. It's actually, you were actually talking about it. Character development is done really well. I am a little bit tired of flashbacks. And what I like about Monarch is I was trying to explain it to a friend who accidentally actually came in halfway through the show. And I was like, buddy, it's 3 timeline flashbacks. And he's like, what the? What? What are we talking about? And then I was like, it's 3. It's 3. It's almost like, oh my God, I forgot which movie it was recently where it's actually, or show where you actually figure out it's actually 2 different timelines. Oh crap, it's gonna come to me.
Listen, you're not thinking of Outlander, are you?
Well, Outlander is one, but Outlander makes it evident. It's not like The Lake House with Sandra Bullock or anything, but it's definitely a show or a movie. It's gonna come to me after, where people were confused where they were in the timeline. So they thought the characters were like not in the same room, but in the same time. And then the twist was, as you're realizing, you're figuring out that they're actually in two different timelines. So it was one of those where, at least this one, it was a little bit more evident because the actors are younger or older, or younger version or older version portrayals. But I even had a friend who didn't realize it was 2015 and was like, oh, I thought we were doing a 2023 situation.
No. That was the thing, like, yeah, my cousin kept, she got into it, and she knows I like Godzilla. She doesn't watch anything Godzilla, but she has two little kids at home, so, like many parents, her and her husband get caught up in whatever they can stream, because you're chasing a 11-month-old around and a 2-year-old around, and it's chaos, so you get whatever you get. So she's sending me a million questions, like, especially when they dropped the hint about Kurt Russell's age. And she's like, how in the hell is he almost 90? I'm like, well, if you know anything, I'm like, I was trying not to be snarky, but at the same time, I'm like, if you watch enough shows and you watch enough movies and you know a trope, like, there's a mystery to be unraveled here, because if he's almost 90, then that means something happened. So I doubt they're going to just leave that hanging like a carrot for everybody to bite onto, and there's nothing in it. So I'm like, just let it play out. So overall,
okay,
the stuff that I loved about Monarch, and there were times I was legit in love with this show. I love the world building that it does, and there was moments where at first I was kind of sitting there a little confused. I'm like, well, because the thing I hate is that when you have an established timeline that's very kind of, it's established, but it's kind of loose. So there's gaps you could fill in. And when you go in to fill in those gaps, but you want to put your own creative stance, I've seen enough times where people will add things and it kind of doesn't make sense continuity-wise. When everything played out, I would give the writers all the credit in the world, because it does seem like they really paid attention to the timelines and really laid everything out. So all the lore and the world building, especially at the very end with Bill, because when we come into Kong Skull Island and Bill is desperately trying to get funding for the Skull Island expedition, like halfway through the show, I'm sitting there, this is the back of my head, I'm like, if you guys had all the funding in the world, then how in the hell in Kong are you guys, first off, it's some Star Wars stuff, because much like Star Wars, we went from Ewan McGregor to
Alec
McGinnis in a 20-year period, and it's like,
I know,
living in the sun will do a lot of damage, but man, that's not just the sun, that's heavy drinking for 20 years too to age you that bad. Like, you go from
they did feel dirty.
Yes, you go from the dude from Workaholics that's not Adam Devine to John Goodman in the course of, I think it's like 9.5 years at that point, because I think the ends at 63 to like 70. Is it 72 or 73? I forgot which year, but I'm like, that's not a long time. Like, this dude, I mean, I get it. He lost his best friend and he lost his wife and he's raising a kid on his own. But to end up like John Goodman, like, that is some hard living for the next 8 to 10 years. I'm like, it's what I hated about Dark Phoenix, amongst other things. And look, I try to find the greatness in every movie, but Dark Phoenix, I walked away like wanting to just like throw my drink at the screen, because I'm like, you somehow made it worse than X-Men 3. But the thing that bothered me is, like, you couldn't take a little flour and dust up Magneto's hair just a smidgen to show that the man is aging at least. I'm like, it's the cheapest thing you could have done, but no one could be bothered. I'm like, we've already gone over 30 years with this character. Just a little, touch of gray in the hair. That's all I would have been asking. Much like the Iron Fist show, just put the bandana on. That's all I want. Just put the damn bandana on. So when you're playing with that stuff like that with aging, especially when you have two different actors, give me a little bit of where does this go to this person? Sadly, look, and I love John Goodman to death. He is top tier, all time favorite TV dad. It's him and Uncle Phil. Those are my two TV dads. Those are the Mount Rushmores. But John Goodman's a man in his mid 60s, and he's gone through considerable weight loss from weight gain. So when you see him in Kong Skull Island, like he's in that in between part, I'm like, give me something from this dude who's clearly 41 years old to John Goodman who's 64. Like, how's he aging 20 years in 8 years? Like, just give me a little something. Beyond that, the building of the timeline, seeing the Rio Bravo bombing, pretty much we get, the first like 3 episodes building to the government trying to kill Godzilla. That stuff was great. All the flashback with Lee, Bill, and Kiko, I adored the hell out of it. They were the best characters in the entire show. Absolute best. And every time we spent time with them, like the show was hitting its mark. I'm like, we could have just did the whole show with the flashbacks and I would have been perfectly happy. I understand like you're trying to fill gaps and build some other story here, but what is clearly the B story was far better than the A story. The A story is where I had my problems. And it had nothing to do with Kurt Russell, because the man is a demigod to me. And believe me, I'm not going to lie. There was a moment when, I think it was like episode 6, when he's screaming at Kate. He's like, I'm not trying to stop Godzilla. I'm trying to help him. I just went, he said he's trying to help Godzilla. Like, my 2 childhood heroes are on the same screen. Like, they're like 9-year-old me, just in my head. It's just like the single tear going down I'm like, this is truly a beautiful future we live in, where Kurt goddamn Russell is on a Godzilla show, and those words are coming out of his mouth. I loved it. Everything with the kids who are grown-ass adults, I could not stand whatsoever. They were the most annoying, frustrating characters. And the writing, like, I'm not knocking the actors themselves, because an actor is only as good as the material that they're given. So I'm not sitting here knocking the actors. I'm knocking the writing and the performance they were told to give for these characters. And it's the thing I hate about modern writing, is that you make little kids the smartest people in the room, and for some reason, people who are supposed to be grown-ass adults act like little kids. And I hate it. I hate this idea of these wildly immature 20-somethings. Because they're not 18. These are people in their mid-20s. One of them's pushing their late 20s. And they all act like they're 16 years old. No. I hate this trope. I hate this style of writing. I absolutely detest it. And this is where the show lost a lot of the goodwill that the other parts of the show built up. I turned to my brother, and he's like, so what do you think so far? I'm like, I hate that the Kate character is giving me a migraine with how she's acting as, a person in the situation. And my brother would always bring up, he's like, I'm just kind of like blown away that they are globetrotting, and magically, as they're on the run from the government, they all have all the proper equipment they need to be in the environment they're in. Ice, they got all the cool like ice climber stuff. They're in the desert. They're in desert gear. It's like they're making action figures, but we're never getting action figures of these characters. I'm like, yes, you're quite right. So, Jessica, your thoughts as I replenish here real quick.
No, I actually, up until whoever saw the last episode, I'm fine with Tim, the older office worker who basically
he's great.
Helps him out. I actually was telling my best friend Sam, as we've mentioned, I was like, you know what this is, which they don't really do. I'm like, if you think about it, this is a love story. Monarch, we meant of the older of Lee, Bill, and Keiko. I was like, this is a love story. If you think about it, it's a romance. And he was like,
Okay.
Well, no, it clearly came off like that, especially once we got to the end game, if you will, of the show.
Yes,
Like,
I'm like it's a romance, right?
Mhm.
It can be romantic.
Mhm.
I I think all of their budget went into Godzilla fighting, like the Iron Dragon, like whatever it is,
Mhm.
going through all that, him coming out of the desert, he is all. I believe their
Yeah.
budget went to them and Kurt Russell. I don't know
Mhm.
what his fee is, but I was definitely
I'm
like
pretty sure
all
he probably. I
money.
guarantee he took a little bit of a snippet because
Yeah.
he was getting his son some work.
Yeah, and they did
Yeah.
a good job casting, father and son.
Absolutely brilliant. I love that. Was a brilliant stroke.
Yes.
Doing the father and son as the same
Yeah.
character. That I absolutely love. That aspect.
Yes.
When they leaned into some of the more sci-fi aspects of the show,
Yes.
this is where they were at their strongest. When it came to the human drama of Kate, Kitaro, and May, I was going to have an aneurysm from how much like these characters are just. I'm like, not like. There's no pragmatism whatsoever with them. Everything is a big deal, and everything is just you turned up to 10. And there are times I can use. You're watching Kurt Russell because Kurt was one of the best aspects of the modern stuff, and you can tell he's even like, look, I'm just gonna Kurt Russell it up, and hopefully that'll make it. I'm like, yes, thank you. It's the breath of fresh air. Like, I just feel like once they realized they had Kurt Russell, they're like, we got to write something in the ice because we got to redo Thing as much as we can. So we got to put Kurt Russell back in the damn ice in snow gear fighting monsters. So that's the first thing I picked up on when they were fighting the, I think it's the Ice Vark. I'm like, you guys just wanted to sit outside and ask him, what was it like making the Thing?
Yeah.
Because that's what you're doing here.
Yes. And so the moment, like, it opens up great, when we get to see Mother Longlegs and John Goodman, like an older Bill Randa, all that stuff. The twist with the Randa kids, like how they are related. But the moment I saw Keiko fall into the thing, I thought of a line that also Sam likes to quote a lot from Psych, the show. No body, no crime. Sean, like, we never saw her. You saw her fall, and obviously it's answered as we're watching those. There will be spoilers in this episode, but some people are not able to catch up. But obviously, she was going to come back around, right? She's a huge in the situation. There were definitely moments where you could see coming. I think the strong parts for me were the flashbacks with Bill, Lee, and Keiko, and modern day Tim. Tim was someone that you hated, and then you kind of understood, and then you went to the end, and what is going on. I do love mostly the lore.
Yes.
With Hollow Earth, what is going on, what's going on beyond around the world. I wish they made smart young adult characters not also annoying, but I did like the fact that Kate did yell at the head of Monarch. When that in the van, when the woman, I think it was episode 8 or something, where she's trying to ban them, and she says, I don't work for you, first of all, so you can't yell at me. 2, your company's done nothing. Your organization, we found him, we did this, we've been on the run, and that was one of the stronger points of the character. It was a good solid B show for me. I would watch it with friends, but anyone who was expecting, I was one of those optimistic people that wanted more Titans and monsters.
Yeah.
But I should have learned from Game of Thrones that even with the large budget, you're only going to see the dragons so many times. Very
much so. I expected. Like, going in, I'm like, we'll probably see Godzilla maybe like out of the 10 episodes, maybe like 4 or 5 times. And they're probably going to save the best for like the last episode, which shocking they did.
Yes. Yes. I did not expect to see Kong.
Neither did I. That was a nice, pleasant surprise at the
That
very end.
was a huge shock for me.
Which, if they do a season 2, do season 2, and that's weird to say. I'm sorry. If we do get a season 2, I would love for them to actually flip the focus, and so season 1's Godzilla focused, and season 2's Kong focused. It would be a nice change of pace for what they're doing.
Yeah.
I'm with you. Like when they're building the lore, setting up everything, and they did do I would say a pretty good job of pulling off connecting the strings.
Yes.
The episode that won me over, which I expected to be the episode to hate the most. I'm like, we're getting May's backstory. It's coming up, and she's the one character I care the least about.
Yes, it pays off though.
And yeah, it walked away. I'm like about 20 minutes in when I'm like, wait, she's working for some tech firm. There's a big tech firm in Godzilla and Kong. No, I'm like, they're not doing this. They're not doing what I think they're doing. And then when she name drops Simmons, I'm like, you shut your mouth. You're not doing what I think you're doing. And then at the very end, like I'm sitting there and I'm like leaning forward when Monarch's like, well, we made a deal with them, so we gotta, May's free to go. And I'm like, this isn't what I think it is. And then when they pull back to like the rebranding, I'm like, you dirty bastards! You pulled Apex into this, and you're giving them a backstory. I'm like, if they do the thing that I think they're going to do and turn them into the Hydra to Monarch's shield, I'm like, this show has completely redeemed itself. I'm like,
I was like, what? I like got out of my chair. Couch. I was like, what?
Yeah. Oh, I'm like, this, because again, like, I love Godzilla and Kong, but I, much like everyone, like, you can tell that movie got cut down to the bare minimum. There was a lot more stuff going on. And I'm like, Apex as an entity has a lot of potential. I love the idea of like an anti-Monarch, like, because once you discover there's a world where giant monsters exist and there's a second subworld, I'm like, no, there's money to be had. And now you've entered like a new sort of weapons race, because now it's like, well, nuclear weapons aren't your big thing. You got giant monsters. And I love the idea of like a Lex Luthor style, like billionaire character. Like, no. We're not going to, rely on Godzilla to be our hero. We will make our own Godzilla. And I'm like, yes, like those characters, that portion of that movie, I know it got cut down a bit, but I'm like, there's juice to be squeezed from this whole organization. And when they ended at the end on Skull Island, like Apex is there, and there's 2 years now in between the gap because play with time dilation. Again, something I'm like, okay, cool, this all makes sense. But Kong coming out, I'm like, oh, okay, this fills in a lot of gaps of like Apex setting up everything, how they had access to like Monarch tech, stuff from Skull Island, like how they get like, you diabolical bastards. This you have won me over. Like now I'm in, because this is what I want. I want lore and world building, and that episode gave it to me in spades. Where I'm like, all right, I'm hooked in for the rest of the ride. Let's do this. So it's doing stuff like that. It's the establishing, like, so they still haven't, like, Godzilla and Kong, they were still trying to establish, like, we can't get into Hollow Earth proper because there's a gravity field. So when they ended up in the portion of Hollow Earth that they, that Kate and Lee, and that's where Keiko was there for, when she said, I've only been here for like 57 days, and you start doing like, okay, so a day there is a year outside, so that's the time dilation. It's because Godzilla and Kong, they explain like there's a heavy gravity field inside, and when you play with gravity, that distorts time. So if there's little pockets, like before you go into the Hollow Earth, and once they explain, like, no, this isn't Hollow Earth proper, this is like a pocket that's kind of in the bigger geode, if you will. I'm like, all works. And the gravity thing makes sense with the time dilation. Like you cleared this all up. It makes perfect sense. I love that. It's still not clear on if the Lawton was sunk by Godzilla or the Iron Dragon. It wasn't quite clear of what it was yet, but I'm still thinking it's Godzilla.
Yes. I've also loved the idea of Godzilla having a job.
I love that too. Well, they're really playing into the idea that, yes, he is the alpha of that world.
He's just kind of doing his work.
When he came in, when Lee is trying to lure him down, like once they establish like you need a Titan to go through the portal to drag it back, so they're calling Godzilla, and then it calls the Iron Dragon down, and Godzilla just steps down. He's got his hands on his hips. It's that disappointed meme. It's that guy like going like he's just It's like, what the hell is this? Like it's almost like Kurt Russell in Tombstone. He's walking in and he's giving Johnny Ringo like some guff. Like I'm like, she's like, just more of this, really? All right, let me just beat the crap out of this thing and we'll move on. The fight though was fantastic. I did love the fight, even though how short it was. Mike, I realized it's the first time in 10 years at least Godzilla's fought a brand new villain. The last new one would have been the Mutos. So this is the first time seeing Godzilla fight someone new, which was a nice change of pace. I'm like, I appreciate the addition of the other Titans. I didn't pick your brain. What'd you think of the new monsters they introduced, like the Ice Vark?
You know, I know that in order to have some control over the lore, they made the writers, the creators and stuff made kind of their own, like Mutos, they made their own Titans and everything. I'm okay with them. Like the design to me, I think is stuff that you may have seen before in other shows. If you watch a Pitch Meeting with Ryan George, it's a YouTube show where he goes down the plot holes of all the movies, they always say that Marvel has another faceless army. In every Marvel film, they were like, oh, so at Endgame, it's Thanos and a faceless army, and it's just a CGI army, and it flashes back to the first Avengers of Loki and also the Chitauri, and they're faceless. I know that they're visually different, but I almost felt like I've seen some of these kaiju designs before somewhere else. But with that being said, I like creatures like Mother Longlegs, which is just a very big spider, because I remember being shocked where we thought it was bamboo. But it turned out to be stabbing the people that were with Brie Larson and Tom Hiddleston's characters. My God, their name escapes me at the moment. However, so I like things that are based off of established creatures that we have now, but I also feel like if you're going to make something completely new, then there's a little bit of a challenge there, because a lot of designs is people may feel like has been repurposed from somewhere else. They're not terrible. They're better than whatever I can come up with.
True.
But, when he's fighting the Iron Dragon, I thought to myself, you can't lose to this little twerp. No. I know he spat something in your eyes. You could be blind. I hope not. But you cannot be king of the monsters and not win against this creature.
Yes. I appreciate the gratuitous violence in which Godzilla beats the crap out of this thing. Like, it was, as I told my brother, I'm like, this is Gamera level violence. Like, he rips off his wing and then just chucks his ass through that portal. So that means there's a hole somewhere where the corpse of this monster is just going to get spat back out. Yeah. So it's some poor bastard in Rio de Janeiro is probably enjoying their day, and then the corpse of this giant bat monster just spits out of the ground and lands in front of him. Like that's the wild, wacky world of the Hollow Earth. So it does give some.
Did you like them?
I did. You know what I did?
Oh, you're muted. You're muted. On accident. Oh, there you go.
There we go. I bumped something.
No, it's no problem. Yes, so I asked if you liked the designs.
I did. I actually have been in the camp of, especially with the Legendary movies and the Monsterverse, I'm like, let's move into our own thing. Let's make new.
Right.
I'd rather have new than rehashes. I understand the appeal and the allure of like upgrading, some of the older monsters with modern special effects. I'm good. You know what? I got all the big ones. I got MechaGodzilla, I got Ghidorah, I got Rodan, I got Mothra. If one day we get Anguirus down the line, that's cool. But the rest, I'm like, no, let's explore new ideas, new monsters, new concepts. I would much rather, if this, ironically, this thing's going to have long legs, you need to kind of you need to add new elements to it, and making new monsters is a big part of that. So I'm more down with them coming with like an Ion Dragon over saying like, well, let's, we could throw Rodan back in there or something like that. I'm more down with new stuff. That's kind of why I'm digging what I've seen out of Godzilla and Kong, New Empire. I'm like, yes, give me the evil Kong. We already got the evil Godzilla. We've never had an evil Kong. Like Shimo, the new ice monster. Yes, this is the stuff that I want out of this over, say, like I just said, like they can dig down like, oh, we're going to do Guy again. I'm like, that's cool, but I've seen this stuff done dozens of times now. Like, I need new. I need fresh. Like, let's do that. So I am much more in line with Legendary doing any of that over shelling out the money to, just do a giant upgrade of a classic monster. So the new guys I appreciate, but I'm like, if you're going to do them, I want them big. Just give them to me big. I want at least a rival. So, and the thing I kind of want more than anything else, I'm like, start building a roster for Kong to hang out with. Either have some buddies for him, have some rivals. That's kind of the world I want in the Monsterverse right now. Like, so, but that is my long-winded answer to that.
Overall, I think people are going to enjoy the backstory with Lee, Keiko, and Bill. I think that's what, when it comes to human characters,
they are the strongest. They are the strongest.
Yeah. Because, like with like Shaw and everything, you're wondering which side he's on. Because when you're only watching snippets, I had friends ask me, is he good or is he bad? I'm like, well, we'll know when you watch the whole show.
Yeah.
Where he's going, what he's doing. Which I felt was interesting because it makes him a much more three-dimensional character. He's much more compelling to like. Well,
again, there's a point when they're at the site in Kazakhstan, and Kate is going to him. She's like, "This is all about Keiko, isn't it? This isn't about stopping monsters." He looks at her, he's like, "Well, yeah, duh. Of course this is about Keiko. Like, I'm not even hiding it. Like, you're just figuring this out now. Like, come on. Like, of course this is all for her." So, and of course, just really, really Kurt Russelling it up too. But again, that's what I would say. Smart writing with a dumb character, and Kate kind of like, "Oh, I figured it out," and Kurt's character kind of going like a little meta, like, "You're just now picking this up. We're 8 episodes in on this, like, and you're just now figuring out this is what I've been up to the entire time." So, I did like the little snippet of like they threw in the extra footage from Godzilla versus Muto from the first movie that was in the deleted scenes. They recycled it for when he's sitting there in the old home watching the TV. I'm like, oh, you gave us a little extra. Oh, thank you. I did like the evolution that they played with Godzilla. Like when we saw him in, was it 54? And he was kind of lean and a little more like, he looked a little more like upbeat before he walked up to the nuclear bomb and had it blow up in his face.
I know, he got blown in the face.
Yeah.
The fact he got blown in the face and didn't kill all of humanity is a mercy.
Well, as we found out, all they did was essentially just give him a giant protein shake. Like, it just bulked him up. Like, he got his creatine in for the day. Like, he just went, healed up, and then just bulked up. But I just remember when that scene happened, and people were like, it's like, he was like a little puppy going for his dish, but they didn't realize it was electrified. Like, this was a terrible experiment for him. So, Yeah, just explaining like why he's just huge and jacked and bulky and like it's the little aesthetics like that. I appreciate stuff like that. Um, to be fair, like the effects were pretty good too. Like I'll give him full credit where credit's due. Like everything looked pretty good for the small snippets. My main thing is um Bill's adopted son, Kate, and Kitaro's father. The mystery of like what the hell he was up to and what his whole game plan was. I don't even think the show figured out what that. They're just like, we need this guy to have a double life,
Yeah.
and we're gonna meet him, and then he's gonna disappear. Like there's not a lot of rhyme or reason other than like I'm trying to prove my dad correct. And at any point, like when he's when they finally got to the point where Kitaro and his dad meet back up at the apartment in Tokyo, like I'm sitting there and there's a point I'm like, wait, is this a flashback? No, it's modern. And it felt like writing wise they're like, let's just get this done with because this has been the whole crux of the show and we went down other routes. Like we just got to wrap it up. And this guy, it never really explains why, like, he cheated on his wife in the first place. I'm assuming that's Kate. Kate was, Kate's mom was the other woman. So they are all over the map on the. I mean, look, I get for interesting story wise, like yes, a man having two families, but his motivation, why he was doing what he was doing. None of it made any sense to me other than like we just need a reason for these kids to be globe hopping to be where Godzilla's going to be because their dad's going to be there. Like even when he came back into the picture and at the end, spoilers, when he went to work with Apex, it made sense to how Apex got their hand on a lot of like Titan material, but it's still like it felt so. How to put this without sounding like an asshole? Half-ass. It felt very half-ass. So that's the best way I can describe it. Like that whole thing, the payoff on that felt so limp that I even at the end I'm like I don't care anymore. Like Kurt Russell got sucked into another void, so he's probably somewhere in the future. So that if they want to either do another show or, God willing, they want to put him in the next movie, which God I hope. They figured out a way. As you said, no body.
No crime.
No
body,
crime.
no crime, Sean. And the moment you figure out that Kentaro and Kate have the same father, but then like how are they related, but they don't know, all I hear is Leslie Knope's voice when she goes, only men have secret families.
Yes.
And she goes on and I'm like,
it's very, very, very much so. Like it's like
mom? Oh
yeah.
My goodness.
That woman, like you're sitting there like, girl, come on, you could do better. Like you are like too much of a pushover. Like even at least Kate's mom was like, I kind of had a suspicious feeling, but we live in San Francisco. That's the free love era. Like he came back to me. It's like even stuff like both of you are kind of like. I don't know what to think of either of you other than like you guys should be more mad that this guy kept a secret life on on the closest points of two sides of the Pacific, ironically. It's like if you did this in New York and then Tokyo, like I feel like you could get away with it much more than San Francisco and Tokyo, where it's just a quick jaunt over by a plane ride. So still, I'm like, you didn't really. This guy didn't earn the redemption or anything. It wasn't like Scott Pilgrim where it's like, no, I learned not to be an asshole. Like, no, like sadly I'm kind of a dick. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, my mom disappeared and I knew about giant monsters and my adopted father was eaten by a Skullcrawler. So that has led me to a life of ill repute, of keeping two different women in the dark about each other and my relationship with them while fathering a child with each of them. It's like, okay, cool. So
and this
overall,
is why Godzilla wants none of your human drama. That's why Godzilla wants none of your human drama. He's like, I don't like
look, man,
cheating stories.
like I said, the opening of the show, like when Mandalorian was out and we had Rise of Skywalker, we had one episode of Mandalorian left when Rise of Skywalker came out. I walked out of Rise of Skywalker going, wow, man, that went downhill real quick. Well, at least I had Mandalorian, and I went home to the greatest season final I had watching the Chicken Man take on, Mando, Creed, and Gina Carano, and the dude from the IT crowd as a robot sacrificing himself, and then the Darksaber. I'm like, this is all like what? How can these things be in the same world? And one just be a complete, like, we just threw whatever at the wall and saw it stick. And this, we laid it out. You are salivating for the next helping. Like, we had Godzilla -1, and then we had Monarch. Now I get it; they are the same, but they are very different. It's two different studios. The argument isn't as sound, but I would say that yes, when we went from dealing with trauma of a man who wussed out on his patriotic duty and ended up getting his all of his friends and crewmates murdered by a dinosaur, and dealing with the guilt of that, did far better than dealing with survivor's guilt of Godzilla accidentally knocking over a school bus full of children that he had hopped out of. Much, much better. So one was a little bit better than the other. I'm just going to put it that way. But in the overall gestalt of things, like you said, I think Monarch is a solid B show. When it leans into the lore, it's at its best. When you give us the backstory of Bill and Kiko and Lee, and every time I see Kurt Russell on screen, I'm just like, yes, this is a beautiful, bold future. We could just ignore it, like you just fan edit some of this stuff out. I would say it's 75% a damn good show. And the other 25, well, that's just the tax you have to pay to get to the good stuff. So
yes. Usually I don't like flashbacks. Well, It depends. But this time I did like the flashback.
Yeah. And
I don't see Wyatt Russell in a lot of stuff. My first actual introduction of him is in Falcon and Winter Soldier. So, if that's your first thing, you're like, oh man, don't like him. Knockoff version of his dad. I don't know. Did great.
He did fantastic. He was really aping his dad in some parts too. Did you notice that?
Yeah. The part where Bill and Keiko were very close, and then Lee shot, like, he just comes around the corner and he hears them talk, and he's just, you feel it. You're like, oh dang, he's channeling some Kurt Russell acting energy there from his dad, and you felt so bad. You're like, the love triangle is starting.
And he was the bigger man. He stepped back. He allowed them to have themselves. That is taking the high road.
Yes. He's a soldier through and through. The sacrifice.
Yes. But yeah, I'm glad this show exists. Again, like, if you asked me 20 years ago, do you think you'll ever see a Godzilla TV show? I would say no, never. Maybe an anime. At that point, I was still astonished 20 years ago. I'm like, why hasn't there been a Godzilla anime? And now we live in a world where there's
3 of them. No, 4 of them. If you
4 of them, yes, including Singular Point. And it just feels like at times people are like, yeah, that's cool. What else you got? I'm like, this shows we have way too much now. So, but a live action show that is movie quality, that is like blockbuster movie quality, with names, with a pretty good talent of writers and actors in front of the screen and behind the scenes, like this should not exist in any world. But we now live in a world where there's people seriously pushing for some Oscar nominations for a Godzilla movie. So all bets are off. We live in a fantastic timeline, and I'm glad that we do have Monarch. I just pray to whatever God that is out there that we get a physical release of this on home video sometime down the line, because I am done paying for Apple now that the show's done, and they are not getting my money back. So I'm not keeping this. I'm not keeping that subscription open just so I can go back because. So, hello everyone, welcome to a live edition of the Kaiju Kingdom podcast. I am your host, Chris Eaton, and joining me as always is
Jessica, hi.
Can you hear me? There you go. There we go.
I can.
I do apologize because I was looking back at our records, and the last time we did a live video, ironically, was for Godzilla vs. Kong, which was 3 years ago. I was literally, I think, a week to the day 3 years ago that we did the live show for Godzilla vs. Kong. Yeah. So we are now back because I've been threatening to do more of these. So that I told Jessica, Godzilla and Kong the second one feels like a good way to jump into this. So we are going to be discussing the latest entry into the Monsterverse saga. And hopefully those of you who are joining us will, if you want to chime in, we can see your questions here. I believe Facebook and the YouTube comments should be showing up. And if not, you can always sign into StreamYard and join us that way. Again, still just a little, at the top of the show kind of thing. Jessica, how are you?
I'm doing good. I see that we already have a question. So just to let everyone know, Chris can actually see the questions and answer. I can only see them because I'm not logged into my YouTube for whatever reason. But I believe the Mexican lizard had asked, does she like Godzilla? Yes, I love Godzilla. He's actually my main man. I've learned to love Kong over the years, but as you can tell from my little buddy in the background, I am actually a huge Godzilla. I'm more of a Godzilla person. I mean, and I like Gamera too, but yeah. I am a Godzilla person. So
we love giant monsters. That's why we do the show.
Yes. So I'm actually a Godzilla and Gamera, but I am a Godzilla person. Yes, primates. I'm warming up. I mean, Kong really helped in this last film, but primate. It's taking me some time with primates. So of all kinds, I'm getting there. I'm more of a lizard fan. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yes, I do. I have the plushie. It's in the back. I do. Yeah, I have a plushie in the back. So.
If there's one thing you know about Jessica, she loves reptiles, loves bugs too.
Yes, I love insects. Yes. And arthropods and arachnids. Yes. So I very much love entomology a lot.
She's
I really like
insects.
I have a huge insect collection that I display in my home, but my friends are not into it when they come into the house. They see it and they just kind of avoid that section of the living room.
They're like, I think she might be a serial who has these things. The quiet talking, like just keeping, the carcasses of the insects you have conquered in life. Speaking of insects, there is one in this movie, along with a lot of other fun stuff. So we're gonna hop into this. If you have not watched this movie by now, it's been about 2 weeks. We're just going to dive into it. So listen at your own risk. But
There's spoilers.
It's going to be spoiler heavy. So I'm just letting you guys know that is my version of a spoiler warning. So, but if you have seen it, hopefully you had a blast. I think we both did. You actually got to go to the premiere, right?
I went to the press screening at the IMAX headquarters. So I got to see it, in IMAX at the IMAX headquarters, excuse me. Whether the screen was IMAX, I don't know. All screens are pretty large to me. But I got to see it there, yeah.
Was it 8 stories tall? Was it that giant?
I don't know if it was 8
like
stories.
When does it look like when you're sitting down, are you looking up and you're like, my God, that's so much screen. That's a true IMAX. Not the faux max that they put in AMCs.
You know what? I did sit in the last row, and which I usually don't. and that's the way I saw it best. So maybe it is an IMAX. I think it'd be weird if the IMAX headquarters didn't have an IMAX size screen. But I do know that here in Southern California, there's actually an image online that you could get, and it shows you the theaters with IMAX and how big the screens are by ratio, knowing that Irvine Spectrum has the biggest one. And that TCL's is different, and Universal Studios City Walk is different. Just kind of showing the different dimensions of ones that are wider and taller.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Irvine one, that's the one in my neck of the woods. That's the one I attend. If not, I go to the Ontario. I go all the way out to Ontario because I got friends out there, and I will go to that one. I've only been to Universal like one time, and that was for when Kevin Smith was doing spoilers. And they put out like a call like, hey, we need people to come watch a movie. And we went and watched Snow White and the Huntsman on IMAX and then sat around and talked about it. So, but the upside was I got to meet Carrie Fisher out of it. So it was a nice day.
Oh, that's awesome. Yay.
Yes. And she was something special. That woman, there's a lot that they cut out of that interview that she does not care at all what people think about her. And that was the most endearing thing about her. Like, there's a reason why you're the people's princess.
Yes.
But you also got to meet the director too, did you not? Was that at that screening?
I did. There's a picture of me with Adam Wingard. He is very wonderful and very nice. He seems like someone who actually, he wasn't somebody who was closer to, the press is here for me, but rather thank you so much for you coming. Thank you, press. I hope you like the movie. I hope you enjoy it. Like, very eager to make sure that there was great communication. And he was very responsive to what people had to say. Like, when you're talking to him, he's looking at you. His eyes are not focused he didn't seem distracted. He actually cared about what you had to say. And he was very excited. And you could tell there's a video online called The War Room. We got to walk through the War Room, and it was more like a huge vision board from the way he envisioned it to the way he saw the evolution of Kong, Godzilla, what the fights would be. We weren't allowed to film. We were given official footage from Legendary, but you could tell that one, he really loved Godzilla, but two, he was a child of the 80s, as the film will show you. And therefore, he really liked bright colors, and it really did well and kind of, I would say, transferred onto the screen, and saw at the end. I really enjoy that about him because he clearly had a vision and then brought it to life and took criticism well from what people didn't like about the last couple movies, but he was still able to make it his own.
Well, that is the big thing about this movie. So jumping in, I would say that yes, this felt like it had more of Wingard's touch, if you will, on the final product, more so than Godzilla vs. Kong. For the record, I have pretty much loved every entry to the Monsterverse series. I love Kong Skull Island. It was tilting at the top. I have fun love for King of the Monsters, but for me, the original Godzilla, King Kong vs. Godzilla, is my second favorite Godzilla movie of all time. I've watched that thing stupid. So the idea that someone moved the heavens and earth, got the rights together, and we got a new Godzilla and Kong fighting movie. I mean, Jessica was there. She heard me. Yeah. So internet snafu. So we're back. Anyway, my rambling cut short. I love Godzilla vs. Kong. Yes, you can tell that it was edited, where this movie definitely was much more streamlined. I will say this about the Monsterverse. They do seem like they learn their lessons from each previous entry. And at no point did this movie ever... It felt like well, we know what you guys want, and we're going to give you everything that you want. I mean, there's about, like 80% monster stuff going on in this movie, to the point that literally there's moments of just Kong and Suko on screen, and they have to emulate, monsters communicating with each other. There's no human interference, so you have to sit there and kind of take it in, which actually it's a ballsy move for a big budget movie like this, but it worked very well. Full credit to Adam Wingard.
Yes, and you can see the kaijus in the daytime, or in light, at least in light.
There's actually only I think one nighttime sequence, and that's when Godzilla is attacking the French reactor, which fantastic. I love them showing Godzilla physically. He's eating. He was eating, just sucking it in. The only other time we've ever seen that was in Godzilla 1985, and the limitations of suitmation at the time really couldn't show you Godzilla absorbing radiation, but him sucking it in like a straw. That was there was a part of me that just the 9-year-old came out and it was like tap dancing on my shoulder. This is insane. Before I rant any longer, Jessica, I want your thoughts, the general thoughts on the movie. The floor is yours.
Okay. I thought it was a very beautiful film. Not Lawrence of Arabia is beautiful for cinematography reasons. Whether you like the story or the pacing is up to you. But I really thought New Empire was very beautiful to look at because of the really, really bright colors and what Hollow Earth looked like and where the Iwi people lived. It wasn't distracting in the terms of the Michael Bay explosions in the background because that's too much going on. This was just enough for me where my eyes didn't hurt, but also was still very bright, very beautiful, and very kind of gorgeous to look at. It's the only thing I really would say. I think it's two different types of beauty, Lawrence of Arabia style and also this style. I really like the fact that, I don't know where the sun is shining from Hollow Earth, but it is all bright and you can see, and you can see everything going on, which I thought was really, really important. I first and foremost liked that, because he's the child of the 80s, I'm going to call it Kong's Power Glove, and the music and all that was to be expected. What I actually really liked was Dan Stevens. I like all the adult characters. I think they each had their own purpose. Gia's going to be great. She's not going to be annoying because her character is focused on a specific task. Because we've already seen Rebecca Hall, Dr. Eileen Andrews, and we've already seen Brian T. Henry's character. More or less, we know what to expect. But because Dan Stevens to me was the new addition, he could be written really poorly or he can be written really well. I actually really, really liked his character because you got a sense of him and Dr. Andrews' background, along with the fact that he actually is good at his job. Despite him being humorous and hilarious, he's actually very good at what he does. And he's smart enough to know what to do and what not to do because he doesn't take over as kind of the leader of the expedition. If you actually look at it, when they try to hold Dr. Andrews back, when she thinks Gia's going off with the people, it's actually, he tries to help her and hold her back kindly. He doesn't try to overtake any of the missions, which I thought, the main mission, which I thought was really interesting. Plus him and the bromance between him, and I would agree with Wonder This World 97. I like your name a lot. It is. Yeah. Trapper clearly was a nickname. And when the name came, you might be like, oh crap, he's going to be freaking annoying. Also, his nickname is Trapper. There's no way that's his legal name. But he ended up being very useful and actually good at what, I think more than anything, not stupid, good at what he does, not annoying, great male, chemistry bromance with Bernie, but also allowed Dr. Andrews to lead the thing. He didn't try to take over it, which I think is a huge improvement in a lot of just character writing in general. He was great. Yes.
Oh, Dope Pope's in here. What's up, Dope Pope? Any of you watching this later on, go check this man's art out. I'm just getting a quick shout out.
Yeah. So thank you, Chris, for manning the comment section since I don't have the controls on my end to do it. I think more than anything, what I'm worried about is the human characters, because they can go along real great. If you take them out of the film still makes sense. That means they don't need to be involved in it in the first place. This was actually good because at least more than anything, Gia has a whole purpose there. So to take her out may not really make sense. So at least that there is a consistency with the way that they were doing the human characters in this film. And there's growth. You know Bernie, you know how Dr. Andrews has changed. We know Gia's going through stuff. There's a lot of emotional pull between her and her adopted mother. But most importantly, because we don't know Dan Stevens' character until now, Trapper was written very well, and he was not, and I cannot emphasize the word, annoying. I like the fact that they were mostly smart adult characters in this. And they took out whoever was going to be the problem very easy, which is the captain that was driving the ship. Yeah,
the smart-ass, overweight Aussie guy who was, just being a total douche. Yes, and to a comedic effect. I'll say this. I love Dan Stevens as an actor. They replaced, one of the things I have loved most recently of his is actually he took over voicing the main character on Solar Opposites after they booted Justin Roiland out. And the joke that they pulled with it, he's got this befuddling charming, his British accent on it. And he plays it up so eloquently that the character's completely different, but he's saying all this ridiculous nonsense coming out of it. And in this movie, he is the same thing. He's befuddlingly charming. If I can get, I couldn't quite stick that landing. There. But yes, he's a charming SOB in this thing.
Wonder This World 97 made a comment that Gia and Kong found others like them and love how they tied everything into their stories. Yay! That's where it is, where it comes up. I will actually have to say, I love Godzilla -1, and I believe that there is love and room for both films.
100%.
100%. I was shocked at a certain moment of Godzilla -1, when Noriko seemingly sacrifices herself. I didn't cry. I know a lot of people cried in that film. I was just so entranced with it. I'm not a robot. However, I cried Godzilla Kong New Empire, mostly between Dr. Andrews and Gia and their relationship and kind of where one of them thought it was going. And she wasn't the type of mother character that was going to say, I know what's best for her. I'm just going to do it for her. She's coming home with me. She knew if this was best for her and clearly they're her people, then she's just going to go and leave, and Trapper and them understood. I really liked that bond that they have, especially since they're not from the same culture, but they're trying.
I would say the biggest upgrade from this and ironically, Godzilla versus Kong is that they one focused story. Yeah. Even though Godzilla's kind of off doing his thing, he is the second fiddle in this movie. This is very much a Kong movie, which I'm not complaining about whatsoever. We're going to break down the monsters in a little bit, but I'm just saying I have adored and loved everything that Legendary has done with the Kong character. It is exactly what I have asked for decades out of this, and I love where it's going. But focusing, again, the lessons learned from the previous movie, Godzilla and Kong had two congruent storylines going on, and at times you're like, I kind of like following the Kong people a little bit better than the Godzilla people. And here they kind of mixed the two. Bernie was far more well written and a little more nuanced than the kind of over the top version that he played when Brian T. Henry played in Godzilla vs. Kong. This one, he's still kind of a little bit of a nut job, but he reined it in I mean, he wasn't exactly my favorite part of the last movie, but this time around, I'm like, oh, okay, you guys adjusted. Now I really enjoy this guy. Like, he's still full of himself a little bit. He's still a little bit nutty, but there's a certain level of overdoing it, and I think, Wingard and him both agreed, like, we went a little too far to the left. Let's just bring a little bit to the right, and that's the sweet spot right there. Him and Dan Stevens playing off each other, absolutely golden. But with Gia, the Iwi, again, going deeper into the lore, showing that there's still civilizations in Hollow Earth. It was a nice setup for what I'm hoping is bigger things to come, especially after this week's news, which we'll talk about towards the end of the show. But their world building, and the world building in this movie was fantastic, and it wasn't overly done. Like, they didn't hammer it. There was just enough to, like, here's what we set up, here's what you know about it, and here's where we're going with it, and this is the thing we're dealing with. And the other thing that was just refreshing, there was no human bad guy in this movie. Like, there's no...
Yes. And also the fact that Monarch, the older lady that was interacting with Dr. Andrews, Dr. Andrews was like, look, I need to put a team together and go down. And the woman's like, all right. You have full access. She wasn't trying to fight her. There was no internal human, like, office politics. I'm tired. I don't want to see that. She just went, okay, take your stuff and go.
Common sense for the sake of moving the story forward. Even though, there's leaps of logic when you get into some of the other stuff, but that's asking, you're already buying into a movie with 300-foot monsters running around, so you're already taking a little leap, but, like, with those storyline beats, that's the stuff I always love seeing. It's like, people are sane and they're not doing stuff to, like, move in this direction or that direction, because when you sit there, you're like, no normal person's going to talk like this. It's that kind of thing. It's like, okay, get your team together. Hey, can I take this dude? He's your responsibility. So if he dies, it's on you. Cool. That's what I love most in this kind of writing. Like, yes, I know it's technically a big dumb blockbuster movie, but it's done very, very well. It's done exceptionally well with sound logic in the characters. Let's break down the fun stuff, shall we? So I got my list right here. I am going to go down the line. I will ask you, because it is ladies first. I wouldn't be a gentleman if I wasn't. Let's break down the monsters, because that's what people are here to watch this movie for. So first off, Jessica, your thoughts on Kong in this outing?
Okay, I think people are about to know where I'm going as you're asking all of these questions. I love Kong. He is very much Superman in this film, in terms of, like, doing the right thing, moral ethics, whatever. Granted, I did laugh out loud. He's actually the only person, which I now look back, I feel bad, but I guess no regrets, when he picks up Suko and it's just swinging him around.
It's the best part. It's the best part.
Bat. I didn't mean to laugh. I'm not into little kids abuse, but I was like, what is this? But I thought it was great because it's also kind of, animalistic. He's not human. Yes. But the fact that he is very compassionate and empathetic, he would make a great leader for the sub-Hollow Earth that is there for people his own kind. You actually feel a lot of his emotion and his compassion and his thoughts and his loneliness, and great facial expressions done. And this is definitely the film where I started to grow very fond and loved him a lot more. I'm not saying he wasn't great in the other two appearances. He was awesome, but you see him grow into the character that he is now. So I really actually like him. He's definitely Superman, and always trying to do the right thing, because I'm trying to grab from context. If little Suko led me into a water and I was being choked out, that kid is screwed. All right, that kid is screwed afterwards. He is clearly trying to test you. or see what's up with you. Maybe you could be a potential leader to replace Scar King. I don't know. He was Damian Wayne. That little Suko was Damian Wayne, and I did not like. However, I would not. I guess Kong would want to see more people, but when he was leading him into the Scar King area, I would not have gone that far. I've been like, goodbye. This kid is here to trick me. The moment he was drinking water and looking around, I was like, screw this kid. However, he kept going.
With his little golem face, too. You noticed that?
Yes, yes, I did. Oh, screw that kid. But, one is curiosity. I'm sure he wants to find his own kind. But Kong also wanted to see what's up. I would have left the building. But he kept going. And fight, and he tried, and I mean, he's a good character, even when he went to try to go, and I'm sure we'll talk about later, go get help, and he was at the pyramids. He's like, stop, buddy. He's trying, and he clearly doesn't hurt human beings. There are some characters, they won't hurt the single one, which is Gia, but then they'll go and smash everybody else. I think he's fine with humans and knows that Scar King is bad news, and that you can't just be going around hurting people and trying to take over. Yeah. And there's a reason why, because I would say that because he has a deeper thought into the overall situation. Because when you ask about Godzilla, I don't think this guy cares about the deeper thought of what's happening to being taken over human. He's just there to do his job and leave.
Yeah. With Kong, we've gotten the Monsterverse Kong after this movie he is Conan.
Yeah.
He's Conan the Barbarian. His parents were murdered. He grew up in a savage land. He had to get strong. He had to fight every day. And at the end, he becomes king. And he does it by usurping and on the blood of his enemies. I am in love, absolutely in love. Like I have said, like if Legendary lost the rights to Godzilla tomorrow, and they said, we're going to continue this and we're just going to do Kong movies, I will pay good money if they keep going in this direction, because the thing I have loved the most about these Monsterverse movies is that the filmmakers, for the most part, have understood what Toho did in the 60s and 70s. Like the monsters are characters themselves. They have characteristics. Kong, being a primate, yes, you can get away with having the most human characteristics of itself because, they mirror us in many ways. That said, I have absolutely the idea that Kong, yes, after his fight with Godzilla, he's manned up a little bit more. He's got some wins under his belt. He's more confident. He's walking around. He's just lonely, and he's got a toothache. And he's got to get Dan Stevens to take it out. He's got the nice canine replacement. Yeah. But when Suko shows up and the other apes show up as he goes exploring, the first things first, like off the bat, and this is just I'm getting into the minutia of it all. Those are not exactly Kong's people. Yeah. They're apes, but they're like Kong is clearly a gorilla, and these are chimps. But they're just close enough. So he's like, hey, family, cousins. Yeah. Watching him savagely beat all of them, especially when Suko bites him, and he just starts swinging Suko around like a club. I'm like, there's so much Robert E. Howard and Edgar Rice Burroughs in these new movies. Yeah. And I love those. I love old pulps. I love old pulps. I got it from my father. I love reading Burroughs and the Howard stuff. And there's so much of that drawn into these things. Like Hollow Earth is Pellucidar from the Earth's core. It's all that fun stuff, just with giant freaking monsters running around. Yeah. And it's a savage land. Like this is when Marvel eventually gives us the Savage Land, because it's coming. And we get Sauron, and we get the mutates, and we get all that. Killing me here. Here we go. This is what I want out of it. I want monsters running around. Everything's eating each other. Yeah. It is survival of the damn fittest. And the strongest, they rule at the top of the food chain. Kong tearing apart the work dog and showering himself in blood as, to scare off The other ones just sitting there eating. The cameo appearance by Doug trying to take away his, hard-earned meal. Kong taking a shower, which was a nice little thing. My brother even says, like, does Kong take a shower in this movie? I'm like, yes, he does. Because he bathed in the blood of his enemies and he had to wash it off.
Yes.
But it's when Kong arrives in Scar King's lair.
Yeah.
He went from, like, curious... Or actually, well, no, I take that back. It started when Suko is leading him to the other apes, and Kong is carrying himself like a man that he's not a kid anymore. He's not a teenager. He's a man of experience.
Yeah.
And he's a man of integrity too. Like, as you said, he has a heart. He has morals and convictions. Which, when you say that about a giant freaking monster, that's insane to say, but it is done exceptionally well. Like, he's just carrying the axe, like, behind him, just like a badass. And sharing with Suko, like, building his trust, like when he's tearing apart the sea monster. But it's when he shows up to face the Scar King. And he's down and before Scar King comes out, and all the other chimps are, like, trying to intimidate him. And Kong is, like, clearly he knows he's bigger. And he keeps his poise as that one ape is getting in his face and just sucker punches him like, this is amazing. And then you can turn around 20 minutes later after the whole Scar King incident, and they put the power glove on him, and he has to go get Godzilla. And when Godzilla shows up, there's still a matter of like, I'm still out of my league. Like, there are things like, holy crap, I'm like, the whole gambit of emotions are there. Like, he's trying to reason. He's like, look, I know you hate me, but I need your help. Yeah. This is why I love watching these damn movies. I will never understand people that can look at these things, especially if you're a fan in this fandom, if you are in this fandom at all, and can't see any little bit of joy in what these movies are just trying to offer. So,
we have a couple. Oh no, I was gonna say Helmy. Hi, Helmy.
Oh, Helmy!
It's so ugly and cute. That is very, very true. I would also say that there was an earlier comment. Yes, agree on Kong. He tried to help that one simian. What I did like that there were 2 points is one, he tried to help him out. That's such a superhero-like moment, is when they're falling, you still try to help them. But the moment he tried to stab him, he kicked him over because he don't take no crap. If he's going to use a little kid, and he tried to help Suko until the kid bit him. But also I like the fact that he picks up the little knife, hands it to him, and little Damian Wayne Suko decided he didn't want to take it, or he was worried or scared. I would not have given that little bro a weapon. That's how much trust and faith, confidence Kong has. Also because that little one can't take him on anyways, even with a little knife. But I really like that, and I was like, I would not have done that.
So let's talk about Suko. Yes, you already mentioned little Damian Wayne, which actually, here's the thing. I don't know if you picked up on it, but I picked up on this. And if I might say real quick, as you said, Damian Wayne, I thought that is apt because I'm 99.9% sure it is implied that Suko is Scar King's boy. And I say this because you look at it, this hit me the first time watching it. Really, when I went with our mutual friend Lenny the second time to 4DX, and we're sitting there and we're being bucked out of our seat. I'm paying attention. And when they get to the inner lair of Scar King's tribe, when they show Scar King's actual chamber, he has a harem in there with other little apes that are orange. And if you notice, none of the other apes are orange except Scar King and Suko. And we know that, much like Immortan Joe, Scar King gets his pick of the breeding stock. So, I'm 100% sure that Suko is one of Scar King's kids. But because he's a reckless leader, he doesn't care. He just, he gets breeding rights. So if he loses one, he's got another to replace it. So that's why he has no attachment to Suko other than to fill the ranks.
Because the other ones are
so
gray.
That's where,
ones, they look more like Kong.
Yes, there's a few that look more like Kong. There's a few that look like just really like malnourished chimps. Like there's, it's Kong. Like I said, Kong is clearly a gorilla that stands upright, where the others do look more like chimps, and Scar King very much kind of like a combined of like a bonobo ape, bonobo chimp,
bonobo, yeah.
So, but yes, as you said, like I was waiting for them. Like Damien, that's pretty apt because yes, I am 100% sure that he is Scar King's kid. So yes, he would be like a little Damian Wayne running around. And of course, it would explain why he's such a dick, too.
Yeah, I'm not. Oof. And Jedi Granville says Kong creatures could invoke facial expressions without any subtitles. Yes, because there was major portions of it.
It's like 20 minutes. It was like 20 minutes of
no words.
Just yes. Which is ballsy.
Silence.
That's so ballsy for a big budget movie like that about giant monsters. Like, and I love the fact that they went there. Like I appreciate it that much. So, but any other thoughts on Suko before we move on to the other monsters?
Because he a little butthole. I'm trying to. I mean, this is going to be recorded later. I don't want to use certain words, but he's a little.
You can say butthole. He's a little butthole.
He's a little butt. He's not my favorite. He's cute at the end, obviously, because he turns out to be good, and he tries. What I do like about him is at the end, he doesn't try to throw Kong's weapon to him to break the crystal for Shimo. He just did it himself. He's like, I'm just gonna take care of this myself. Ain't got no time for that moment.
Now, here's the other thing that I point out to people that they don't realize, because the sense of scale in these movies is way off. But Suko is actually, I think, 30 feet bigger than Kong was in Skull Island.
Oh, really?
Yes, because that's the thing people don't like. Because you got to remember, in Skull Island, Kong is grabbing the helicopters with his bare hands, and they're still giant in his hand. And in that movie, he is, I think, like 80 or 104 foot or something like that. In Suko, I think they gave us like 115 foot. So, yes, Kong was smaller in the 70s than Suko is now. So, Kong just had a giant leap. But that's always the problem with these movies, is that at times you get a sense of scale, and at other times, especially when you're in Hollow Earth and they're kind of moving through trees like they're bushes, you're like, I know, those trees are gigantic. They're massive in the grand scheme of things. Yeah. So, but yeah, that's you realize that, like, when Kong was beating the other apes with Suko, he was that size and being thrown around. So yeah. Now we have to ask about the big bad of the movie, Scar King. The newest like main addition to the roster. I think this is the first new monster since the Mutos, at least since the Mutos. So it's been 10 years we got a brand new rival villain. So thoughts on Scar King?
I can see why he is so intimidating. What he lacks for in size against Kong, he makes up for agility and cruelty, which I also thought was interesting because I can't say respect all. Hats off to the villains or the antagonists who also do their own dirty deeds. Those who get their hands. But he is one of those that I don't like, because at the end he calls out the big gun that he controls, meaning he actually doesn't really do the final blow himself. I've never liked him like that, and that should be the feeling that you I know that's the feeling I should have towards the antagonist or the villain. But even if Shimo wasn't around, he's still pretty formidable. What was terrifying is from far away. I think when we originally saw it, I couldn't tell what his little sash was made out of until I saw it on IMAX. Yeah, I was like, oh, it's fine.
Yes, it's like fine. Yeah. To what we don't know. I mean, it was always assumed it might have been. I think early on people assumed like it was the spine of another Godzilla species, but could have been just a snake or something. But it was clearly, yes. I love I love that idea that yes, the apes are far what they lack in strength, they make up for in intelligence over the rest of the monsters. They do give a sense of intelligence to most of the monsters. Like Godzilla's clearly intelligent. You know, Ghidorah is intelligent. Mothra, Rodan, and Kong. But like the apes, like they realize, okay, none of them have superpowers like the other monsters. So what? How do you make up for that? They're smarter. They're far smarter.
Yeah.
They clearly have language. They clearly have sense of tool making, as you saw with
yes.
Like when he whips off that. Jessica, do you realize we saw two gigantic monsters fight with weapons?
Yep.
Outside of a Power Rangers-esque setting, like I've never seen anything like that in my life. Like it would be, if back in the olden days, like Godzilla picked up, a couple of trees and let's just say in Godzilla's Revenge, like he and Gabra started dueling with tree stumps. Like you would sit there and you're like, this is bonkers, but it makes sense in the terms of like, okay, well they're clearly intelligent monsters. Kong has his axe. And Scar King apparently had enough time, down there for like 2 million years to practice his whipping because he was really, really good with that.
He was really good at it, like Selena Kyle good.
Yes. I do love the conniving aspect of it. Yes, that he can hold his own, but like if it gets too heavy, like he has his backup, which we'll get into in a minute. But I loved how much, again, going to the personality, he was just a conniving dick. Like, he's power hungry. Like, when he comes out, he gets out of his throne for the first time and sees Kong, and he's doing that, like, oh, who's this douche? What I call the boo pose. The neck tilted back, just kind of like, trying to show off. I'm like, oh, okay, so he's this kind of villain. He reminded me more of anything, he reminded me of Starscream from Transformers. Just wily, conniving, backstabbing. There's a political aspect to him because he's clearly, he's a dictator. He's held his own, like he's managed to keep these other apes in check and to hold his power. And yes, he does control like a bigger monster, but he's clearly kept some coups from usurping his power at that point until Kong shows up. His motivation, like, yes, I was buried down here. I wish to conquer. Like, it's kind of like Scar, ironically, from Lion King. Like, I want to rule, but I need to rule this area, not this area. So, again, no human villain, but you have a monster villain, and he has a purpose. It's like, this... Yes, and not only that, but you're like, I get it. This guy gets up there, S will hit the fan, and that's bad for everybody. Yeah. Watching Kong like just stand up to him, like not again the facial expressions of Kong just like looking at him, it's like you ain't S, and like you ain't nothing, and Scar King kind of like laughing at him and pointing. It's like look at this guy, look at him and laugh, like that whole thing. Like again, just the mind manipulation of his people and stuff like that. I really came to appreciate on the second time around. Like I'm like this a good intelligent monster, like something we haven't seen that in a long time. And like honestly, like I can't really compare him to like another Godzilla villain because he feels more like a Showa Gamera villain, like when they did Zigra or Virus, and those were like literally just aliens that could grow into like a big monster thing. There was a sense of intelligence to them. So this is that beautiful thing of expanding on this savage world. It's like, yes, this is a reason why the humans aren't at the top.
Yeah. I was going to say Scar King reminded me of Kano from the newest animated film called Snowblind.
Mm-hmm.
It's got real Kano vibes to him.
Yeah, yes. The second he said it, I saw it. Look, I will say the last movie, Kano and Cabal were like the two best characters in that movie. I told my buddy when we walked, I'm like, ooh. The movie was good. It was solid for or Mortal Kombat movie, but I would happily watch a series of just Kano and Kabal being complete dicks for like 6 episodes. Like, I will happily watch them just being criminals like that. Those two are gold and they're money. So, all right.
I'm trying to fix my light because all of a sudden the sky darkened, like as I could bring back with Shimo in our future talks. The sky suddenly darkened, and now I'm like, what's going on?
Well, yeah, we're approaching. We're getting a little later in life. Shimo.
Yeah.
What did you think of Shimo?
Shimo. Okay. First of all, it's another girl.
Mm-hmm.
The whole series. It is Adam Wingard described her as the anti-Godzilla. I mean, you can see why when you're watching it. But I really liked her. She's actually not it is Godzilla. I apologize for the weird lighting, everyone. It suddenly just got super dark and I was like, oh God. When you see it, we saw the toys first. So you actually didn't know how she got to the role that she had. And you actually feel bad for a kaiju that you just met because you can tell it was not her own will. It was not her own doing. She was clearly taken, trapped, and imprisoned by Scar King at some time in the past. And she's being controlled by pain. I really felt bad for her character because she's doing things that she didn't want to do. What I also did like that all the human and kaiju characters figured this out very quickly. There was no she's doing this herself situation. They clearly knew that she was being controlled by her own spine at the end of the whip. I really, really liked her, and I was to show her power. She brought about the last ice age. And you got to see her forced to attempt to do it again. And clearly was the anti-Godzilla because at the end, I really felt he was there for the purpose to use his tail. But when he whips Scar King across, but also his breath is going to make the sun shine again. He was there for weather control. He was climate control, which I felt was really hilarious. But I really liked her and I could see why she was so powerful and was taken. But what was interesting is when she was walking and everything's getting really cold and she's clearly behind lava, everything. I was like, maybe she could have blasted her way out. But I think it's the psychological trauma and damage that she doesn't want to leave. But also the fact is, I thought to myself, aren't mammals warm-blooded? So why would Scar King want a cold world? Or as he's walking there, I'm warm-blooded. I want a warm world, as clearly the sky is showing. I was interesting.
She's clearly, she's clearly a WMD for him. I mean, that's that again because he lacks any sort of biological powers himself. Like, why not just find one and control it? That's riding true. It. Like a polar bear from the Chronicles of Narnia was kind of a cool thing. I love it took me a minute to realize what Shimo really was. Like, she is pretty much the yang to Godzilla's yin.
The anti-Godzilla is what Adam Wingard called her.
Yeah, I think there was some rumor that she was maybe one of Godzilla's speed, or at least an evolutionary offshoot from a common ancestor. They do look. They have similar. Yes. They have similarities to them, especially in the way that they power up too. If you notice when Shimo powers up, she has a sound. There's a buzz that forms. Her spines light up. Her eyes light up, and when instead of Godzilla shooting fire, she blasts Freon or whatever it is that super flash freezes everything, which we dilly dallied around an idea of a mirror of Godzilla. I mean, we got Biollante, MechaGodzilla, Space Godzilla. Yeah. So this is kind of going closer to that. Eventually, we're going to get maybe a Godzilla showdown. the way that the Monsterverse is set up, like you could physically do that because explain that like these aren't just one-offs. They were, some of them are the last of their species, some are just mutations, but it's already been clearly established that Godzilla may or may not be the last of his kind because there was a giant war between his kind and the Kongs. So they dance around it, but clearly the Kong's running around with an axe in his hand that has a Godzilla spine on it, and that's not from him. There's definitely more. There might be more Godzillas out there. It's something that you hope that at least Toho allows them to explore down the line.
Shimo and Godzilla reminded me of Toothless from How to Train Your Dragon in the last movie, and his female counterpart, who was all white, whose name escapes me right now.
That's kind of what I got. I got a similar thing too, especially when you watch How to Train Your Dragon 2, which I love to death. I love that movie so damn much.
It's a great trilogy.
That whole trilogy is great, but that part 2, like, I don't get emotional in a lot of movies. That movie got me. I literally was like, you bastards, you did it. But at the end, when Toothless is trying to redeem himself and he fights the Alpha, and he gets his little spikes open, and he gets the little blue Godzilla spines to start glowing. I'm like, I see what you did there. I see what you did. And when I'm watching this, I'm like, there's a little bit of How to Train Your Dragon in this. Just a dusting. Yeah. There's a dusting, but I enjoy it.
We actually had. Oh, I'm sorry. Overall,
I appreciate a quadruped because we haven't gotten really many quadrupeds in God knows how long. I think the last one in Toho, they brought back Anguillas, but like we haven't had a new quadruped in a while. So I do appreciate something walking on all fours, being able to like kind of like a bear. And the size I get she was supposed to be huge, but like there wasn't a sense of scale with her, especially if Scar King's riding on her back. And there are times where like Godzilla is like even bigger than her. It felt like these are little nitpicks that I'm not, they're not too much. But beyond that, I like the design overall. It just felt like maybe like just a little spike, like just a little more menacing. I get you want to show that she's you want to feel sympathy for her, but she's also a badass too. So I mean, like kind of hammer that home a little harder. That's my only critique.
Yeah, we actually have 2 comments. Tara helped me out by saying it's for Toothless. He's a Night Fury. I should have realized that the opposite of that is a Light Fury, or Day Fury. Okay, no, Light Fury. But yes, Tiamat was done dirty. I had a friend ask me afterwards, was she just like resting in her little area, and then Godzilla came?
Yeah, pretty much. Like that's Godzilla. That's what.
Your fire.
It's when you are king, you have full role over the kingdom, and you can do whatever the hell you want. And Tiamat, I do appreciate. Yes, there's actually quite a bit of ancillary monsters in this movie. Tiamat, I think it's Skilla. Is that how they pronounce it?
Yeah, I'm sorry. You meant, is it the spider one with the squid face?
Yeah.
Okay,
yes,
so if you watch King of the Monsters, that kaiju bows. And now, if it's the same bro or sis, it is now killed because it decided to move around and find out, because I don't want to use bad words.
Yeah.
And then was taken out because Godzilla has a job.
The fact that Skilla was set up like in a previous movie, we get that's continuing a great Toho tradition, and the fact that Kong in every single movie has to fight some sort of snake monster too, like what felt like a clear homage to King Kong Escapes when Kong is in the lake and the giant sea, the sea, it's a literal sea snake. It's a blue silvery sea snake. I sat there and I'm like, this is done on purpose. Like, this is like deep cuts nerd stuff, if you know this stuff.
Like Amanda situation as well.
No, like in Godzilla in King Kong Escapes.
Oh, yes. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about something different, but yes.
Yeah. No. The Tiamat very much felt like Manda. Like, that felt like Godzilla fighting Manda. It's up to the point, except when she puts her weird frog head over him and recreates like the scene at the end of 2000 when Godzilla just charges up and blows her out from the inside. The opening fight with Skillet, like, it took me the second time to notice that, like, as he's like subduing this thing, takes its own claw and stabs it, and like the gratuitous monster violence. Like, I missed the times when, especially in like the later Godzilla movies, when like we need to pad some time. What suit do we have laying around? We'll just have Godzilla beat up a random monster to fill in about 5-6 minutes, because we're clocking in at 64 minutes right now. We got to get to 72. That kind of stuff I appreciate. And plus, you're just giving kids more reason to sit there and like, Godzilla's fight, just destroying another monster. That's great. Mothra! Jessica, what did you think of the return of Mothra to the Monsterverse?
So she is my Wonder Woman. As people who have tuned in from the beginning is seeing where I am going with certain kaijus. She is our Mothra. Our Wonder Woman. And, there's a question. I guess while we're on the subject of Mothra, I do believe they were down there.
Was Dog Kong's pet? No, I think Doug is just kind of a nuisance that hangs out around Kong. If anything, at the end, Shimo definitely became Kong's cat. Than anything like that, she became his battle cat, much like He-Man.
I was going to say it's battle cat. Yes.
100% battle cat.
Battle cat.
So. Yeah, Doug feels like the stray dog that just hangs around like Kong's lair and just picks off whenever he brings over too much food to eat.
No.
So you were saying Mothra is your Wonder Woman.
She is beautiful, majestic, magnificent. Don't know where she came out of. It was between a crystal. She came out, didn't see an egg. I don't need to know. There are questions for other people. She was awesome. Like the little sounds, like her background music is beautiful. I also love that you saw that not only was she regal or royal, however you want to do it, she can also protect herself and protect the Iwi people. And all three of them, right? Kong, Godzilla, Mothra had specific jobs that they carried out very well and efficiently. There was no interfighting. Afterwards, she was there to let Godzilla know what was going on, but she was so bright and vibrant. Of course, Gia standing in the front was great. You feel like you wanted to, I wouldn't say bow to her, but kind of default to whatever she's saying or whatever her decision making is. I like the fact that she stayed within where the Iwi people were and was also protecting them, and could also take out the other simians and the other primates that were coming. She didn't just, and of course we talked about spoilers. My girl didn't die. She didn't have a sacrificial life. She did not die for the greater good this time.
I'm trying to think. I think this is like,
but
hold on, let me do the math. So Ibraya,
we do the math.
And Godzilla vs. Mothra. I think those are the only two times that Mothra in her moth form has actually survived the movie. It didn't die a terrible, terrible death. Every other time when she's in her moth form, she dies terribly. Blown up, worn out.
Yes, and in King of the Monsters, after she badass stabbed Rodan, giving no F, she then is sacrificed. She's, glorious winged spirit version, the back of burning Godzilla. But there were definitely people who said we are tired of seeing one of the only female characters or female kaijus just die over and over. Yes, there's rebirth and eggs and all that. However, it would be wonderful to actually see her also really carry out her powers and actually show how powerful she is, which they were able to give us a glimpse of that in this film.
I will say this, that it was nice because Godzilla, King of the Monsters, like in the promotional materials, made references to her God Ray power, which we never end up seeing. Like, she would glow, and apparently that glow was supposed to be like some sort of charge blast. We did get to see it here, albeit quietly, technically off screen, but like when she shows up, she hits Godzilla with like a pulse. And I'm like, oh, that's probably what they were trying to do originally. So they giving her like a new. I mean, it's not the Mothra trilogy power set where it's like Mothra can do whatever its imagination needs to. Like, she's got the stinger. She can shoot the webbing out of her mouth, which I always like. I'm like, that Toho, like, that should still kind of remained a thing. Like, because every time they put Mothra in her moth form, like, it's like you're kind of you can flap your wings and create a whirlwind. Like, you need some sort of offensive, weapons here. So her like being able to shoot webs like Spider-Man, the stabbing, and now like she has like her own pulse attack. Kudos. I thoroughly appreciated that. I like the tweaked design. Actually felt a little more bulkier than the King of the Monsters version. And I like that, they finally brought it back. They fulfilled that Easter egg in Kong Skull Island with the Iwi, the Mothra symbol in the Iwi bandana. Like, they're like, oh, okay, so all this connects. So it is a nice way to kind of bring Kong, Godzilla together because now they both have a connection to Mothra. Kong protects the Iwis worship Mothra, and Mothra is the only thing that keeps Godzilla in check. So it's a nice bosom buddies kind of Three's Company kind of deal going on here. So did appreciate that a lot. I mean, if you followed along the production, there was a moment where Mothra almost wasn't in this movie, and it was some sort of winged bird monster. I think her name was Ferosa?
Something
Phosphera?
like that. Yeah. Looks like an angel gone wrong.
Phosphora? I think this, yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Which I'm glad because Wingard even brought it up. He's like, the intention was always Mothra. The problem was the rights weren't cleared, which tells me that like, oh, every time now they want to use another monster like from Toho, even if they've already used it once, they're like, it's pay-per-view. Like, you got to pay them every usage. It's not like, here's for 3 movies. It's not like a Marvel contract. Like, you're going to show up in these 5 films. Like, no, you want to use it again. So I am glad they brought Mothra back because I love seeing Kong interact with the Toho monsters that you never had a chance to. I mean, technically, on screen, we've seen him interact with Gorosaurus, Godzilla, and that's about it. But now we've seen him fight MechaGodzilla, which still blows my mind to this day, and hang out with Mothra. I'm like, yeah, this is joy. This is absolute joy. I love seeing this kind of stuff. I've always said, like, you could do a movie of Kong and Hollow Earth and have Rodan be his best buddy because Godzilla, like, pretty much kicked him out, and those two have a mutual disdain for this dude, and they become best friends. And I could see Kong riding around on Rodan's back like a winged chariot, just going into battle with his axe. I'm like, someone make that happen because that feels like it would work. Last but not least, what did you think of the Big Guys upgrade?
Ooh! I was actually gonna say, to go back, that Mothra is the winged buddy of Godzilla, and also has a problem with Rodan after stabbing him. Mm-hmm. Therefore, each of them can have their own little winged buddy. You gotta every person gotta have a friend that could fly. The Avengers knew this. Justice League knew this. The leaders gotta have somebody in the front's gotta have a friend that could fly. The big guy, I liked it. It made a lot of sense. How he powered up. I mean, granted, he had to take out poor Tiamat. She wasn't doing anything. I liked his power up. I thought that was great to show the next evolution, much like a Pokemon. I really like the main fact that you can have a fun, cartoonish-like movie. I meant that in a good way, like in the 80s type, but still keep the foundation of the character the same. Godzilla is not goofy. Mothra bringing in Batra to the big screen. Yes, I would like to see this Mothra fight Batra. It would be amazing.
Sorry, I'm going through your guys's. How we bring Batra? Oh wait, so I just did that one. Yes, they still kept the wall carving. I did notice that. The wall carving of, I think it's Phosphera. Still there. They didn't remove that. Because when you notice everyone's talking about Mothra, it's always off screen and it's clearly an ADR fix.
I mean, it was on the wall.
We got the rights. So. Yeah.
On the wall too. But as I was saying, what I liked about the film, that even though it was like 80s fun, cartoon fun, they kept the foundation of who Godzilla is, and the foundation of his character. He was not weird, silly, goofy throughout. He had a singular focus and mindset, and kind of was a jerk during certain moments, but more like the reluctant, I love how Godzilla has a job, and he is, for those who see this coming, he is Batman of the Trinity that is coming out. Chris, you froze a little bit, at least on my end. It's also started raining very heavily outside, so I do not know if this is working. I'm gonna see. Oh, no, Chris, are you still there? Because if those who can see me streaming, hello, thank you for sticking with us through tech problems on this rainy day in LA. Oh, I see Chris coming back. Okay.
There we go.
Okay.
There we go. Okay.
Yes.
You can see me.
It's
okay. So
no, yes. I was actually gonna say, for those who know, because they kept to the foundation of Godzilla's character, even though the movie itself is more fun. Godzilla is singular focus on a task. I love the fact that he has a job. He does not deviate from it. He's kind of a jerk. That's why he was hit in the face with pocket sand. And even though Kong was like, no,
I am glad you picked that up. I am so glad you picked that up.
Pocket sand.
That is oh my god. My buddies, we watched opening night, and that happened. My buddy just linked to me. He's like, pocket sand. I'm like, oh my god. I was laughing. That's the most unintentionally funny moment.
It was. But oh god. I love that Kong was like, no, I need your help. But Godzilla's like, get out of Gotham. I told you to leave. He is Batman. He is Batman through and through. I love the fact that he's kind of a jerk, but still doing the right things, and is just gets up, is like tired of his job, but it's his responsibility. Him sleeping in the Coliseum is Bruce sleeping in the day, Wayne Manor, and then wakes up at night, puts on his cowl and cape, and is going back out because there's activity from Arkham. I love the fact that Godzilla is basically Batman. And
this lag is murdering me. I'm not sure what's going on.
Oh, I'm sorry. But I love the fact that when you get to see the three of them in Cairo, it is clearly Superman, Wonder Woman, and Batman. And so you have Kong, Mothra.
It's the Trinity.
Yeah, and Godzilla. My new lovely Trinity that I love. I almost said the Holy Trinity for those that are religious. But it's my new Trinity. They kept true to the foundation of Godzilla's character while changing the tone of the film to be something more lighthearted and fun. But they didn't change the severity of the problems that the kaijus are actually each going through. I do love the fact that he's basically Batman trying to get Superman or anyone else out of Gotham because it's his territory. Get out. But if Superman needs help, he's like, fine. I will go to space or deal with the Justice League for this bigger problem of dark. Also, he's always preparing because Monarch says he knows something. So I like when Kong has his own story, finding his family, dealing with his crap. Godzilla's just going around preparing for a war that he knows it's coming. So he takes out Tiamat, sadly, powers up and gets ready. It's similar to Batman, just having his cave, getting his weapons, his mecha suit ready, preparing for all the things. So when the battle comes, he already has everything. Also, he doesn't always agree in the comics, but Batman takes Diana's thoughts and opinions into account, right? He's that one grumpy man that you can't really control what he might do, but he'll think about Diana Prince's idea. It's kind of like when Godzilla looks into Mothra and you see the reflection in his pupils. It's not brainwashing. He only really will listen and respect to this princess. Or queen.
Mm-hmm.
Diana's a princess, but
Yes.
Mothra is a queen. I like that dynamic that those two have with each other.
Sorry, it sounds like tornadoes ripping through on my end of the street right now.
It is.
I don't think you guys can hear it on the phone, but yeah, I'm getting distracted by just how hard it just started pouring all of a sudden. Yeah, Godzilla's story felt like Goku, working out to get to Super Saiyan so you can fight Frieza. Yes, I mean, look, I'm hoping that the next film is a little more Godzilla-centric. There was just the right amount of Godzilla here. I do love that they carried over because it was one of my absolute favorite aspects of Godzilla versus Kong by making Godzilla a gigantic dick. I love the idea that Godzilla is a dick to King Kong. Like, he has absolutely no love for this guy. Like, if Godzilla is Batman in this thing. So I would say that the Mutos would be his the Mutos they're like a Victor Zsasz. They're a serial killer chasing after him. Because that's what the Mutos are. Ghidra is his Joker. That is the rivalry. Kong very much is akin to like Godzilla and Superman the first time that they met, and they're like, I don't trust you at all. Get the hell out of my city, kind of thing. I love the fact. I mean, they've alluding to Godzilla and Kong. His species had a war. Kong clearly was not around for it, so he's paying for the sins of his fathers. Where Godzilla, I mean, they kind of lay out more like. Was it Scar? It was most likely Scar King's people that slaughtered Godzilla's kind. So he has an axe to grind with Kong's species. But in that first film, when Godzilla shows up, he is there. The only reason he's there is because he's like, you stepped out of line. Now it's game on, and I'm going to smash your head in. And Kong's just like, what did I do? It's like, I don't care. You're a dead man. Just him laughing every time he like. The giggle, I love Godzilla laughing after he blasts Kong out of the air, and he's just like, when Kong arrives in Cairo, knowing full well, it's like, I got to call this dude who hates me, and I got to convince him to work with me, and lets out the call. It very much was that me. I posted, someone got to it first, and I posted it on our Facebook page, but it very much was that me. It's like, what's your name? It was that, like, Ezekiel, and just them telling each other to go F themselves in the most polite way. When Godzilla shows up, by the way, traveled, I think 4,000 miles or 3,000 miles from one end of the African continent to the other, just so he can, smash Kong in the face with this shiny new upgrade. That fight just brought so much joy to me because Kong sees Godzilla and he's like, hey, time out. Let's do this. And Godzilla's like, no, and just tackles him over one of the Great Pyramids. And Kong just with his new glove, just mollywops him in the face. And it was the Godzilla like spinning. Like, okay, I love a good pissing contest, especially when it comes to monsters. And these two like throwing down, I could have gone I get it. You have to get to the point that these two need to work together. But I could have spent another 2 more minutes of Godzilla and Kong just recklessly beating the crap out of each other, because the beauty about now is that Kong's a smarter fighter. He has a slight upgrade, and he got a small measure of revenge of losing the last fight, but he still couldn't beat Kong. If these guys are smart, they will eventually get to a third fight between these two that Kong kind of needs to win. He's got to be established at least neck and neck, because still Godzilla has shown no, I'm the king for the reason. But Kong is now a contender. He's Rocky to Kong's Apollo Creed at this point. But watching Godzilla,
when Kong was dragging Godzilla, yeah.
Oh no! Well, first thing when he shoves Kong into the pyramid, picks Kong up and hits him with the axe. I lost my damn mind, and the 9-year-old me, if you could see him on my shoulder, was just doing backflips because of this nutty stuff. I love pro wrestling, so watching giant monsters do a little pro wrestling is always great. But yes, when Kong like knocks Godzilla out, and he's like, "All right," just dragging again, like just like a savage caveman, and then Godzilla just blasting everything in his path with his brand new shiny purple beam. Oh, mwah. Leading into the most bonkers thing I've ever seen in a giant monster movie, the zero gravity battle in Hollow Earth, watching just Godzilla, Kong, Mothra, a bunch of Planet of the Apes. Watching that, I'm like, this is what movies were made for. There's a reason why this movie made $80 million, and it's because we saw zero gravity fight sequences between giant freaking monsters. It is so delightfully cartoonish. And I mean that in the best way because Jessica knows how much I love cartoons. I adore cartoons. I hold cartoons dearly. I love the art form of animation, but there is something with the storytelling you can do in cartoons, which if Adam Wingard is still set to do a Thundercats, he was signed on to do a Thundercats movie, and he's still doing that. I have great hope that he can capture the feeling of what Thundercats was, because Thundercats is badass, and this is the kind of logic that you need to bring to that kind of movie. That said, that final fight is... it doesn't give you any time to breathe. This is when I was walking out of this movie, I'm just like, this movie was fun. Second time around, much better, but realizing once you get to Godzilla and Kong at the pyramid, it just hits the ground. It doesn't stop running. There's at no point where they're like, we need a little breathing room. No, you don't get any. It's just sequence after sequence after sequence. And watching this in 4DX, in a chair that was cranked up to 11, it felt like I was trying to be bucked out of this thing every 4 seconds because of how much insane nuttiness was going on. I appreciate that. I love it. But there is an art to action. And I would say that my one critique of this movie, if I could say anything, just a little breathing room on the action sequences. You just need to catch your breath, because at no point, once they get up to Rio, it's just game on. Godzilla and Shimo are going through buildings. I love Wingard shooting from ground level a lot of times. Once they get to the surface, everything is shot from a perspective of a bystander, and that works. That works so much. It works great. And then of course the cartoonishly nutty stuff of Scar King whipping his whip and throwing half a building. That's stuff right out of Pacific Rim. But that's what you want to see. That's what you're paying to see. But just give me a second, just follow through with it. It was just so much at once. It was like eating a whole cake and not realizing that, you can slow down and enjoy this a little bit. They're like, no, finish the cake. We got to get out of here. That's what it felt like. Because once that battle ended and they all did their roar, we got one shot of the human characters pretty much going, hey, we did it. And then Godzilla going back to bed in the Coliseum. And then Kong showing up with his axe, his brand new kid, and his brand new kitty. And just looking over what he has claimed by killing his enemy. Which the movie does tell you one thing. Kill your enemy, take his kingdom, raise his son, be a man. And that's what Kong really felt like at the end of this thing. He did feel like a man. Finally obtained manhood once and for all at the end of this movie. That is the main thing. That's my only quip, is that just give me a minute. I'm getting older, and I realize, yes, these movies are aimed at kids, but there is a moment of just let us enjoy the monsters rolling into the building before you cut to the next monster rolling into the building. There's such a thing as a little too much. So, other than that, any last thoughts, Jessica?
Ooh. No post-credit scene.
There was no post-credit scene. A little disappointment, but them not having, I think they were waiting to see how this movie did. It did
absolutely phenomenal. It did far better than I was expecting. I think I gave it the high end, like it'll open at 50 million. It opened at 80. So it's like the second best opening of any Monsterverse movie, which after this week, which we do have a little news to talk about real quick before we wrap this up. The Monsterverse is healthy and it is not going anywhere anytime soon. So I think they just kind of wanted to wait and see where this movie would land. Of do we keep going or no? Yeah, it's and by the way, this movie cost $135 million. That's bonkers to me. That is absolutely bonkers, especially considering like what Marvel. I watched Indiana Jones 5. That movie cost almost $300 million, and I asked, where the hell did you spend this money at? Because it did look like a $300 million movie. Godzilla Kong looks like a $300 million movie, and it cost half of that. So if they can manage these budgets and this is what they can give us, then yes, for the next 20, 30 years, much like Toho did previously, if Legendary Pictures was to keep cranking these out, I am all in. But
Yeah.
I would say, just maybe start mapping these things out, explore the lore, go a little deep diving, which we might be getting. Before we get into that, Jessica, any final thoughts?
Ooh, final thoughts. I just really like this film overall. I think I knew I was going to, and I want to reiterate that there is definitely room for both. I loved Godzilla -1 for what it reflected in the human history and philosophy and thoughts and existentialism and life, and what Godzilla kind of represented there was more of a metaphor. I really liked Godzilla Kong New Empire because it was just a fun movie about three superheroes going along, right, trying to take out not really the Legion of Doom, but a much a small.
They're fighting Gorilla Grodd. They're fighting Gorilla Grodd
Gorilla Grodd and
in
his,
the Eighth Kingdom.
Yeah, or Marvel's faceless army. When if you've ever watched Honest Trailer or Pitch Meeting, it's always we have another Marvel villain with their faceless army.
Yes,
something similar like that. I do, and it was fun and it was very beautiful to watch, while keeping true to the development of both the human and the kaiju characters, which I really loved. So I actually really liked both. I think they serve two different audiences and types, but it is possible for you to love both. You can like Batman now, and you can still like Adam West's Batman in 1966. You can like both different kinds.
I love Dark Knight, and I love the 66 Batman. They're both brilliant in their own ways.
Yes.
I mean, that's the beauty about these characters, especially Godzilla. He's malleable as hell. You can mold him. If the last 5 months, Jessica, if the last 5 months has shown anything, Godzilla can be at both ends of the spectrum. You can have an Oscar award-winning film, which I'm still blown away to this day. Just how many people went and watched -1? They're like, oh my God, this is what a Godzilla movie could be. And then how many people went and watched this and like, this is what I want a Godzilla movie to be. You can have both, and they don't step on each other, because when you have a character that's 70 years old, and that's the thing that's blowing my mind too. The #1 movie for like 2 weeks is based around a 70-year-old character and a 91-year-old character in film history.
Yes.
And they are at the top of the food chain right now, which you really think about, that is mind-blowing. That these characters have this lasting value, which says how special they are and what you can play with. It's not like it's not like we're doing Elseworld stories with like DC characters like Gotham by Gaslight. Like Batman, outside the aforementioned Adam West show, like there's always been like a lane that Batman kind of rides in. Same with Superman, same with a lot of the characters. Meanwhile, Godzilla has gone from nuclear allegory to the imaginary friend of a kid who's being bullied and thinks about him as he's trying to deal with his own, absentee parents, all the way up to this, where it's just a Saturday morning cartoon 5 months after a critically lauded movie about, dealing with grief in a Godzilla movie came out. So I tell everyone, I hammered every time on this show. I'm hammering it again. You can have both. You can love all of it. You can, if it's not your taste, that's fine. But it doesn't mean that the thing's ruined, because there's so much out there. And I tell everyone, enjoy it while you have it, because it will go away again one day. There will come a time when people are like, you know what? I've had my fill of these movies. Jessica and I have gone through it once already. We went through the great drought of 2004 to 2024. There was nothing. And at that point, there was like, Toho was pretty much like, yeah, we're done. Leave it to Yoshimitsu Banno to like, I just want to do a dumb 40-minute, IMAX movie. And that led to everything we see today. There's no Monsterverse. There's no Shin Godzilla. There's no Shin Godzilla. There's no -1. There's there's no anime. There's none of the other things in between it. So this series has revitalized it, and now that made it so mainstream that little kids, whenever I'm at like a show and I'm perusing Godzilla collectibles myself, I see all these little kids come on. They're like, "Hey, that's Baragon. That's that," and like just a single tear just rolls down. I'm like, yes. I feel like Ron Swanson when April gives him the little grumpy marshmallow man, and he's just like, it's nice. It's nice. It's like seeing a whole generation of kids, because you and I grew up in that time where Godzilla was like, oh, you like Godzilla? Like, yeah. Like, it was rare to find another kid that enjoyed Godzilla. And when you did, it was like you spoke a secret language.
Yes.
Like, it was harder to find, like, being a Godzilla fan is harder than being a comic book fan. At least my friends and I could talk about X-Men and Spider-Man and Batman. But no one cared about Godzilla. I was the only one. I had got a friend into it just so I could talk about other things with him. So everyone.
Yes. I had just one friend growing up, and to the point that I actually annoyed him so much that I stopped talking about Godzilla, because I think I was too into it, still am. But I will say, when it says going through drought as a Doctor Who fan, I also felt that because it was like, I believe 16 years it hasn't been aired on TV, and then we got something. So now that we have Doctor Who, and regardless of the naysayers online, I'm happy because the more you have something, the more merchandise and all the fun stuff you get. But also there's a whole new younger generation, or new people our age, getting into Doctor Who, or in this case, Godzilla and Kaiju. Yes.
Yes. Warner Brothers is doing pre-production remakes of them and Attack of the 50-Foot Woman. So, yes, let the Kaiju train roll. If anything, I've said this in the past on Twitter in my midnight ramblings on there when I can't sleep. Warner Brothers does own a lot of the Harryhausen stuff. We have a Monsterverse. You have a Hollow Earth, where the monsters aren't so kaiju-y. They're a little more leaning to like that Harryhausen era. Throw the Beast from the 20,000 Phantoms in there. Throw a couple of those monsters into the Monsterverse, because I would love to see upgrades of those. Shimo does share some similarities to the Beast, and that was not lost on me, but I would love to legitimately see these characters that I know for a fact Warner Brothers owns, and you can slide them on in there, because it would all work. The news that broke yesterday before we sat down to do this was that Monarch Season 2 has been picked up. So we're getting more Monsterverse. And not only that, but Legendary and Apple have entered an agreement to do spin-offs of the Monsterverse. So we got a lot of Monsterverse coming. And hopefully we do get into these kind of things like, okay, we can't use Godzilla for this show, but we can do Kong. We can do some of these other monsters. Give me something with the monsters that they created. I want a behemoth show. I love that character. Like that idea, the big woolly mammoth sloth monster. Like, I want adventures with that guy and what he's doing. Like, give me the buddy cop movie of him and Kong having to do something.
I was going to say Snuffleupagus.
Yes. Just talking to like Kong, like Snuffy, just really like Alvin's like, hey Kong, like just that dull, like roll eye back, like Snuffy, what do you want? Because you look like you're on a couple of Quaaludes. You're really out of it. But Yes, give us more of that. They've built a world that is rich with possibilities, and it only feels like they're just now mining it. And I am all in until I am an old, wrinkly man on my way to the grave, and I'm like, oh, there's one more movie. I gotta make it another year. I gotta make it another year. On that same note,